everyone for joining us for our meeting today. It happens to be July 24th. And please join us for the Board of Commissioners meeting for the Pledge of Allegiance. The United States of America, and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome this morning for citizen input, Carl Shoemaker.
Hello, I'm Carl Shoemaker, I live in Bend. When I've ever dug in the garden to dig out a weed, I would use the spade. And I would have to dig deep into the earth to get out every root tip of that weed. Because otherwise, it would return and take over the whole garden. And then I would throw the weed onto a fire to burn up completely, so that it could never return. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shoemaker.
Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else in the room that's here that would like to testify without being one of the public hearings? Stephen, are there any raised hands online? No raised hands this morning. It is a bit of an early start. Okay, all right, then let's this first acknowledge the fact that our state is fighting. I believe we had 97 fires the other day, 30 major fires. I do believe it's affecting all of us. When I heard this morning on the news, they said there was going to be lightning, but that was going to be on the eastern part of the state. But it affects all of us. People are losing their homes, their animals, their way of life. For the first time in over 50 years, my family actually had to move their cattle out because 3 fires now are combining. And the grass was so high. My sister sent me pictures. It breaks your heart when you see what is happening to our beautiful state. So I just couldn't let today go without reminding all of us that hopefully it's not going to be dry lightning this afternoon. It's going to actually have rain with it. That's what the local news said. National said it was going to be dry in Eastern Oregon, dry lightning. And that is clearly the last thing that we need at this moment in time. So consent agenda.
I'll move approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
Is there any further discussion?
Just acknowledging that.
I'm having trouble hearing. I don't know if it's me or what.
Oh, it's not.
You can't hear. Oh, can you hear me now? Sorry. Okay. So you missed my whole statement about the 97 fires
Eloquent.
and the fact that after 50 years, my family had to move their cattle yesterday afternoon, and the grass in their area is like to the horses, to the cows' bellies. The grass is so unbelievable. It's the best grass. Last year, there was no grass. So you just can't believe what's honestly happening. So sorry about my microphone. Consent agenda. What do you want to comment?
Oh, just acknowledging item number 2, acceptance of funding for the Oregon Health Authority to support secure residential treatment facility. So another $2 million coming in for a facility that we've been talking about and working on for many years.
It's a 16-bed facility for mental health. And the really sad news is it's limited to 16 beds because of a federal ruling from 1963. That ruling truly needs to go. We need to be able to build mental health hospitals that are bigger than 16 beds. So if you want more information, please let me know. But it's really, it's so necessary. We're at the bottom of the nation as far as mental health hospitalization possibilities go. So with that, Commissioner DeBonne, the vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. So let's go now to item number 7, opening the hearing.
For the record, Hallie King, assistant planner with Puget Sound Community Development. Bear with me here, I'm gonna get my screen here.
Once again, I'm sorry, I can't hear.
Oh, okay, is this better? Okay, thank you.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Thank you very much. Right, and Madam Chair, your opening statement.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a time and place set for a hearing regarding file numbers 247-24-000-395A concerning a request for consideration of a remand for a comprehensive plan amendment and zone change application to rezone and redesignate the subject property from agricultural exclusive farm use to rural residential. This is a continuation of County File number 247-21-001043-PA 1044-ZC. Staff will outline the hearing procedures that will be followed.
And thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, again, Hallie King with the Deschutes County Community Development. Today, the Board of County Commissioners will take testimony and receive written and oral evidence concerning a remand for a comprehensive plan amendment and zone change application to change the property from agriculture and exclusive farm use to rural residential. The property owner is Eden Central Properties LLC. Again, as the chair mentioned, this process is a continuation of the prior county proceedings associated with the 2021 file numbers that the chair mentioned and noted here on the screen. Before I jump into the hearing proceedings, I do want to note for the record that the scope of the remand hearing and proceedings are limited to just those specific issues identified in the LUBA final order and opinion, which are included in the packet and I'll outline during my staff report, and the applicant will as well. Second, the board at their work session on Monday granted the applicant's reopen record request for this hearing, which means that new evidence may be submitted to address only the particular issues on remand. For the hearing this morning, the order will proceed as follows. Again, first, I will explain the hearing format and how to testify at the hearing today, followed by a brief oral staff report. Then we'll move into the testimony portion where the applicant will go first and they will have 30 minutes to present. Next, any agencies in attendance will have 10 minutes. Then those in support of the application will go next and have 3 minutes. Then those in opposition will also have 3. Afterwards, the applicant will have a 10-minute rebuttal. And lastly, staff would offer any closing comments. This is a hybrid public hearing where we have both in-person and remote participation. We ask for everyone who's giving testimony, please provide your first and last name as well as your mailing address. Also, this remand hearing process is rather unique from other land use processes in that only those that participated in the prior 2021 application proceedings are entitled to participate in the remand process. And this comes directly from our local code, Title 22-34-040. For these reasons, as we're going through the testimony, staff will ask for those who are giving testimony to first state their name, as staff will need to briefly verify that they are on our participant list, again, from the prior proceedings, and we'll coordinate and communicate with the chair if that person then can proceed with their testimony. Staff appreciates everyone's.
Holly, let's let the audience know that this is very unusual. So I know we've gotten a couple of emails and those people didn't testify before, and I'm sure they're very unhappy, but it is what is in our code, correct?
Correct. Yeah, it is required by our code.
Okay, thank you.
And we certainly appreciate everyone's patience as we go through this. It is a bit unique. And again, those giving testimony, again, please, focus the testimony on the issues on remand. That's the focus of this process. For those joining us in person, many have filled out the blue sign-in sheet by the door and can bring that up to the board's executive assistant here to the left of the dais. Again, Chair Adair will announce each person and will briefly verify that they're entitled to participate in the remand. Once confirmed, the public can come up to the tables here at the front to begin their testimony. For remote participants, if you would like to testify, you must be logged into Zoom or have called in using the Zoom dial-in option. The Zoom meeting link is available on the Deschutes Board meeting webpage and included in the notice of public hearing. Again, when Chair Adair asks if anyone would like to testify, you will need to use the raise hand feature to notify the board. To do this, use the raise hand button on your Zoom, or again, if you're dialing in, you'll hit *9. When it's your turn to provide testimony, you'll be promoted from an attendee to a panelist. And again, similar to those joining in person, once we verify the person's name, we'll need to briefly pause to confirm they're eligible to participate. And so we'll have the person unmute and state their full name. And again, if verified, Chair Adair will prompt you to begin your testimony. For those who would like to provide any written testimony this morning, please hand it to staff, or you're welcome to send it to my email address listed here on the screen. And again, we remind everyone, staff is responsible and the chair for conducting an orderly hearing. Any testimony or behavior which is inappropriate will be addressed and may result in that member of the public being asked to leave the hearing. Madam Chair, I will now return to the script and note that the commissioners must disclose any ex parte contacts, prior hearing observations, biases, or conflicts of interest.
Does any commissioner have anything to disclose? And if so, please state the name of same and whether you can proceed.
So I have none, no conflicts to disclose. I'd just like to acknowledge that this did start off with the hearings officer recommendation of approval in June of 22. Board of Commissioners have had the hearing. The ordinance was passed 2-1. And this has been appealed to Land Use Board of Appeals. And then it went to the Court of Appeals, and that's how it got back to us. So just a little bit of a scenario. So this is a multi-year project, and this is kind of one of the next phases here.
With that history, I have nothing to disclose and I can proceed.
And I have nothing to disclose, and I can proceed at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, we're on number 7 of.
Yes. Does any party wish to challenge any commissioner, member of the hearings body based on ex parte contacts, biases, or conflicts? Any raised hands in the room? Stephen, are there any raised hands on Zoom? Okay, no raised hands. As no challenges are being presented prior to opening the hearing, does anyone have any procedural objections to the public hearing? Okay, any raised hands there? No, thank you, Stephen. Seeing none, the hearing is now open. Staff will proceed with a brief staff report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, to bit of background on this property, it's consists of about 9 tax lots and total 710 acres. The property owner is Eden Central Properties and the applicant is 710 Properties LLC. Again, the current designation is agriculture and the zone district is exclusive farm use, with a request by the applicant to redesignate the property to rural residential exception area and rezone to rural residential. And I noted on my, I see a typo here that rural industrial is not what the proposal is. Again, it's just rural residential 10. The property is located about 2 miles north of Highway 126, 5 miles to the west of Terrebonne. Buckhorn Road borders a portion of the property there to the west, with Northwest Lower Bridge Way to the north. Again, as Commissioner DeBonne alluded to catch everyone up on how we got here, essentially the project was in 2022 went through a series of public hearings with a recommendation by a hearings officer for approval to the board. December 14th, 2022, board majority approved the application with a subsequent appeal to LUBA in January of 2023, and then again onto the Court of Appeals. In July of 2023, LUBA issued their final opinion and order, remanding the decision back to the county, and the Court of Appeals affirmed that LUBA remand in January of 2024. Just last month in June, the applicant initiated the remand application with Deschutes County, which again essentially returns the application back to the county for another decision. The final county decision deadline for this remand process is October 24th, 2024. There's a state and local requirement to process these within 120 days. And again, I also want to note for the commissioners as well as the public, really the distinction of what a remand process is. Again, in simple terms, it's essentially a return of a local land use decision back to the original decision makers, which in this case is the Board of County Commissioners. In this case, LUBA determined that there were not enough adequate findings to support certain criteria, and it's a return to the decision maker to adopt additional findings around specific issue areas. And again, unlike an appeal of a land use decision that relies on the terms of de novo or limited de novo for the scope of an appeal, remands don't utilize those same terms and are specifically required to address those limited issues contained in the LUBA final opinion. And in this case, as I alluded to earlier, the record is considered to be reopened, which again, new evidence can be submitted to address the specific remanded issues. And on that note, I've included here the 5 main issue areas LUBA remanded the application. Certainly the applicant will go into more detail, but just to briefly go over them, the first is additional findings related to the ability to use the subject property for farm use in conjunction with other property and not, again, just looking solely at the subject property. The second was additional findings looking at off-site importation of feed to support livestock and equine uses. The third is whether the subject property is suitable for farm use as a site for the construction and maintenance of equipment and facilities for farm activities, which is one of the listed items in the definition of farm use. And the last two are interconnected and looking at the impacts of surrounding land use in accordance with the rezone criteria and agricultural lands goal 1, looking at the preservation of agricultural land and effect on farm practices and the agricultural lands in the area. Since the notice of public hearing was mailed and the packet published, staff has received about 21 comments from participants that are eligible that participated in the last proceedings. Those have all been uploaded to the record. Comments received about 10 p.m. last night are in the record. To the extent I've received any in the last hour or two, I will get those uploaded as soon as possible. The applicant did submit some pre-hearing exhibits and testimony. Those have also been uploaded to the record. Those were submitted after the staff memo and packet was published. And lastly, the application record webpage is listed here. It's also linked in the staff memo and the notice of public hearing as well. So for the next steps, at the conclusion of today's hearing, after testimony is received, the board may take one of 4 actions. They may continue the hearing to a date and time certain, close the oral portion of the hearing and leave the written record open to a date and time certain, close the hearing and schedule deliberations for a date and time to be determined, or close the hearing and commence deliberations. And with that, that concludes my staff report. Staff's happy to answer any questions before we move into the applicant's testimony and presentation.
Hallie, you just said that the applicant has provided new exhibits and testimony that are now uploaded to the record. When did that happen?
Yesterday about 3:45. They delivered the documents and uploaded them right away.
Trying to make sure I didn't miss something. That's pretty. I haven't had a chance to see that. It was pretty close to today. I guess I assume we'll be hearing about what was submitted during the applicant's presentation period.
Yep, they'll have 30 minutes to do their initial presentation today.
Okay,
Any
sounds like a
questions?
good plan.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Holly. So let's go ahead with the applicant then.
That's just going to be power to the wireless.
Hey, hold on, I gotta do that. This share screen.
Well, while you're working on that, I'll ask a question. To be able to adequately evaluate the testimony and evidence that the applicant is providing, it would have been really nice to get a little sooner. They could have been in the staff report. Do you have any kind of input for us on why it was only uploaded yesterday?
Sure. For the record, I guess we'll get started. My name is
Yes,
Ken Katzroff. I'm an attorney at Schwab Williamson Wyatt here for the applicant. We use the address of 1420 Fifth Avenue, Seattle, Washington, Suite 3400, which is important. Otherwise, I won't get documents. Seattle, Washington, 98101. To answer your first question,
You can't hear.
Oh. it's not just you. It's all of us that
not
are,
worried about it.
we've got
I've
to
been yelled
talk
at
next to
before.
our microphones. Yes.
Ken Katzroff for the applicant, 1420 Fifth Avenue, Suite 3400, Seattle, Washington, 98101. I'll use that address as opposed to my Bend address. To address your question, as Hallie mentioned, remands are on a very short timeline and a very short time frame. So we have only under state law, a certain amount of time to initiate and then a certain amount of time to proceed with it. And like any land use decision or any land use case, the applicant submits evidence when they can and when it's appropriate to the record. There's a lot of folks that are submitting additional documents, and there will be likely additional evidentiary periods. So that's just the nature of the beast. We got new expert testimony as late as yesterday afternoon. So as soon as we've been working on it and compiling it and finishing it, it gets submitted to this record. So we provided a complete packet of everything, which is this binder, hard copy and electronic copy, so that staff could as easily and quickly as possible upload it, as opposed to having to scan all the documents and those sorts of things, which typically is how this has been done. So it's basically at the speed of light in these short proceedings is how we've done that.
Is it true that the Luba's remand was upheld in January 2024?
I don't remember the specific dates. I know that how this process works is that Luba issues their decision. It was appealed by multiple parties to the Court of Appeals, and then the Court of Appeals has to make a decision, and then we still have to wait in order to have the Court of Appeals issue what's called an appellate judgment, and then Luba to essentially affirm that or send a document that allows us to initiate the remand, and then we're on a short fuse. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand if you knew what the issues were in January, again, why at the last minute that this is being submitted?
Presumably everybody else also knew those issues. to be quite frank. So all of the other participating parties could also have submitted evidence. But in any event, would you like to hear about what we've actually done, or would you like to talk about procedure?
Please proceed.
Okay, I'm
I
going
was
to
just-
turn it over to Dale to
I
start.
was just asking while you were getting all set up.
Okay, good morning. I'm Dale Stockamp and have owned a home at 13605 Alpine Fir in Sisters, Oregon for 28 years. I want to thank the commission for their previous support for our application and to express gratitude for both the commissioners and the county staff for the amount of time and effort that this process has taken. I understand that the commission will render their decision on remand based on facts, evidence, and Oregon land use laws. Given the interest and attention that our zone change application has received over the past few years, I want to express my and my partner's motivation behind our project. When I first saw this property, I saw an opportunity to help the broader Central Oregon community. Let me explain. This property has no known history of farm use and does not qualify for the protection of Oregon's land use system because it is not resource land. With its current zoning, the property would be eligible to be developed with 24 non-farm dwellings because the property is not suitable for farm use. Given the continued influx of the population to our great Central Oregon, I, along with my partners, saw the opportunity to create a thoughtful and responsible development that could help create additional resources to give back to our community. My family has dedicated itself to serving some of the most vulnerable in our community and have helped fund the important work of many great nonprofit organizations in Central Oregon and beyond. I am the majority owner of this property. I am committing all the profits I make on any potential development to continue supporting nonprofits. In anticipation of our project proceeding, we have already begun making grants to several local nonprofits, which can be seen on our website and include Neighbor Impact, the Outward Bound School, the Giving Plate, and Furnish Home. Our focus with each of these organizations is to help build long-term capacity to serve more people with the resources gained as our project proceeds. As our project proceeds, we look forward to broadening and deepening our support to more Central Oregon nonprofits and help them serve more people. We're not here to destroy agricultural land, but rather are requesting to use our land to help so many others, including providing the opportunity for more families to enjoy the Central Oregon living that so many others have enjoyed. We look forward to the opportunity to demonstrate how our rural property, responsibly developed, can be deemed to be a great asset to the broader Central Oregon community for many years to come.
All right, am I able to share my screen now? I'm a panelist. I'm just not sure. Got it. All right. So we wanted to provide that context because I think it's important when we're looking at these proposals. And I'm trying to get to the slideshow with the Zoom overlay. There we go. All right, so I'll try to be pretty brief because we don't have a ton of time. And we have at least two experts that would like to testify briefly on this proposal. So again, this is what this subject property looks like. We're not looking at irrigated pastures. We're not looking at, good soils, etc. This is a picture of an aerial picture taken off of Dial of the subject property. You can see it's kind of this long plateau, south part between Lower Bridge and the Odin Falls area. And it adjoins a bunch of lands that have already been rezoned as either RR10 or MUA 10 with 10-acre and 5-acre lots. And the big kind of white area up top is actually a RR10 zoned piece of property that's could be developed as well. What's interesting about this plateau, and one of the things that this board made findings on previously, is that there's topography issues related to it. There's 200-foot plus vertical slopes in between the actual plateau area that's proposed for rezone and some of the potentially agricultural lands adjacent to it or nearby. And that's important because one of the considerations when we're looking at the factors for rezone are existing land use patterns and climate conditions and yet things of that nature. And so it's elevated and it's isolated, and that's important. This shows kind of the area zoning. Just really quickly, there's a bunch of properties that have been that are zoned exclusive farm use zone in the area. However, a lot of them are actually developed with non-farm dwellings, and all of that evidence has already been submitted into the record in the previous proceeding. And there's some additional information on that we've submitted in this proceeding. So the county's already made findings on that, and those land use patterns and the existing non-farm dwellings, for example, were all included in the last record. I'm just highlighting that because it's a piece that is relevant to consideration when we're looking at the factors on the suitability analysis. Okay. Again, I want to show some pictures of the land because pictures, are worth 1,000 words. This isn't farmland. We're not putting fields here. And Brian Raby, who I believe who's on the call, will be speaking briefly after me about the soils. So let's talk about what we're here to talk about with particularity. So there are a few rules in state law that we're here to address as part of LUBA's remand. The first is the suitable for farm use test, which is found at this OAR 660-033-00201AB. I'm just going to call them the suitability test. And when we're looking at those, we're looking at a couple of different factors. We're looking at soil fertility. We're looking about, which is kind of the soils report that has been relied upon to show that the soils in this property are really, really bad. Some of the worst that our consultant has seen in Oregon. Suitability for grazing, climatic conditions, I already mentioned that. Existing and future availability of water for farm irrigation purposes, that's important, irrigation. Existing land use patterns, technological and energy inputs required or accepted farm practices in the area. Interesting, I'm just going to mention this real quick. The board previously made findings that were not challenged and so are binding, that the only accepted farming practice on this property would be grazing, potentially. Okay. The other issue, and this is where the Court of Appeals kind of, I wouldn't say weighed in, but said you really do need to address this better. Lou was right. You need to address this, which is the 1AC, which we also have to look at whether or not this land is necessary to permit farm practices on other lands, meaning if it's necessary to not rezone the property because for some reason that protects nearby agricultural lands. So we've addressed that in this record too. 0030 is similar. Yep.
Hold on a second. So there were about 5 or 6 issues that were identified that, bring into question whether this land could be used for farm uses. Are you saying you're only going to be addressing one of those?
Nope. I'm getting to the issues. I'm just showing what the applicable criteria are right now so that we know what the actual tests are and what the actual basis for those rules are. So I'm getting to those remand issues.
Bring it.
So number 3 is similar. It's you're supposed to look at whether or not this property is necessary to remain essentially to permit farm practices on adjacent or nearby lands that are not this particular parcel that we're looking at. Okay. And then last is a comprehensive plan policy for Deschutes County, and its old plan that said to preserve and maintain agricultural lands and the agricultural industry. So to get to the issues, the first one, is the property suitable for grazing of livestock if supplemented with imported feed? And that's really the question that LUBA remanded us on, is if you brought in outside feed, could you increase productivity such that you could have a viable farm use? And again, farm use is defined in statute 215-2032A, which says essentially, and I'm shorthanding this because of time, that you have to be able to make money. If you cannot make money, if you're not doing it for the primary purpose of obtaining a profit in money, that's the statutory language, then it's not a farm use. It is not a farm use to have a couple of cows on your property. It is not a farm use to have cows there for roping practice, for example. You have to actually be doing a farm use for the purpose of making money, a profit in money. Okay, so what have we done to address this question? We've submitted to the record multiple new and supplemented testimonies of previous ranchers. There was already testimony in this record that LUBA highlighted but wanted more findings on. And so we've supplemented that with additional testimony from ranchers. We've also submitted, and this is Exhibit 1 of our binder, a study from the OSU Extension Service from 2021 that essentially says that in better conditions than this property, you can't make money grazing cattle. Can't do it. And I'm again shorthanding that, but this is a pretty powerful document that was provided by OSU Extension Service from 2021. That's Exhibit 1. And so I would, I can hand you a copy, or I would suggest that commissioners specifically take a look at that exhibit.
What you're talking about is the ability of the piece of land to produce feed.
And what I'm
And
talking,
this issue that's being raised is about whether it's possible to raise livestock on the piece of land by importing feed.
it's both. So Luba wanted us to address the question of feed, and what the board previously determined was that we were really looking at the capacity of the land, but we need to look at it also if you supplement feed. This document deals with both of those things, as well as talks about if you have much better conditions, including pasture land, et cetera, that you couldn't make money. So we're using this for multiple different purposes. But again, there's additional testimony from multiple professional ranchers who have thousands of acres and thousands of heads of cattle that say they couldn't make a profit or go on this property, and they wouldn't do that. They wouldn't bring imported feed on.
We also heard from livestock producers during the initial hearings that no feed at all would need to be produced on the piece of property. And this piece of property could be used in conjunction with other lands as part of a viable ranching operation, which was, if I understand correctly, I mean, maybe the staff report is not constructed in the same way that that you're tackling the issues, but that was actually in our staff report. That was the first issue that was raised, and I'm wondering if you're going to get to that one.
Well, what I would say to that is the board already made findings on that. We had one. As I recall, we had one participant previously say that they would make a run at it, that you wouldn't need additional feed, and that they would combine operation. And the board weighed that against 7 other professional ranchers and previously determined that these 7 ranchers were more credible. And so, you know, we can take a look at that, and we've certainly submitted other evidence based upon that particular participant before that. Quite frankly, the applicant doesn't believe they're even engaged in a farm use. They're real estate development and real estate flipper. And we've provided a lot of evidence to that effect in this set of documents, including things like illegal Airbnbs in the county, et cetera. So that same participant claims to have a farm use on their property when the evidence points to the fact that they don't. So when we're looking at one particular rancher or participant saying that they could do it versus the weight of the evidence of more than 7 who said something different, and the board has already weighed that evidence. And we've provided additional testimony on that, as well as a breakdown of what it would cost to actually raise cattle, what it would cost to bring in feed, and what additional production you could get out of it given the conditions on the property.
Well, I mean, according to these findings from LUBA that were upheld by the Court of Appeals, in our initial hearings, we did not adequately consider the use of this property in conjunction with other properties to create a viable farm operation. So if you're basically asking us to say again what we said before, why do you expect that LUBA is going to see it differently now?
With all due respect, Commissioner Chang, that's not what we're asking. What the board found before was more in isolation, that the first suitability test is related to whether or not the capacity of the land itself. And what LUBA and the Court of Appeals affirmed is no, you need to look at if you bring in feed from offsite, production from other lands, or if you're going to do combined operations. And we've addressed both of those questions in multiple pieces of evidence that we will highlight to the board in a potentially final legal argument. So we have addressed that from, again, multiple ranchers, other analysis, including outside sources like the OSU Extension Service, et cetera. So we're addressing those questions with particularity. But what the board found before was that the suitability test was isolated to this particular piece of land and whether or not it had the capacity to grow, feed, et cetera. And then as a separate, whether or not you do in conjunction. And what the evidence said before also with those ranchers was they wouldn't do it in conjunction, that no reasonable farmer would do that. But for whatever reason, LUBA said, we're looking at this isolated feed question, and we're going to remand the entire thing back to look at in conjunction and make broader findings on that, because that was not contained in the original document. Okay. So regardless of what the evidence was, what staff got correct and is that it's a findings issue, not necessarily an evidentiary issue. So we've supplemented evidence, and presumably if the board again affirms this decision, we could make stronger findings that actually address the legal question. Okay.
Question.
Wait to
OSU
hear.
Oh, sorry. OSU extension report. What's the scope of that? Is that Deschutes County or Eastern Oregon or High Desert? Or
It's northeastern Oregon, and it describes all of the property, and it describes properties which have better soils, irrigated land, and just broader operations in 3 different sizes of operations. And in all instances, finds that you would lose money and that you would have to supplement income from off-farm uses or things like having energy projects or flipping your land, quite frankly. Okay, I'm going to get to the second issue because we're halfway through our time. The next one is, can the property use, and we started to talk about this, in conjunction with nearby and adjacent farms such that it's suitable for farm use? And again, no party challenged the finding the board made previously that the accepted farming practice here potentially would be grazing of livestock. But in this case, nearby and adjacent farm uses typically are hay and grass operations and other irrigated pastures. And so we provided is analysis of whether or not, if you were going to import feed or use that irrigated pasture land, presumably those are farm uses that are already creating money, that are already having a profit obtained in money. And so what you would be doing is overlaying a farm practice or a farming operation for livestock that would create a loss. And no reasonable farmer would do that. So we provided evidence to that effect, as well as what are the actual nearby and adjacent farm practices, which have all been inventoried and analyzed by multiple local farmers and ranchers. And so all of that is submitted as part of our evidence, some of which was completed in the last day or so. So going as quickly as we can to address the questions on remand. This one's a little perplexing, the third issue. And I sit on the Department of Land Conservation Development's Rule Advisory Committee. We're looking at Goal 3 issues right now. And for whatever reason, LUBA made a determination that you could have a construction and maintenance of farm equipment and facilities. That would be a farm use. And that's actually, quite frankly, contrary to most case law and DLCD's own opinion. Now, nevertheless, we're addressing it. And so what we've done is we've inventoried what farm construction and maintenance and repair shops, those sorts of things, are like in Deschutes County, where they're located and what their necessary operational characteristics are. Because what LUBA asks us to do is to put that use through the same set of suitability factors. And so we've done that. So we've looked at what are the existing land use patterns, what are the technological and energy requirements, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and why you wouldn't put a facility here. We've also included comments from the record from owners of these types of facilities, stores, et cetera, managers and employees. And so we provided that analysis, and to a T, every single one of them said, you would never do this on an isolated property. We need to have close location to a highway. We need to have high volume and high frequency, and we need to have the ability to have deliveries and people come in and out, as opposed to an isolated plateau with not a lot of agriculture around it. So we provided declarations related to interviews and specific testimony from those owners. So that's how we're addressing this particular question, and that's all in there.
Does your analysis take into account recent efforts to advance right to repair legislation that will kind of fundamentally transform the way that we repair and maintain not just farm equipment, but all kinds of things in our society, decentralizing that, making it more accessible to just about everyone?
So I'll answer that in 2 ways. First of all, if it's a right to repair, that means a particular owner on their own are going to be doing it on themselves, and that's going to increase their ability to do it, which means you're going to decrease potential profitability of any operator who would be doing that as a commercial use. And so chances are you're going to decrease the amount of customers and therefore profitability. But even still, this decision has to be
this right to repair legislation will allow.
It means you want
it will allow
John Deere. I understand that, but that also provides the ability for a particular operator to do it on their own. But it's also not existing legislation. It would be speculative to rely upon that in any land use decision. So that's what I'd have to say to that. Did you have a second question on that? I'm sorry.
No,
Okay.
I mean, what this is all speculative. So,
I mean, I don't
You can
think
say
the
that.
evidence in the record is speculative. It's testimony of experts. The fourth question on remand is whether or not it's necessary to retain the existing property based essentially on the impacts that could happen if there was a rezone. And so the impacts that were identified were potential traffic, water, nuisance and trespass, and wastewater. And so we've submitted new evidence, and I've just highlighted there what exactly that is. It's traffic evidence from Mr. Bestman, who'll be talking briefly. We already have a water opinion from GSI. Wastewater will be from Elkhorn Consulting, who'll be talking briefly next. And then we've got some ideas on nuisance and trespass related to posting the property and requiring setbacks as part of a CCNR document as a condition of approval. Okay. Only got 10 minutes left, and I want to make sure that our experts get a talk. The last thing is last question on remand is a Deschutes County comprehensive plan goal, which is to preserve and maintain agricultural lands in the agricultural industry. First of all, we believe that this land is categorically not agricultural land. And so the question is whether or not rezoning has really an impact potentially on the agricultural industry. And given the analysis related uses with whether it's necessary for nearby and adjacent lands for them to continue in their agricultural practices or farm uses, we think the answer is no, for all of the same reasons we articulated related to those rules. Okay. We're asking you to reaffirm real quickly before I pass it over to Brian Raby. If you could elevate him to save time, that'd be great. I did want to address the water question because there's been a few comments on that recently. And we submitted a water analysis from GSI, and nobody challenged it before at all. And basically what that analysis said is if you were to assume 71 new domestic wells used at their peak capacity, everything that they could legally use, that it would be about 198, you can see on the screen, acre feet of water per year, and that there would be no measurable interference was unlikely. We also backed that up with testimony from the former water master, Kyle Gorman, who said, well, that's too much. If we're assuming an actual more realistic use of water, if you put a pivot up here, if you actually use agricultural land, that's how much it would be. But you can't actually irrigate up here and you wouldn't get the water right. So if you, in Gorman's opinion, if you were looking at 71 homes as residential use, instead of having a worst case scenario, which GSI ran at 198 acre feet, it would be about 79 or 80 acre feet per year, which is, less than almost 120 acre feet less. So even less likely for any measurable impact to occur. And part of it is the location of the property, how close it is to the river, and how much recharge there is in that area. And that's what GSI opines on. And that's a document that's been in the record for 2 years and has not been challenged by any other party. So,
if you're not tracking, the Oregon Water Resources Department is grappling right now with how to address declining groundwater levels in the Deschutes Basin. The possibility of getting a new agricultural groundwater right for 405 acres is zero. So comparing the potential water use of 3 new pivots, it doesn't make any sense because that's not going to happen.
I absolutely agree with you. And that's what we said in the last record. What I'm pointing out here is that the amount of potential water use as an exempt use for residential use is not significant. And the findings are if it was up to 200 acre feet per year in this area, it would be unlikely to have any impact on any other well. Unlikely because the amount of recharge. There's been one party that submitted a groundwater permit request for quite frankly, Thornburg, which is over 5 miles away and is not relevant to a localized question like this, which GSI has answered with particularity.
Do you understand where the recharge is happening and what its pathway is?
Yes, and I believe that's all in the GSI report.
Do you know where that groundwater is headed directionally if it is intercepted at this location, and whose wells it would be affecting?
I believe that's all in the GSI report.
I'm not sure if that was treated very thoroughly. First off, in the Lower Bridge area, we've experienced significant groundwater level declines. We have seen people's wells go dry in Deschutes County in the last 3 years that I've been commissioner. over 200 people, 200 homes have had their wells go dry in Deschutes County because of declining groundwater levels. The Oregon Water Resources Department has determined that after you account for drought, which we've experienced, we're experiencing less precipitation in the last 20 years than we have been in the historic years before that. So we're working with less water to begin with. After you account for drought, the second primary reason why groundwater levels are declining, why people's wells are going dry, is because of too many straws in the ground. So if you're proposing 71 additional wells, which each would be eligible to withdraw 15,000 gallons per day out of the ground and irrigate half an acre of irrigated landscape, and you're saying that will have no impact on anyone else, you are living in fantasy land.
That's not what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. GSI Water Solutions, which is the preeminent water consultant in the state, the expert in this field. That's what they are saying. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is what the evidence shows and what no party has challenged is that is true. Now, again, the test in this, it doesn't relate to residential wells even. It relates to whether or not it impacts agricultural uses. And the fact of the matter is there's also no evidence in this record. None has been provided or even stated that there has been an agricultural water issue here. Okay, so we're splicing two different issues, which I certainly understand and have compassion for. But the fact of the matter is that the expert analysis in this case has a worst case scenario of water usage that has been in the record for 2 years and has not been challenged. Okay, so that's what the evidence said, and that's what the expert says.
Most agricultural lands in Deschutes County are supplied with irrigation water through irrigation districts. They're supplied with surface water.
In this
But
area,
agricultural homes, the people who operate farms, the majority of the water that is being used is for domestic consumption,
I agree.
and that is groundwater.
That most agricultural uses in this county receive irrigation water from an irrigation district. In this area, as we've already put in the record in the previous proceeding, most uses in the area are through wells. This analysis is taken into account in GSI. There is not irrigation delivery. In fact, there were comments in the record last time that this property could be served by Sisters Irrigation District. That's not correct. So all of the surrounding properties are done through wells, and that was analyzed by GSI. So what I'm saying is we have to rely upon the evidence and the expert, and that's what they say. Okay. I'm going to turn it over to Brian Raby because we only have a couple of minutes left.
When I support expanding the clock a little bit.
Yeah, we're definitely going. That was just a 2-minute plus
Okay.
exchange. So definitely I'm trying to keep track.
Thank
We'll add in probably another 4 minutes
Okay, thank you.
just to make sure that your testimony covers the 5 points.
Brian, would you like to go ahead?
Okay, can everybody hear me okay?
You're
Can we hear
very
you?
light.
A little louder, please,
Can you,
as we've all been told.
can you hear me now? Is that any better?
Little bit, not.
So this is
remote testimony.
But try that, Brian.
Can you hear me now?
That seems worse. Can you?
Interesting.
The audio is working. It's just not loud. So just
Not
clear,
as faint.
speak loud and clear.
Okay. So my name is Brian Raby, Elkhorn Consulting, 14833 Goodrich Creek Lane, Baker City, Oregon. I'm over in the heart of fire country right now. And the things that I've been asked to touch on are supported primarily in the written testimony that is also has been submitted. So I'll summarize briefly from that. Just to reiterate some of which Ken has already touched on. The property was, I mapped the property 3.5 years ago. It is 71% class 7 and 8, 8 being basically rock, as you can see in this picture, and class 7 basically being limited to grazing. The definition for that being that the physical limitations are so strict that pasture improvement is impractical. And as you saw in some of the other pictures, there's much of the property is covered with a very stony surface, which makes using implements to do improvements impractical. And so from that standpoint, grazing is dry land, native grazing is pretty much the only potential agricultural use on the property without, as it was touched on earlier, importing feed and lots of other things. In my analysis previously, based on the published information about the soils that we identified on the site, you could support, anywhere from 99 to, in a quarter year to maybe 170 some animal unit months or a cow-calf pair, but that would be for 1 month. It's like 8 to 15 pair if you were going to try and do it over a year's time. That's probably an overstatement from a couple perspectives. One, fire suppression over the last 100 years has allowed juniper encroachment. Juniper naturally defends themselves from other vegetation, so the forage production on a juniper-dominated landscape is much less than what would occur in a more, pre-settlement environment, which is what NRCS's focus in their forage production capabilities was related to, more typical vegetative community. The other thing that plays a role in here, touches on some of what Ken had said earlier, the isolation, the 200 to 250 foot elevation change around the perimeter of this means that the area is actually broken up as well. So trying to manage livestock with water and get them in and out would be very challenging to even use the site at its full capacity. The other thing that was touched on was potential impacts from the wastewater from residential septic systems. We're talking about 10-acre parcels, and that's a pretty low density. Again, my written testimony addresses this in great detail, but the potential for the domestic wastewater systems to impact adjacent agricultural lands is, I'd say, so low as to be non-existent. Another thing that was brought up was in conjunction with other uses, et cetera, the potential of importing feed and using this site, in more of a confined animal feeding operation. Because once you start importing feed, you've got to get to that kind of scale again to make it profitable in money. And the fact that you'd be having to transport the animals in, transport the animals out, transport the feed in, transport the waste out, because a lot of this ground wouldn't be suitable for utilizing the waste. Even gathering the waste would be challenging because the rocky nature of the surface makes it difficult to even get a front end loader in there to try and scoop up accumulated manure. The shallow, thin soils in the wintertime during snowmelt and such would carry some of those nutrients and pathogens, beyond the root zone, and make it probably even higher risk in that regard. To manage it in conjunction or in accordance with what requirements would be placed by a CAFO permit by the Department of Agriculture and DEQ in that joint permitting process. I guess one other thing I would touch on, if I can have just a few more seconds, is that the point was just being made with the whole water usage thing. It's important to recognize that in a residential scenario, the use that goes from the well through the house back to the septic system, the majority of that water goes back as recharge. So there's not a significant percentage that's a net loss. The only real net loss is more in line with what the agricultural piece would be. And at a half acre per lot per day, we're only talking about 35 acres compared to, just down a hill on the irrigated lands where you're, doing, 100 acre, 120 acre circles at a time. So, kind of back to what Ken was saying with their water study, this is pretty small in relation. But anyway, I'm happy to address any questions and turn it back over.
Yeah, Mr. Raby, on the water issue, we're not comparing this potential new use to existing uses. We're talking about cumulative impacts. There's a certain amount of groundwater extraction going on in the Deschutes Basin in a place where for the last 20 years, we've had less than historic average precipitation. So diminished recharge, we have existing users, and we're talking about what the potential impact of adding additional uses are. So it doesn't matter that it's smaller than the farms that have been in operation for decades. It matters that you're putting it on top of that use.
If we could just have 1 minute for Mr. Bestman to
Yes,
comment.
2 minutes is fine.
I'll be brief. For the record, Joe Bestman, Transite Consulting, professional traffic engineer based here in Bend, 61271 Splendor Lane. On the transportation criteria that's relevant to the rezone, first and foremost, I want to say that our property does not abut or connect to Buckhorn or Lower Bridge Way. There were some comments that were submitted into the record questioning those impacts. That's not our access route. Our access route is onto Coiner Avenue. And similar to the other properties that are in this area, nearly all the traffic from this property comes down Coiner and 91st and Spruce and 101st over to Highway 126. And the closer you get to Highway 126, the higher those traffic volumes get. And consistent with the prior findings, even when you're on 101st, just north of 126, those volumes are about 15% of the county's level of service D threshold, well within what's consistent with what the county accepts for a rural local street. So from a transportation planning rule perspective, this increase from the 24 to 71 units is insignificant. The second piece that was raised was the impact on farming operations, specifically for adjacent properties. And I drove these roads and I submitted a few of the different photos of different sections of these streets into my response. And what I'll say is it's not that these roads don't have any curves or any hills, right? They do. But for the most part, these roads are flat, they're straight, there's extensive sight lines, there's really good gravel shoulders. And when you're looking at farming equipment that's over dimensional and slow moving, those vehicles are required to drive with the slow moving vehicle placard. They're required by state law to flag any appurtenances that hang over the typical dimensions of a vehicle. And they typically drive with their hazards on. What I would say is these roads are very suitable for that type of equipment and passenger cars because you do have those shoulders. You do have fences that are set well back from the road edge. Utilities are set back. There's ample passing opportunities and safe passing opportunities within these roads. So just to respond to the comments that are in there, there's more in my report, but I just want to hit on those main points. Happy to answer any questions.
And what was the street again that you said this development would be using?
Pointer Avenue is the main connection.
Okay.
The only connection, traffic, is that the only connection?
I can answer the question if you want.
Sure, that's fine.
Yeah, Coiner Avenue is the only public traffic connection that's abutting this property. It's not to say that there's not going to be other emergency or gated connections when you get to that detail in a future subdivision application. But for a rezone application, this is the only property that abuts the subject lands.
Thank you. All right, so we're good. Thank you so much. Okay. Let's-
If I could ask one more question. This piece of property, it was purchased in the last few years, pretty recently. When the piece of land was purchased, was it exclusive farm use zoned?
Yes, sir.
So this piece of property was purchased. It was exclusive farm use zoned. There was an understanding that it was exclusive farm use zoned and that the allowable uses on this piece of property were exclusive farm use zoned eligible uses.
It was an exclusive farm use piece of property that has zero history of farm use ever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Can you answer my question? So the understanding was that it was exclusive farm use zoned and those were the allowable uses on the piece of property.
Understanding is that it was zone exclusive farm use and it had no history of farming.
Do you think the price of the property would have been different if this piece of property was zoned RR10 at the time of purchase?
I'm not qualified to make an appraisal of the property.
Okay. Well, I mean, this has broader implications on agricultural viability in the region because if someone wants to get into farming, if someone wants to expand their farm, and it is difficult to acquire land because land prices are being driven up by development speculation, that is a fundamental existential threat to agriculture in our community.
I completely understand and agree, but that assumes that the property could actually be used for an agriculture or farm use. And what the evidence shows, and what the board has previously found, is that this property cannot be used for farm use. And so if we're talking about farms or pieces of property with good soils, with ability for irrigation water, et cetera, then I would agree with you. But where we have properties like this, where it's more than 71%, the worst soils there are, then I wouldn't agree with you. I would agree that when we have actual land that qualifies under state law as Goal 3 land, you're correct. When it doesn't qualify for Goal 3 land, I disagree with your statement.
Well, the reason we are sitting here today addressing this remand is because the Land Use Board of Appeals, upheld by the Court of Appeals, has told us that we did not adequately consider the ways that this piece of property could be used for farm purposes. Thank you.
I actually, no, I got to clarify. That's not what they said.
You can move on.
The
It's okay.
findings were not adequate. They didn't say that it was not enough evidence. They said the findings were inadequate. And that's a significant distinction.
To a lawyer.
And to a commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Now, do we have any agencies in the room that care? Holly, do you need to come back up? And be sure to speak clearly into the microphone.
Oh, and Madam Chair, we're just going to sit here during testimony.
That's great. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, thank you. Okay, yes, we do have to clarify if you will be on the list in order to speak today. Do we have any agencies in the room? You're allowed 10 minutes at this time. Are there any agencies that have signed in?
On Zoom.
On Zoom? Thank you so much. Angie?
Good morning.
Stephen, do you want to
Chair
let
Dick.
Angie speak?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, Chair Adair and Commissioners. I appreciate the dedicated time on the agenda to speak on behalf of DLCD. For the record, I'm Angie Brewer. I'm the Central Oregon Regional Representative for the Department of Land Conservation and Development. As you'll recall, we submitted several comment letters earlier in the proceedings for this proposal. And we would have submitted something today if we had had a chance to review the new information. We don't feel as though we've had sufficient opportunity to participate meaningfully to this new burden of proof, and would request additional time from you commissioners to review that information and be able to respond accordingly. I heard the applicant reference that we were aware of the issues up prior to today, and that's true, except that we have existing comment letters on the record to address those concerns previously, and we do not have the ability to manifest that this morning. So if it's possible, that would be our request. I do have John Jennings on the line as well if there were specific technical questions to what's been shared this morning. But like I said, we just can't respond without having had a chance to review it, and trying to listen to it and read it at the same time this morning has proven to be a challenge. So I'll just keep it short, and thank you for the time again.
No, and thank you for those comments. It's appreciated. I do recognize that the documents were uploaded at 3:45 yesterday. So definitely more time will be probably needed. So are there any other agencies online?
Can we just ask Ms. Brewer, so how much time would you like to have to, as we're considering what the schedule for the remainder of this hearing, over weeks and months is going to be, how much time would you like to have to review that new material submitted yesterday?
That is very generous, Commissioner Chang. Thank you. I'm familiar with the county's typical 777 process, more time would be welcome. We did coordinate with other departments, other state agencies in our earlier comment letters, and would appreciate a couple of weeks to be able to do that. But at minimum, a 7-day window would allow us to at least read it and respond to those finite points.
Thank you.
Okay. Stephen, is there anyone else that's an agency? Okay, all right. So now we will go with testimony in person, supporting, and that would be Charles Thomas III.
Madam Chair, Mr. Thomas is eligible to testify.
Thank you. Thank you, Hallie.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Charles Thomas. My wife and I reside at 10325 Northwest Coiner Avenue in Redmond, 97756. That is actually the subject property that is being discussed. We, like all the rest of the neighbors in the area, use the same roadways. We observe the same conditions that are being done in the area of farming, irrigation, fertilization, crop harvests, the activities of what most Central Oregon communities exist of. We travel those same highways and roadways, including 126, where we actually encounter more farm tractors and equipment than we do in our own neighborhood off of Coiner. We are the last driveway on Coiner. There's only a very small section that we've ever encountered any farm equipment, and it has never been an issue, nor has any of the farm things that are conducted in producing our food and our crops that are necessary for our communities. We sit up over 200 feet higher than any of the farmland. It's not interfering with any part of either or their view of our land or us of theirs. It's all part of the landscape. The impact of farming and housing, they have to be working together to support each other, to create viable communities. I would like to substantiate the documents in the record on Exhibit 44. Those practices and farm uses and zoning requirements and all the things that we are working within and trying to work as neighbors to better our communities is a fact. It's all part of what our communities do, is exactly what we're doing right here, is finding out what the law states, what is allowed. A lot of the zoning issues that we're talking about, if you look at history, a lot of this land was zoned from flat desk. Nobody walked that land to determine if it was farmland. It was regionally zoned. So I don't know the exact numbers. I know it's substantial. There are tons of pieces of property throughout Oregon that were zoned the exact same way. And so I believe that this is something that can be done in a responsible manner that will benefit everyone in the community. And those who are opposed, everybody has their own opinions. Everybody has their own wants and desires. We are doing something that is within the law, and we are trying to do it beyond what anybody else has done, with thought in every aspect of everything that is being done. Thank you so much for your consideration, and have a great afternoon.
Question for you. So you said you excuse me, do you live on the existing parcel, you said?
You know, all of the 710, where that's the only residence on that property currently.
So my question to you is, does it make sense, or what would the scenario be for a yard, green grass around a residence? As I say, in that rocky soil conditions, well water, trying to water a lawn. Do you have any thoughts on that to share with the community here?
We're talking about a rezone, but if you're talking about a potential thought of a community.
Just if there was a house on 10 acres and it had a domestic well, it looks like it's rocky, minimal soil. Would it be prudent for a property owner to even try to put a a lawn in, I guess is the question I'm asking.
We would probably discourage that with inside of our CCNRs. We believe in the water conservation, the type of engineers and new technology of recycling water is all being considered. Our biggest consideration is the amount of water that is consumed by juniper trees. So the fire danger throughout our entire region, which was addressed first thing this morning, is a huge factor, and we need water to put it out. Thing is that those juniper trees removal on our site with the scientists' calculations, we should have a net gain of groundwater, not a loss. Because if we're using water and it's going back into the septic system, as Brian Raby explained, that is actually putting the water back into the ground table.
But yeah, so zero escaping would be the vision, I guess.
Limited.
Yeah.
Limited. I would not say zero, because I think that there is going to be people that would like to have flowers and plants and stuff, but limited beyond what is allowed by law.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Thank you.
Limited beyond what is allowed by law, or limited within, underneath what is
Less
allowed
than what's allowed by law. Are encouraging our people to use by design substantially less water that's even used in residential lots that are inside the city. The water comes from the same place, guys, from the sky to the ground to where we all get it from.
That's right.
So-
Yeah, no, and on the juniper, I'm 100% with you that we should be addressing those junipers. You know, it's unfortunate that past landowners, property owners of this property have not done so. And if they had, it would contribute both to the water regime, but it would also contribute to habitat and to forage productivity for the property.
And you know, the 5 million junipers that are in excess in this side of the mountains use up around 50 billion gallons of water a year. You know, I know they use water every day. So juniper removal is one of my hot buttons. Thank you for bringing it up.
And really the most important reason in Deschutes County, you know, this is not a old geology, shallow groundwater area where juniper really makes significant contributions to groundwater volumes. In here on this side, you know, that's in Crook County, you know, the old Blue Mountains geology, but over here in the new young East Cascades geology, probably the most important reason to deal with junipers is the fire risk from the fuels that they produce. So thanks for bringing that up as well.
Well, don't forget they take away the bitter brush for the deer. So yeah, there's always a reason. Okay. I do believe we do have testimony now from several people. Would Billy Buchanan come up? Could he be checked in?
Yep. And Commissioner Dare, just wanting to make sure there was no one on Zoom to testify.
Oh, yes. Thank you so much, Holly. Stephen, is there anyone on Zoom with their hand raised in support of the project that would like this moment now to testify? Or are there any phone calls? You see nothing. Okay. All right.
And Mr. Buchanan may participate.
He may, and these will be the people opposed to the project. Mr. Buchanan?
Thank you, Commissioner. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you, Patty. I'm Billy Buchanan. I reside at 10142 Northwest Coiner, which is adjacent to the property. We utilize our property for agricultural purposes, obviously seasonally. We feed over the winter, we fall graze. I'm sure that one thing that's going to come into question is legitimacy of our operation. And Mr. Katzroff kind of touched on that. And those comments seem kind of disparaging when he says, your operation is not for roping practice. That is not farming, even though that's something that I do over the summer. We don't graze there over the summer. That is a rest period. Those cattle go somewhere else. But we are a legitimate operation, and this does negatively affect us. Adding 71 new homes will negatively affect us. The traffic, the groundwater usage, a lot of these things come into play. And we have a written business plan. I know that another thing that has been touched on is the usage of that for feed resources. I don't really see that this is disputable, that it could be used for seasonal grazing. I've grazed on far worse pieces of ground and far smaller that were actually improved through grazing with no cultivation, just by proper management, which does come down to seasonal and obviously what our climate is at that given time. You know, there's a lot of things that I could unpack here, so I'll stay on topic. I mean, the point of this remand is, you know, does this negatively affect neighboring agriculture? And the answer is yes, it does. I don't really have much more to say. You know, Tony, I know that you have purchased beef from us. You understand our legitimacy. And, you know, I wasn't really prepared for that to come into question before I came in here. But I know that's a topic that's going to get brought up. So ask me any questions.
Yeah, Mr. Buchanan, I don't have any questions about the legitimacy of your agricultural operation. You did just kind of tease that there are a lot of ways that this piece of land would be used for seasonal grazing. I mean, I would love to hear a little bit more about that. You know, talk about your experiences on similar pieces of property, you know, with similar vegetation conditions, soil conditions. Talk about how, you know, you also mentioned, you know, how proper grazing management could actually enhance this property. Can you talk about that a little bit as well?
Yeah, that's correct. There's been some other properties in Deschutes County. And if people feel that this property is too steep and too rocky, that is inaccurate. Your seasons are generally shorter if you utilize that for grazing. But your time frame from, say, April 15th to May 1st, through that earlier part of the summer, depending on what kind of rainfall you have that year. You know, we actually bring a lot of fire suppression and reduce those fuels. You know, implementing grazing strategies of, you know, the top third of that grass is consumed. We've actually enhanced a lot of the flora of those grasses. Introducing grasses is something that's not difficult and doesn't require cultivation. That being said, there's a lot of introduced grasses that surround that property that are not native. How did they get there? Crested wheatgrass is not a native grass, and it completely surrounds that property, and it's a very viable feed source. To touch on that, there's a parcel that is not far from there. It's actually on the south side of Jefferson County. And in relation to where we're at, I mean, that's not that far as an aerial view. I grazed 600 acres and there were close to 70 head of yearlings on that. A lot of that grass was introduced and it was steeper and rockier than what this is, what this property is. If water had to be hauled in, that's something that's very viable and it's very easy to do. at one point in time, I hauled 1,400 gallons of water. That's not something that would be necessary. I drove far worse roads and took a lot more time out of my day. I don't feel that that this is necessarily the main issue either. There's a lot of issues at play here. But to answer your question, I mean, there's strategies that are effective that, you know, the expert testimony that is in favor of this property, I would question the credibility of their agricultural history, or when experts are brought in, what their experience really is.
Yeah, thank you. I guess one more question. The applicant has, has expressed a lot of concern with profitability. And I do think, having reviewed some of that analysis, I think they're playing out a standard commodity market producer
that's correct
type operation. If I understand correctly, you're serving specialty markets.
It is a niche market,
which allows you to command higher prices, which
that is correct.
It takes more care to raise beef that way, but it also allows you to command higher prices. So I guess I would ask you to kind of comment on, the way we think about profitability as part of this consideration as well.
That's correct. The way we have integrated with our business, instead of just a cow-calf operation of selling weaned calves, which in the most recent years, those have actually been profitable markets. We're at that point in the cycle where cattle are actually worth something again. But that hasn't really changed how we've operated, selling a product directly to the consumer. It does require more time. There's a lot more risk. There's a lot more investment. But we can market at volumes that or we can operate with fewer head in order to remain profitable. And sometimes you want to operate with fewer head anyway, because of the time that is taken into your customer service aspect of delivering that beef to the local consumers. I feel that what we are doing is very important, that there's a demand for locally sourced products, agricultural products, especially beef. Everybody always wants to ask, so where are you located at? And they say, yes, we've been looking for somebody that can deliver beef to us once a month. We don't do quarters and halves. We'll sell monthly memberships to local consumers and then bring that to their doorstep. And that's done by me. There's not a team of us that do that. I mean, we are a family operation, and we are involved from, the first step to the last step.
So, serving specialty markets, operating the way that you do, it is feasible for you to farm ground such as this as part of your overall farm operation and make a profit.
It is, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So I'll follow up. Also, we bought the Mother's Day special at the Builders Show about 5 years ago. So yeah, one time I did purchase. So you mentioned far worse land. You've grazed on far worse land. Can you put that in perspective with me? I mean, this is pretty rough up there with the rocks and the.
Are you familiar with some of the ground off of Holmes Road?
Well, I mean, just put it in perspective for
right,
us during that. I don't know. Yeah.
I
mean, less forage, less. Yeah.
Yes, less forage. In areas we had to rotate livestock, rotate mineral to those areas that those cattle had to travel a lot farther to feed. You either need to move water to those sources of feed and separate that from your mineral and salt sources. And that's one of the ways that you can manage that grazing. Like this property that's across from us, I feel like, I could navigate through that pretty well. The stuff that the ground, the geographical terrain that I had to navigate through on this other piece of property was far worse. Steeper, rockier, and less forage. There weren't any introduced grasses on this either. It was native grass of a lot of Idaho fescue. And every place that you put a foot, there was a rock. Amazingly, that grass will still grow around some of those rocks in those shaded areas. There were greater sources of feed too, depending on how slopes were on the hill. North facing slopes, you generally had better grass. We try to push cattle to those north facing slopes.
Yeah. And you mentioned very seasonal. And then summertime is a resting period. So really there's just that short window where there's a little bit of forage out there.
The resting period for us right now is on our home piece right now. I've had some problems with an irrigation pivot getting fixed and time constraints from the company, things like that. So that piece of property over the summer, it's best to rest that until fall, where we want to bring everything home, calve, and then get ready to start feeding, processing, weaning of the spring calves, things like that. Our home piece of property is a very important piece of our business, because that's where all the infrastructure and the direct care facilities, things like that, where we can keep a close eye on everything. We can keep cattle in closer proximity.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you so much. Tim Phillips.
Mr. Phillips is eligible.
Okay, fine. Thank you so much. Dr. Phillips.
My name is Tim Phillips, and I live at 21199 Northwest Spruce. And I'm in that same little valley, very close to the applicant's site. And I would ask you a question that doesn't seem to have been addressed. My understanding is that RR10 in Deschutes County is allowing an ADU. Is that a correct statement or not?
That is a new development in trying to put together the time sequence here, but that is a new development, I believe, since the original decision was made on this hearing, that now rural ADUs are allowed on rural residential properties that meet certain criteria.
I understand. So
Holly,
potentially, go ahead.
Holly, was that addressed though? I believe they had said something about they would not be doing ADUs, but perhaps that's incorrect in my memory. Do you remember?
So as Commissioner Chang alluded to as well, during the prior proceedings, ADUs were not an approved use. The rural ADU program was enacted December of 2023. And so certainly the applicant, may address that if they would like. But this RR10 zoning would support potential ADU use.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Phillips.
So I think this is a significant point in the consideration of this remand. If in fact that an ADU is allowed on this RR10 zoning, greatly impact the numbers that we're talking about, whether it be water usage or traffic, and wastewater, dramatically change from 70 to potentially 140. And, so that is a point that I would like to bring up, that if that's in our future, would have a great impact on this piece of property. I'm interested in addressing the findings and impacts on that remand item number 5, specifically water is a huge concern to me. As you have been told before, in this area, there is no surface water. There's no ditch water for farm irrigation. So all the farms that are utilizing water in this area are come from drilled wells, whether it be on the Lower Bridge side or on this Odin side. And I in fact have an irrigation well as a domestic well. And so that I'm tapping into that aquifer. So with that in mind and our acknowledgement that we are in a drought, it really impacts the local wells, and both irrigation wells and domestic wells are being affected. And I appreciate the testimony of experts, but if experts aren't living where we're living, and I'm aware now through the local well drillers of approximately 25 wells, and this is also is supported from the Oregon Water Resources since 2017 in our immediate area, the place that I'm talking about, Lower Bridge and this Odin Valley area, 25 wells that have either gone dry or had to be redrilled to get to more depth. There's a street, Kachina, very close to Spruce where I live, which is, a side street off of 91st that leads to the applicant's property. There are currently 3 wells there being redrilled right now because and these are domestic wells that have gone dry. So I think despite expert opinion that there's no impact on this aquifer with the addition of 70 to potentially 140 homes, I think is overlooking some pretty serious considerations regarding the use of water. Another comment quickly on this recharging the aquifer. I don't know the well depths on this applicant property, but my guess would be that any recharging of the aquifers from surface water there, irrigation of the lawns or whatever would be probably not applicable. I would suggest that the wells are so deep and the aquifer is deep enough that we're not going to get any recharging of water from that domestic use on the surface. So I think retaining the EFU designation on this land will allow only a few wells at most, which would have significantly less impact than a development of this magnitude. The traffic with the 70 to 140 homes, I think will definitely change the landscape of traffic in that area. I agree that generally we don't see much real heavy stuff until we get to Highway 126. But there are times there when I'm waiting a significant time to get on the road going left or right, which would be east or west. Adding the number of vehicles that would be associated with 70 to 140 homes, I think is going to make quite a difference on this single road leading in there. The applicant or one of the applicant's advocates mentioned Spruce Avenue. This is where I live. This is a dirt road that extends east off of 91st. This is a dedicated county road, unmaintained. Unmaintained. The county has nothing to do with this road. They won't even spray weeds on it. We, the landowners, try to maintain it as best possible. But this is a main connection over to the Deschutes Crossing area at Deschutes, on the Deschutes River. So that road is, while providing a branch off of that 91st Coinier complex, it's a very difficult road to utilize. And so I really do think there is the possibilities of having a great disruption in the ability of fire response and health response on our roads with the increased traffic. And I don't know how we are going to maintain service to this many additional homes in the area. I recently came back from a trip in Montana. I was raised in Montana, but I've lived in Oregon for about 50 years. I was in the Helena area, which is the capital. They have no land use laws there like Oregon does. It's willy-nilly development up in the forest on nice farmland. Somebody wants to plant 14 homes or 50 homes, they can do it. They had a dramatic issue with a big fire that's going there now called the Horse Gulch Fire, where a lot of these developments didn't have fire protection and maintained a really difficult situation to try to evacuate people from these areas. And I'm concerned about that issue, planting this development out on this remote ridge with just a single chip seal road leading to it.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. That was actually an extra 3 minutes. I did interrupt you initially, but if you want to submit to testimony, that's fine.
Just complete it.
Well, I don't, it's been an extra 3 minutes.
Okay.
At least, because I did realize that I needed to, the time was off on the calendar.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Del Johnson,
Mr. Johnson's eligible.
okay.
Hello.
Good morning.
My name is Del Johnson. I have raised hay and cattle near the subject property for the last 30 years. I have lifetime of experience in agriculture and the use of farmland and interactions with non-farm citizens. And I'm here to support EFU and protect agricultural lands. And I find it really interesting, the pictures that the applicants have shown of this property. I know that property really well. I rode young horses on that area for 20 years. And that area is EFU and needs to be protected, not just for the property that it is. And I'll explain that I feel it's important for seasonal grazing. But the pictures they show make it look like moon property, and it actually has a lot of feed on it. But what's more important about those pictures, and they didn't show these, that in the background you can see our agricultural ground and the hay and pivots that surround that property. That, in my opinion, is more what this hearing is about. It's about the EFU protections. EFU didn't just protect valuable farmland. It protected farm ground that's near farmland because of the negative effects that urban sprawl has on farmland. So all of these points that the remand asked us to consider are all involved in that, and it's very complex. But this ground being changed to RR10 has a very marked effect on the agricultural ground that surrounds it. And EFU addressed this. They didn't just protect agricultural ground. And a lot of discussions gone on and on about, can you make money on this ground? So on, it doesn't matter. As a matter of fact, in much of the testimony, it says that profitability is not a criteria. This ground can be used in conjunction with other agricultural entities. And so when the question is asked, is this farm usable farm ground? The answer is very simply yes. It can be used for seasonal grazing. And seasonal grazing is, oh geez, I'm out of time.
Just getting warmed up.
Well, I
didn't interrupt you.
I can ask you a question.
Do I have to quit now?
No. If I ask you a question, then Then, can you speak a little bit more about the use of this piece of property for seasonal grazing?
I'm just getting to that. And I gave this to my wife last night and I've shortened it up a whole bunch, but I was less than halfway through and it was already 12 minutes. And she said, Dell, they're gonna
It's not
pull a trap door on you. Yes, grazing, seasonal grazing land is used throughout Oregon. And you with agricultural backgrounds know that, especially in Eastern Oregon. We haul cattle to land in the spring and graze off that spring growth. And it's good for the land, and it fertilizes the land and it stimulates more growth. That's exactly what this land is good for. But so it is agricultural land, but that is one of the points, and it doesn't have to be a standalone profitable piece of ground, but the effect that this RR10 will have on the agricultural ground that surrounds it is even the more important point. And oh geez, I'll abbreviate some of this stuff.
Yeah, so
A lot has been said about the water. If you drill a well, you are allowed to pull out 15,000 gallons of water per day. And the applicants did a deal in their application where, well, in Sisters, they use about 2,500. Well, these are 10-acre farms. And when they start, growing gardens, which is acceptable, and all of the things that they need to do, 71 plus units are going to use a heck of a lot of water. And you know from testimony that you've heard that our aquifer is shrinking. Last year, we ran out of water and had to lower our agricultural well 25 feet to get a constant flow of water. Water is a huge problem. And them saying, and they got a chuckle out of the audience, that this will be an insignificant effect on the water and its aquifers. Well, combine that with the drought that we're in and the global warming trend that we're in currently, and it's a very scary situation as far as water goes. The traffic deal has been addressed a little bit. I don't think completely. Rural residences have more than 2 cars per unit. Okay, that's another 140 cars, and there's no structure out here of stores and gas stations and so on. All of those cars will be on the road, and we have a single, it's not a single lane, but a 2-lane road that will feed this property. Well, there's agricultural equipment on there very often, and they're very often over 10 feet wide. And I'm sure you've seen the wrecks that can happen when cars get impatient and go around or crash into farm machinery. That will be a very real problem.
Mr. Johnson, thank you.
I think if you want to submit testimony again, I'm sure you can, Mr. Johnson.
I didn't hear you very good.
He said if you want to submit testimony again, but we've gone over a couple of minutes and we still have more people that want to testify this morning. No, don't be sorry. Just thank you for coming.
If you could submit the remainder in written form, that would be great.
I can speed through in 2 or 3 minutes.
We've already gone at least 7 minutes according to my time.
And I say this, the EFU goals that Oregon has made were tremendous. We protected agriculture in ways that nobody else had. This property is an EFU property. It's usable, and by changing it to RR10, it's going to increase the cost of agriculture in the area, and it's going to increase the cost of farmland.
Thank you so much. Thank you. The next person on the list is Ryer Redfield.
Mr. Redfield's eligible for.
Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, everybody. My name is Ryder Redfield. I live at 8801 Northwest Lower Bridge Way. I did want to say thank you to Patty and Hallie for explaining a little more of the remand process. I had some confusion about that. So forgive a tiny bit of redundancy. I have a question in that in my writing, but so I don't ramble, I'll just read through what I wrote. And then one thing I want to note, notice the diverse group of people here today. This isn't your typical, expected who's going to show up for land use, only like an environmentalist. This is a well diversified set of people with legitimate concerns. And I also wanted to note the amount of speakers in favor of the proposal. Just draw attention to that. But with that said, I'm going to just read. I'm both saddened and shocked that we find ourselves here again. There is such an overwhelming amount of public opposition paired with LUBA findings that it wasn't even on my radar we'd be discussing this further. July 1st of this year, a notice of public hearing was sent out to a select few. Numerous neighbors and those in my position all started communicating and realized how many of us had absolutely no clue this development was even being considered. Fear of wildfire, increased traffic concerns, disruption of farming operations, water issues, lost wildlife habitat were all a common theme. I heard from many who submitted comments and received this message. Thank you for your email. I do want to note, however, only those who participated in the county's prior plan amendment zone change hearing process are entitled to participate in the remand proceedings. The county's decision on the PAZC was issued on December 14, 2022, and I did not see any comments or testimony in the record from you during that decision-making process. This is something unique about remand proceedings. It comes directly from County Procedures Ordinance. For these reasons, I'm unable to include your comment in the remand recording, in the remand record. And then on this meeting agenda page, there's a section that says, citizen input. The public may comment on any topic that is not on the current agenda. And I found that rather strange, but you explained it, so I'll continue. But so many unaware people negatively impacted by the zoning change paired with these two statements indicates a flawed notification system, or rather a perfectly designed system to push agendas through with minimal visibility. Within the last year, I read something along the lines of, without fully acknowledging the truth, you won't be able to truly live. We're all guilty of lying to ourselves and others in some capacity to support a narrative, whether it be vilifying someone who sees differently than us or making some justification for our personal behavior. It is hard work to courageously ask the hard questions, but I ask all of you here today to take off your humanitarian costume or whatever illusion you are trying to portray and ask yourself, apart from monetary gain, has there been any evidence indicating that this rezoning is beneficial to the community? Is this truly the right decision for the long-term best interest of the area we call our home? If you really think it is, then by all means stand by your decision. But please don't be deceitful and tell yourselves that you have your voters' best interests in mind. I hear all the time that change is inevitable, but why does that always have to be changed for the worse? Why can't we acknowledge our collective destruction since the founding of this country and start to realize that the model we have followed, displacing the original inhabitants, both human and animal, wasn't right, and rezoning was just a modern replication of that model. The only things you can't make more of in this life are land and time, and the time to preserve what's left of raw land is rapidly dwindling. Please, let's demonstrate that Central Oregon is unique, and while we still have a chance, set a precedent to move forward in a better way. I thank you for your time and your consideration, and truly hope we can come to a better outcome than what is being proposed here today. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Ryder. Thank you for your timely statements. Lori Johnson. Yes.
Ms. Johnson is eligible. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am Lori Johnson. I reside at 3848 Northwest 91st Street, which is about a mile from the proposed property. I have resided there for about 32 years. First and foremost, let me say, I am surprised that we are here having to defend our EFU zoning in the state of Oregon. We that are concerned about this have spent a lot of our own private money to go back and look at this and get this remand from LUBA, where these developers have had they have a lot more resources and money available to fight this. In 1973, EFU zoning was brought about for this exact reason, to protect farmland from development and urban sprawl. The property in question meets all the requirements of farm and ranch land, like Dell just pointed out and Billy pointed out. This rezoning shouldn't even be considered. It is exactly the reason that those zoning laws were brought into place initially in 1973. There are currently over 23 square miles out there in Deschutes County that are already RR10. To rezone this protected EFU ground to RR10 just doesn't make sense, and it flies in the face of protecting the Oregon farm ground. To the two commissioners that voted in favor of the developers last time, we ask you to please reconsider your vote and protect Oregon's rapidly diminishing farm ground and farmland and way of life. Thank you.
Can you repeat that statistic for, sorry, can you repeat that statistic? Did you see 23,000?
Let me clarify. It's 24 point something, isn't it, Pam?
4.37 miles, square miles of Deschutes County is already in RR10.
Undeveloped RR10.
So it's available. I know that
So-
that is concerned that people can have places that don't want to live in the city, but there's already over 24 square miles that's approved for RR10.
Well, thank you so much.
Chair, your planning manager, thank you for having me today. We've had some problems with people testifying from the audience. We're expected to produce a transcript of this and everything.
Okay, thank you so much.
Vital that we don't receive questions or testimony from people in the audience who are not at the mic.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right.
So sorry to get my question answered. Could you please come back to the mic? So 24 square miles already RR10.
Developed RR10 in Deschutes County.
So that doesn't take into account the amount of RR10 that is already has residences.
Oh, yeah, correct. I assume.
Okay.
Yes.
That is a pretty significant number. Thank
It
you.
is. And there's no need for this, especially out where we are kind of in the boonies. We're a long ways from town. We're a 15-minute drive, probably for them, it'd be a 20-minute drive from town. And that puts more vehicles on the road. And the land's already there for people to buy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Elizabeth Buchanan.
Ms. Buchanan's eligible.
Thank you so much.
I do have I just wanted to submit this for the record. And then I've included also a supplemental business plan as well for, so that's for you guys. Do you want multiple copies of that? Or?
One copy is fine. Thank you.
You do have 3 minutes.
I'm Elizabeth Buchanan. I reside at 10142 Northwest Coiner Avenue in Redmond. We are the adjacent ranch to the subject property. And we own a company called Keystone Natural Beef, as my husband Billy spoke about that already. But we really have filled a niche market with our business plan. I had this master plan when we moved to our current ranch 11 years ago, that we would be able to serve our community with all natural grass-fed beef. However, most of the time grass-fed beef is gamey and it doesn't have the best flavor. So I wanted us to have top tier restaurant quality beef. So we set out to create a business that would raise Angus and Wagyu cattle. Therefore, we own other businesses and very busy. So our goal was not to ranch like Billy's family had ranched. And we wanted to do something that was a little bit more hands off. So we do have smaller numbers, but the amount we make per carcass is, I don't know anyone else actually in the industry that I've personally talked to that is making the amount per carcass that we make. We've tried to help some other people in the industry understand that when you are raising a high quality product, you don't need as much land. However, we're only on 40 acres. We need to expand. This property would be perfect for us to expand onto. We need room. We like things to look clean and tidy, as we do invite some of our clients to view our ranch. And so we are just squished into a 40-acre piece. We need room to expand, for our cattle to have more room in the winter to sprawl. Just having space is very important for them, especially when you're raising high quality beef. You don't want them under stress. We need more room for our equipment, outbuildings. There's just, the list goes on. I have put some items in our business plan, so you guys can read more about that. I also wanted to say a side note, there is a property not far from us currently. It's on 5 or 10 acres. It's been for sale for almost 2 years. I don't know if people really want to move out there. Everyone that comes to our house says, wow, you are so far out of town. I have yet to meet a friend or anyone to come to our place and say, wow, this is such a great, convenient place to live. It's beautiful, but most people do not want to venture out that far. So I don't understand why this would be even in consideration for rezoning an EFU island. It makes no sense to put a bunch of houses in that area.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. You just did use up your time.
Perfect. Do you have
So,
any-
and you've got
Perfect.
something. So thank you.
And no questions?
No questions? I don't believe. Thank you. Okay, so the last speaker, unless there's someone that's entered the room that wants to testify against the project, then you need to turn in your blue sheet, please. Steve Albridge, please. Steve?
Madam Chair, Mr. Alberg is eligible.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I spent a career as a Navy SEAL and understand the why behind what we do, and what we did is, in understanding that why was what provided us our motivation and inspiration to do it. And as you can see here today, there's a big turnout, and why there's a big turnout is because we don't want to see essentially our neighborhood turn into urban sprawl. More about why later. In 1973, Governor McCall castigated sagebrush subdivisions, coastal condomania, and the ravenous rampage of subdivisions, which led to the signing of Senate Bill 101, which created statewide protections for farmland. And history reflects, as was mentioned earlier, that rezoning is a serious issue and not to be taken lightly. Just a general comment here about some of the things that have been said, and I agree with everything that's been said in opposition so far. I found in doing a little bit of research, the Oregon Department of Conservation and Development said one of their goals was that even wasteland in an EFU zone, neither economically tillable nor grazable, lying in or adjacent to and in common ownership with farm use land, and which is not currently being used for any economic farm use, is still considered current employment of land for farm use. And it's been said that land is suitable at least for spring grazing. To go on to another point, water. My well went dry 2 years ago, and I know other people have had their wells go dry and had to be dug deeper. I know Ed Staub, a commercial hay grower here, has had to lower his wells in the last 10, 12 years. But to go back to the why and the motivation, this Mr. Dale Stockamp that already spoke here today said in a TV interview on the news in 2022, April 19th, the project is really not about maximizing profits. If we were trying to maximize profits, we'd be doing things quite differently. First, we would be pursuing higher housing density than the rural residential 10-acre zoning that we're currently applying for. So what is their why? Could it be that the rezoning approval would be the precedent they're looking for to change the area's culture and then follow to rezone other areas of our valley to create additional developments, including higher density developments for maximizing profits? County commissioners serve as the public's elected advocates, not advocates for real estate developers. So what could possibly be their why for approving this rezoning and not supporting the public? I've not heard any reasons why. I request our county commissioners support the public and reconsider their decision.
Thank you, Mr. Albert.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you very much. And we have Carolyn Macbeth.
Chair, Mrs. Macbeth is eligible.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Good morning, commissioners.
Good morning.
For the record, my name is Carol Macbeth and I'm a staff attorney for Central Oregon Land Watch. I just wanted to point out that there may be people in the audience who don't know how to testify. They would, but they don't know where the paper is, or they don't know how to do it. So if you might want to request that, that if people want to, that they can still do it, just so that there are people here who want to, but don't know how to fill in a blue form.
Okay, there's blue forms right over at the front of the room if you do care to testify in opposition. Yes. So thank you. So you have.
I just wanted to follow up on the last person's comment that there is a very sweeping definition of agricultural land, and I hope the commissioners can keep that in mind, that the legislature passed ORS 215243, the state agricultural land use policy, and they wanted to encompass as much land as possible to preserve it not only as agricultural land, but also as open space for its aesthetic properties. Although the major reason is our billions of dollar agricultural economy, they're also interested in other aspects of agricultural land protection. So that although the applicant may not think that the definition should include the lands that it does, that doesn't matter, because it's a very sweeping definition, and land that may not seem like it should be to some people is in fact protected as agricultural land in Oregon. And that's why what the applicant has set as a task for itself is extremely difficult, trying to show that land is not agricultural land, because even wasteland can be considered agricultural if it can be possible to do spring grazing, for example. Because there is such a broad definition, it's very, very difficult to achieve what they're trying to achieve. And in the end, what will probably be necessary for them is to get an exception to goal 3, because they will not be able to show that this land can't be used for any agricultural use. The definition is just too broad. I would like to specifically disagree with the applicant's statement that the board found before that dryland grazing was the only use and that was not appealed. And so that we can't talk about other uses on remand. What happened is that LUBA remanded this for the board to properly weigh the consideration of profitability. And what was found before at record 24 was that dryland grazing was the only use that would not require the property owner to expend extraordinary amounts of money. But since you have to reconsider that idea of expending extraordinary amounts of money, the idea of what is available, if it's not a question of profitability in the way that you weighed it the first time, that opens up all of the potential farm uses that could be here that were also disregarded because of profitability, like, goats or horses. In particular, I would like to emphasize in closing that a horse riding facility or training facility or a riding school is a farm use. And this is proposed for 71 house sites, maybe with ADUs on them. If this property has 71 places to put homes with 71 exempt wells, it has a place for 71 places to put chicken sheds or goat sheds or stables for a horse riding facility or a goat production facility. And the exempt wells that they want to use to water those homes, they can use to water stock, which is also an exempt well use. So if you just switch out humans and their dwellings for livestock and their dwellings, there's no reason that this land can't be used. Whatever land they're thinking of putting the houses on, let's put some stables on there instead. Let's put some maintenance for equipment sheds there instead. Let's put a few goats out there And let's stop talking about how this is an agricultural land because it's almost absurd. It's such a difficult thing to show and they're not going to be able to. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn.
I have a question.
Oh,
yes. Ms. Macbeth, you just stated that the kind of the core reason that LUBA remanded this to the Board of Commissioners is for us to properly evaluate this profitability criteria or consideration that's been raised by the applicants. Could you unpack that a little bit more? Walk us through legally what is, what has been argued, and then also why you think LUBA finds that deficient, or what more you think we need to think about in terms of profitability.
Thank you for that question. Yeah, on page 37 of its decision, LUBA sustained an assignment of error from the Buchanans, the Keystone Ranch, and from Redside Ranch, with which Ryder Redfield is associated. And they had said that the Board of Commissioners improperly weighed the consideration of profitability of the subject property operating independently. So that in your first decision, according to LUBA, there was too much weight placed on whether this property could be supported by itself or not, if it was going to be profitable in that by itself. And that one has to come back here and not place undue weight on profitability just by itself. So for example, the Buchanans are saying they have a neighboring property. What would happen to the profitability if it's used with the Buchanans? What would happen if, for example, chickens are raised on this property and the cattle are raised on the Buchanans property? What would happen if they combined it with other places? I direct you to LUBA's decision, approximately pages 35 to 37, and that's where LUBA discusses this as an issue. And my point being that here in particular, that dry land grazing is no longer is the only use that's possible, because that was tied to the consideration of being a sole property and looking at profitability for that property alone.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks for that. Let's see. Has anyone else turned in their blue forms? Okay, let's do Aman Patel, and then Miss Martin, if she did testify before, she is in support of it. She must have gotten here late.
What was her full name, Miss?
Megan Martin. Is she on the list?
Miss Martin is on the list.
Okay, so she may testify. Okay, so and then Amon Amon Patel.
Amin Patel.
Okay, Patel. Okay.
Bear with me 1 minute. Not seeing Mr. Patel on our participant list.
So this is a remand hearing. So people that participated a year ago. So yeah, that's why we're doing this.
Right. So you didn't participate earlier. So no, we can't. Thank you so much. Okay. So then the last person in the room at this moment is Megan Martin. And you do have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Megan Martin, and for the record, my address is 1961 Southwest Knoll Avenue, Bend, Oregon. I'm the Executive Director of Furnish Hope, and I am here in support of this project. And I've had the opportunity to go out and walk through the land and understand the immense amount of research that's been done in order to determine if the land could be used for agricultural purposes. I want to address the question that came up a few speakers ago about the why, because I think there's a downstream effect that needs to be understood. The people in charge of this project are not land developers. They are champions of people. They are champions of seeing change in our community. And I've had firsthand experience of that. As stated earlier in Dale Stockcamp's opening remarks, he commented on the proceeds of this project going to support several different nonprofits in the area. That is unheard of and it's unique. I can speak for Furnish Hope, and I understand the impact in numbers that Neighbor Impact and the Giving Plate has. Collectively, we are serving thousands of people throughout our region that do not have the benefit of the homes that each one of us are living in. They are struggling to survive. The why behind this project is not your typical housing development project. The why behind this project is to lift up and to champion those who do not have a voice, those who do not have a home, those who need food, shelter, and clothing. It's an incredible undertaking, and they've done an immense amount of research to understand the impact that this would or would not have on the land. And I truly appreciate the science and the investigation and the personal investment that they have made out of their own pockets to see how this would affect the land of the neighboring areas. And I understand that what they're trying to do is support thousands of people throughout our community. That's all I have to share. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Megan. And you do represent Furnish Hope?
Yes, I do.
Yes, thank you.
I would just say thank you for the work that Furnish Hope does in our community, and I'll be viewing that independently of the merits of this application.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any raised hands on Zoom that would care to testify at this moment? Stephen? Jamie Housley, okay, please. Do they qualify? Do we need a spelling?
We would like a spelling if available.
Stephen, can you?
I'm not seeing Jamie on our list.
You don't?
Yeah.
You don't see it?
Okay. Okay, so yeah, Red Side Restoration Project is a participant.
Okay.
So
All right.
they're
So
eligible and their legal counsel.
okay, fine. Go ahead, Stephen, then she's allowed to testify.
Thank you for joining
Good
us.
afternoon.
Yes, go ahead. You have 3
Good afternoon,
minutes.
Commissioners. Can you hear me?
We can't hear you.
Okay, wonderful. Hi, my name is Jamie Housley. I'm with the law firm Jordan Ramus, 1211 Southwest 5th Avenue, 27th floor, Portland, Oregon, 97201. I am the attorney for Red Side Restoration Project Number 1 LLC, who is one of the successful appellants at LUBA and the Court of Appeals. Before I begin my testimony, some housekeeping items. First, we submitted a letter yesterday, and I do have confirmation from Ms. King that it was entered into the record, which I'll highlight some issues a little bit later. But the next housekeeping matter is that staff had outlaid some ways to proceed forward from a procedural matter at the outset of this hearing. And one of the options was to continue the hearing for additional oral testimony. And the second was to hold the written record open. I believe Ms. Brewer articulated that DLCD would like at a minimum for the record to be held open for them to review the document dump that the applicant did late yesterday. And as the staff report noted, while the applicant initiated this remand hearing and hadn't submitted any of the materials for the public or the county commission to review prior to this hearing, and so we would request the same. Commissioner Chang, specifically, you had asked a great question. Why didn't the applicant submit the materials earlier? I think it's because they had hoped to ambush you and muddle what the appropriate analysis is. And I do take issue with what the applicant's statement was, that other parties also know what the issues are too. While yes, we do, it's not our burden of proof here. It's the applicant's burden of proof to demonstrate that it meets the criteria. The public in this process is really in the position of responding to the applicant's argument. And I would further state, until the work session occurred on Monday, the public didn't know that the record would be open. So as a function of due process, we requested it to be open. Back to the thrust of our letter, LUBA commanded that the county must consider the evidence on surrounding agricultural lands vis-a-vis water, wastewater, and traffic impact. Speaking of the water issue first, I think Commissioner Chang said it really well, that this is about the potential for 71 new exempt wells, straws, sucking water up, and what kind of cumulative impact that would have on surrounding agricultural uses. Commissioner Chang also duly noted that the wells are drying up, especially in low water years, and you heard testimony to that effect today. As we cited in our letter, the applicant's expert testimony admits to only conducting a desktop evaluation without any apparent study of the current actual well conditions on either the subject property or nearby farm. No test pits were dug on the subject property or elsewhere to test the desktop assumptions. The well interference potential for the portion of the applicant's study simulated the equivalent of pumping 5 or 6 homes, but there's 71 proposed here. The simulation underestimates the adverse impact by a factor of 10. We also submitted concerns regarding wastewater that you can read, but on the traffic issue, applicant's exhibit 46, page 3 contains a response to potential traffic conflicts with agricultural activities. But simply put, there's no analysis of particular driveway impacts, failure to analyze site distance, constrained areas, failure to analyze cattle crossing and drives. And there is a significant potential for added expense to existing agricultural operations for flag cars and other mitigation as suggested by the Buchanans. So we would request that the commissioners deny this request, but at a minimum, either move to continue the hearing or keep the record open. And with that, I'll address any questions you have.
Are there any questions? No questions at this time. Thank you so much. We will.
Thank you.
Yes. To keep it open the 7 days is what we've normally done. So you didn't say anything differently. All right. Anyone else? Are we sure? Are we positive? And there are no phone calls, right? We're positive. Okay. Thank you, Steve. So now we have 10 minutes for the applicant to do their rebuttal.
Sorry, I've got a big binder. Can we take 5 minutes real quick so we can
5-minute
circle up?
break?
Yep.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, here it is.
There you go. Good time to use it.
Okay. Okay, back to order. Where 5 minutes, I don't think I've ever used it before. Okay, the 5 minutes are over. So the applicant now has, you have your we've had our 5 minutes. Thank you.
And this is 10 minutes.
Yes, this is now 10 minutes for the timer, please, Stephen.
Ready to go? All right. Again, for the record, Ken Katzar for the applicant. I'm not going to repeat my address. I will not take 10 minutes, or I don't expect to, but here I go. So I want to first address the issue of necessary farm use. We had multiple testimony, folks testify, Buchanan, Del Johnson, et cetera, about how this land could potentially support their farm uses. And I just want to read the Court of Appeals language. It's a requirement. It's very targeted. And what it actually says is when you're considering agricultural land under the rule we are, which is 660-033 00201 AC, merely because its designation as such, meaning agricultural land, would be useful or desirable for nearby farm practices. That's not it. Rather, for land to be agricultural land under that rule, that land, considering its resource designation and zoning, must truly be necessary to adjacent and nearby farms. LUBA also commented on that. So it's not whether it's beneficial or could support it, but as interpreted by the Court of Appeals and LUBA, it has to truly be necessary. And that's a high standard. And that's what both of those bodies said. So it's not whether it's supportive or it's nice or we like rural open space. It has to truly be necessary. It's a big word there. So I want to make that comment. I want to make a comment about ADUs. The county did allow ADUs in its rural residential 10 zone. However, state statute precludes ADUs on this property. And that's because this application does not seek a goal exception. And what the state statute says is you can only have an ADU if you have a goal 3 exception. We didn't seek one. We don't need one. And so you cannot, under state law, have an ADU on this property. Okay, so that issue is off the table as a matter of state law. To answer briefly your question, Commissioner Chang, on recharge, the GSI report, which we did resubmit, looks at the direction of recharge and how the water flows, and it's to the northeast and almost directly to the river, which is pretty close. And so areas where we've heard about well declines in Odin Valley and to the south of the property are not impacted by potential draw from here. So that is covered in the GSI report. I want to comment on Mr. Johnson's testimony. I thought he was very articulate and talked about conflicts in between residential uses and his farm practices. But I just have to note that Mr. Johnson in 2020 had a non-farm dwelling approved directly next to his irrigation pivot. And so it's interesting that somebody would comment on the impacts of residential use next to an ag use and yet still themselves actually benefit from that. On the comment about the amount of RR10 designated properties, based upon kind of the chatter in the room, I think that number was drawn from a submittal from Miss Pam Mayo Phillips. And we've taken a look at that, and that submittal actually substantially overstates the amount of RR10 use. In fact, it double counts many properties, and in some cases, like the Red Side property, counts them 4 different times to come up with that number. So it's significantly less than that. But more importantly, it's not an issue on remand. And the requirement to show need is not a requirement in state law or county code. And in fact, the county originally, or in one of the comp plans, actually did require a showing of need. And the county specifically removed that from a comp plan policy. So need is not a requirement. It's not an issue on remand. And the evidence that's submitted to the record is not accurate on the point to begin with. Somebody testified, I think it was Mr. Albrecht, if I have his name correct, that wasteland could be farmland. That is not true. Ms. Macbeth did as well. Under these rules, under the OAR 660, 003, 002, and 003, which is what we're looking when we're trying to determine whether lands are agricultural lands, it limits what farm uses are to ORS 215, 203, 2A. Wasteland is a 2B use. Okay, it is specifically not included when we're looking at whether or not land is agricultural land for the purposes of goal 3 and whether it needs to be maintained that way. Okay, the 2B uses are additional uses that are supported under the kind of the tax structure of the farm use law, but not in whether or not it should be determined in agricultural land in the first instance. We also disagree with Ms. Macbeth's reading of the Luba remand. She provided some language, and Luba didn't say there was an undue weight on profitability. They said, looking, as I explained earlier, what they said is you can't look at the property in isolation. You have to look at whether or not you can use it in conjunction with. So we didn't overweight things in profitability, didn't throw everything back into it so we could look at every use again. It's whether or not the specific uses like dryland grazing in conjunction with nearby and adjacent properties could make a profit. So we just kind of disagree with her view of the case. And it's borne out by Luba's own decision. That is all I'm going to say in rebuttal, unless there's specific questions.
Mr. Katsaroff, I don't have a question, but I will explain that when you're looking at the direction of travel of groundwater, just because a new proposed use is downstream of a current use, it doesn't mean the new use can't have an effect on the current uses. You create more suck over here. It makes water move through an area faster than it otherwise would have, and it can draw down upstream in terms of direction of groundwater travel. I
was answering.
I won't pick apart all your other your considerations that you've raised right now, but I just wanted to point out that one is problematic.
Okay, so you have 3 minutes and you're left and you're fine. All right, so we, closing staff remarks?
Do you mind if I stay up here in case we have a question about the record?
Right, that would be fine.
Thank you. Again, for the record, Will Gross, your planning manager.
Speak
close
louder,
enough to
yes.
the mic. Yes, thank you. Appreciate applicant's testimony on ADUs. That question about ADUs not being eligible on this property, it's something that we had considered during the ADU process, and we would appreciate DLCD confirming that approach. The language is not as clear as it could be. Staff generally concurs that reading seems plausible, and since we have DLCD in the room, as it were, it'd be nice to get some of that, get some confirmation of that. We would use that in other cases.
Okay, I somehow remembered that in the back of whatever. Okay.
And Madam Chair, again, Hallie King, just for the record, I have received a few written testimony today from Ms. Buchanan and Ms. Mayo Phillips, and so we'll be getting that uploaded to the record here after the hearing.
Okay, all right. So now is the point in time where we decide if we can close the oral hearing and then keep the written open because it seems incredibly appropriate.
So yeah, one statement or request, I guess I'm thinking through DLCD said they're going to review this and they're going to provide input, which they've done before. And it was appealed as DLCD being part of it, or LCDC choosing to appeal this. As an elected official, as a quasi-judicial decision maker on this, please make it real clear how this is different than other rezones from resource lands in Deschutes County. Because, moving goalposts or creating new interpretations kind of feels like what may be happening here. And as I said, I don't want to prejudice this. I'm just saying I need some guidance if this is different than other rezone requests.
And commissioners, again, if there's if you're ready to move forward, I've put up on the screen the next steps after the board decides to close the hearing, so I can certainly go over any open record periods if that's the board's direction at this point.
Let's go over them. If we can close the oral, does everyone support that, closing the oral?
Given, a number of people here pointed out that the confusion or the unclarity about who had a lot of people here today expressed confusion about who was eligible to provide comment, what the time frame for that was. I think it would be reasonable actually to consider the oral portion of the hearing to allow people who are eligible, who participated in the prior hearing proceedings, to comment, who have not had a chance to do so yet. I mean, folks who knew about today, who came here and were eligible and who provided comment. I don't necessarily think they need additional time, but there were. My impression is that there were people who were eligible to provide oral testimony who didn't, who may have wanted to, but were confused by the whole process. So that would be an argument to consider maintaining the oral portion of the hearing open.
It looked like it was pretty clear, and we did, have to deny one person that was ready to testify in this matter. Staff did provide a review of the names as they came up. I don't know that there's any confusion in this matter. Setting another date for another oral hearing, maybe we could get some folks to speak on the subject, but written record is available for all those parties also.
Right. What if we kept the written record open for 2 weeks instead of just 1 week? Would that be accommodating enough, considering the unique situation that we're dealing with?
Yeah, so certainly that's the board's discretion. I will just remind the commissioners, we are on this 120-day clock that cannot be extended or paused, and that it does include open record periods. So, right now it's July 24th. The final county decision is due October 24th. So certainly, if the board were to consider the typical 777 open record period, that would conclude on August 14th.
Right.
Certainly, the board has discretion. We typically see the 777 done for open record period.
But wouldn't that take it to August 21st? Is that a problem? If we added an extra week for for testimony?
Chair, an extra week for testimony can easily be accommodated by the schedule. If there was a second oral hearing date and that didn't happen nearly immediately, we'd have trouble.
Right. Okay. That's why I think it's probably, it's very unique. It's very unusual, but to add an extra week for written testimony.
I think given that these hearings are all about additional information that the applicant is providing to address insufficiencies in our earlier process identified by LUBA, and the fact that the applicant submitted those materials yesterday and no one has had any chance to review or respond to them. 2 weeks at minimum is absolutely necessary in terms of extending the written record open period.
That's why I said it, 2 weeks at minimum.
I would argue for more, but
And so, Commissioner, so you would be looking at the new evidence and testimony to begin, obviously today, extending 2 weeks to August 7th, with then a 7-day rebuttal period, and then an additional 7-day final legal argument. Okay, I'm just let me update my, I'll put that on the screen here for everyone.
So that would go to the 21st of August, final one.
And I'm supportive of that.
Here. And I'll go over the open record proceedings as well.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so again, sounds like we're moving forward with a 2-week new evidence and testimony period, which will end Wednesday, August 7th at 4 p.m. is the deadline to receive all record items, with a 1-week rebuttal period ending August 14th at 4 p.m. and then a third 7-day final legal argument for the applicant only, concluding Wednesday, August 21st at 4 p.m. I do want to remind everyone that electronic submittals must be received by the county's email server by 4 p.m. on the date of the deadline. So if folks are sending in large files via email, please try to send that a few minutes before 4 o'clock to make sure it's received on our end. And all open record submittal items should be addressed to myself. My email is here on the screen, hallie.king@deschutes.org.
Could
You may
spell that just in case
Oh,
someone can't?
absolutely. Yeah. So HALEIGH.King, KING @deschutes.org. And we remind folks, we aren't able to download items from a cloud server. So again, please email them and as PDF attachments, or you're welcome to bring in a flash drive with record material items. And again, reminder about the 4 p.m. deadline as well. And with that, if there's any additional questions, again, I'm going to put the open record dates up here, and I will update the record website with these dates as well.
Okay, and any emails that do come in that are from people that didn't submit testimony earlier, they will be immediately notified that due to the unique nature, we will not be able to take that testimony. So, but anyone that you know, it's in the record now, everyone that has testified, you can reach out to them and submit written record. So, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Are we good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now we had our break, so now we're ready for our next hearing. Okay.
I may take a little bit.
Okay. That's Anthony.
Thank you.
Okay, and now the room empties out. Thank you, Holly. Thank you, Will. Can we shut the doors? Please shut the doors. Thank you.
I don't think anybody likes me as much as they like Hallie.
Well,
I'm not as much of a show.
Very disappointed, but very nice talk today.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
all right. Okay, we're at item number 8.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Anthony Regini, Principal Planner. The item before you is a request for a plan amendment zone change. Today is the time set for a hearing for the board to receive evidence and testimony on the request by Destiny Court. If the commissioners are ready, I'll proceed with my PowerPoint presentation.
Okay, I need to say, this is a time and place set for a hearing regarding file numbers 247-22-000-436- ZC 573-ZC and 247-22-000-443- PA. This is a hearing on a Deschutes County Comprehensive Plan Amendment and Zone Change request. Staff will outline the hearing procedures that will be followed.
Thank you, Chair Adair. Again, it's a plan amendment zone change for Destiny Court. And so what I'm going to do first is to outline, it's not forwarding, there it is. I'm going to outline the hearing procedures that will be followed, which will explain sort of how the hearing will be conducted and how members of the public can participate. After I explain the hearing format and the procedures, then we'll proceed to an oral staff report, followed by testimony by the public. The public portion of the testimony will begin with the applicant, who will have 30 minutes, and then we'll proceed to persons who are in support, and then those in opposition, and all of those persons will be afforded 3 minutes for their testimony. The applicant, because the burden of proof is on them, they will receive 10 minutes for rebuttal testimony at the conclusion of the public testimony. And then if there are any staff comments, I can close with those. This particular public hearing, like the one before, is a hybrid format, meaning it's both in person and remote. Before starting your testimony, we'll ask that you state your first and last name, and if you think it would be beneficial to spell your last name, along with providing your mailing address. To testify, you'll need to fill out a blue sign-in sheet, which is on a table to the right of the room, my right, the board's left, and then submit that to the board's executive assistant, Brenda, who is at a desk right of the board, left of the room. Once Chair Adair acknowledges you for your time to testify, please come up to the tables at the front of the room to provide your testimony. For those who are participating remotely, you must participate using Zoom. You can do this via computer or smart device or via phone. What we'll do for the Zoom participants or phone participants is Chair Adair again will ask you to raise your hand. If you're on a computer or smart device, you'll use the raised hand button, which is in the bottom center of the screen. If you're on your phone, then you'll use *9 to designate your desire to testify. And then again, Chair Adair will acknowledge each person in turn, and they will be elevated as a panelist to provide their testimony. If you have written testimony, you can submit that to me here in person, or you can submit it to my email address, which is on the screen. It's anthony.raguine, which is RAGUINE @deschutes.org. I'm going to remind everyone that staff and the board are responsible for an orderly and respectful hearing. So if you're here to testify, we ask that you respect all others who are here to testify with no outbursts from the audience during other people's testimony. At this time, I'm going to stop share screen and we'll return Chair Adair to the script regarding disclosures.
Does any commissioner have anything to disclose? And if so, please state the nature of same and whether you can proceed.
I have nothing to disclose and I can proceed.
I have nothing to disclose. We were just introduced to this issue in a work session, so that's all.
Yes, and I have nothing to disclose, and I can proceed. Does any party wish to challenge any commissioner, member of the hearings body based on ex parte contracts, biases, or conflicts? Any raised hands? Any raised hands online, Stephen? As no challenges are being presented prior to opening the hearing, does anyone have any procedural objections to the hearing, public hearing? Any raised hands? Seeing none, the hearing is now open. Staff will proceed with a brief staff report.
Thank you, Chair Adair. I'm going to share screen again. See if I can get it to forward. There it is. So again, this is a request by Destiny Court for a plan amendment and zone change. Their request is to change the comprehensive plan designation of the subject property from agricultural to a rural residential exception area, along with an associated zone change from exclusive farm use or EFU to multiple use agricultural or MUA 10. The subject property is located at 19975 Destiny Court. It's approximately 65 acres in size. I will address some surrounding uses and zoning later in the presentation based on a request for information from the commissioners. During the hearings officers portion of the review, we received 12 comments, all in opposition. Comments generally focused on traffic impacts to road maintenance, loss of open space, the urban size of the lots that were proposed as part of the tentative plan. And then there were concerns expressed regarding whether a Goal 3 and Goal 14 exception were required. I will note for the board, since our July 1st work session, I did receive one additional comment, and it was from someone who had previously submitted a comment and was a reiteration of those concerns. So no new comments for the record. The hearings officer, in his decision, found that most of the objections focused on the future subdivision and not the plan zone change. For this reason, the hearings officer's decision really only addressed a few issues that were raised as part of the public comment period. Of those, I'm going to focus on two. The applicant, as part of their application materials, submitted a soil study which found that the subject property does not meet the statutory definition of agricultural soil. For this reason, the hearings officer found a Goal 3 exception is not required. With regard to Goal 14, the hearings officer found that because the proposed zone is MUA 10 and all MUA 10 zone uses are rural in nature, a Goal 14 exception is not required, which deals with urbanization. For this reason, the hearings officer recommended approval of the plan amendment zone change. As the board is aware, and I'm going to make the public aware, because the requested plan amendment zone change involves resource lands, a hearing before the board is required. At the July 1st work session, there were a couple of requests for information. The first was whether or not the subject property is subject to a wildlife area protection or overlay or combining zone. In this case, the subject property is not in a wildlife area combining zone, and therefore it doesn't have any species-specific protections, for example, mule deer or migration corridors. The second request for information had to do with zoning and sort of surrounding uses. And so the map that I have on the screen, I've reproduced a hard copy for the commissioners to sort of show the subject property, which is in red, and then surrounding zoning along with, as best as we can do, the sort of lot sizes or property sizes surrounding. So what you'll see again, subject property is in the center. At its closest extent, the subject property is approximately 0.4 miles northwest of the Bend Urban Growth Boundary, or UGB, approximately 0.6 of a mile from the City of Bend limits. Commissioner Chang, did you have a question?
I'm just, it's hard for me to read those colors and the print.
Did you get a map? The map's right over there.
Sorry.
Thank you for these giant maps. They're excellent.
I have trouble reading them as well, so I printed them on 11 by 17 to make it
Excellent.
a little bit easier.
Thank you.
Mr. Chang, is the hard copy better?
That is much better.
Okay.
Thank you. I didn't see it earlier.
No, it's okay. And so there was a question about Tumalo State Park. I think at the work session, I mentioned a 1/4 mile. That was wrong. It's actually 400 feet north of the subject property is the closest extent of Tumalo State Park. With regard to zoning, to the north and west, you'll see in brown other EFU zone lands. To the east, you'll see in yellow multiple use agricultural MUA 10 zone lands, and then to the south in the what I'll call lavender purple, you'll see urban area reserve or UAR 10 zone lands. The last question that was raised, or I guess request for information that was raised during the work session was, potential densities of development should the property be rezoned. So as I mentioned at the work session, the base density for the MUA 10 zone is 1 lot per 10 acres. If the applicant were to propose a cluster or planned unit development, then the density goes up to 1 to 7.5 acres with a corresponding requirement of 65% open space. The greatest density is actually also allowed on this property because it's within 1 mile of an urban growth boundary. So now the potential density is 1 lot per 5 acres. All the record materials are on our website, which is on the screen and has been included in the notices. Next steps for the board, the board can certainly continue the hearing to a date time certain. Unlike the remand hearing that you heard before, we're not under a 120-day clock. So that is certainly different in this particular case. Option 2 is to close the hearing and leave the written record open, which is typical. You can also close the hearing and schedule deliberations to a date time certain, or you can close the hearing and commence deliberations immediately. And we'll discuss those at the end of the hearing. And with that, staff is available for questions.
Going back to that density discussion, Anthony.
Sure.
Because of the proximity to the urban growth boundary, if a cluster development was proposed, would that 65% open space requirement still apply even if they were going for one per 5 acres?
That's correct.
And if not, I mean, if a clustered development was not proposed, then what would
1 to 10?
Then it would just be 1 to 10. Okay, so that 1 to 5 is assuming a cluster development. Okay.
That's correct. I should nod on video. I should say yes. That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the commissioners?
Not yet.
Thank you. I'll stop share screen this time.
Okay. Time for our applicant to come up, 30 minutes. Okay.
Hope we don't need these.
Ask one more question. So this map shows that the property is immediately adjacent to the urban area reserve. When was that urban area reserve established?
Oh, well, let's see. The Title 19, if I'm not mistaken, was 1990. I'd have to look up the date of that urban area reserve. I believe that property was urban area reserve when we adopted Title 19, but I'd have to look into it. I can certainly respond if there's an open record period.
Okay, thank you.
To be clarified, to my knowledge, we haven't had a zone change into UAR 10, so I believe that's why that property was probably UAR 10 when Title 19 was enacted, if that makes sense.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Liz Dixon. I am an attorney with the law firm of Dixon Hatfield here in Bend, with the address of 400 Southwest Bluff Drive, Suite 240, Bend 97702. I am here today representing the applicant and property owner, Destiny Court Properties LLC, referenced here and throughout the written materials as Destiny Court. Also, the managing members are Ron Cochran and Julia Kennedy Cochran. And so sometimes you'll see references to the Cochrans in the process as well. The subject property, as noted by Anthony, is 19975 Destiny Court, Bend. This is west of Obie Riley Road, and it goes from Obie Riley Road to the Deschutes River. And it actually, in places, goes to the center line of the Deschutes River. This is one of the really old patents that actually did that. Tax lot 100 has been reconfigured as part of this application process. It initially included tax lot 101, which went from the rimrock down to the center line of the river. It also included 4 acres of floodplain, which went down along the top part of tax lot 101. We have had to reconfigure that as we will discuss as we go through here. So what you look at, if you look at the 2022 application, can be confusing. as compared to where we are now, and I'll explain where we are as a result. We're currently at 65.1 acres for tax lot 100. References in the record to tax lot 101. Don't worry about that. References to floodplain. Don't worry about that. Both of those issues have been resolved. What we have left is 65.1 acres of unimproved, very rocky, very unlevel. There are outcrops 30 and 40 feet high made of solid rock on this site. And if you take a look at the tentative plan with the topography lines, you will see we're dealing with some pretty extreme elevation changes, with the river ravine bordering the west side of the property. To the west and north, the property is zoned EFU TRB, but it's not farmed and it's not in farm deferral. To the east, it's zoned MUA 10. It's also not farmed, not in farm deferral. And to the south, it's zoned UAR 10, also not farmed, not in farm deferral. That's the neighborhood. The application before you is a plan amendment to amend the Deschutes County Comp Plan from agricultural to rural residential exception area, and a zone change to change the zoning from exclusive farm use, excuse me, Tumalo Redmond Bend, to multi-use agricultural 10-acre minimum. There was also a modification included in the packet that went to the hearings officer. Unless Anthony tells me otherwise, I'm going to assume that modification has been handled and is no longer a part of this process. The file numbers are 24722 436 ZC, 24722 443 PA, and the modification if we need it. Here's where we are on the record to date. This is the record. By my estimate, it's approximately 6 inches. I don't expect you to read it. I'm going to try to kind of tell you what it is in a short order.
Question.
Yes.
Are we going from EFU to RR10 or MUA 10?
Well,
that's been referenced in different ways now.
Yeah, we've got, when you do a plan amendment zone change, you've got the comprehensive plan that you have here in Deschutes County.
Resource land to non-resource land.
No, that they use different.
Yeah, so
it's that, but they use different terminology. What they say is it's agricultural in the comprehensive plan, and we're going to change it to rural residential exception area. Okay. The zone change, we're changing it from exclusive farm use, Tumalo Redmond Bend, to multi-use agricultural 10-acre minimum.
MUA.
Right.
I
So
was just thinking maybe I saw our.
no, it's confusing.
Sure, I'm clear.
Yeah. So that's what we're asking to do.
Yep.
All right. So here's where we are on the record to date. On 5/27 of 22, the application was filed right before Memorial Day. The planner complained to me about that. On 6/24/22, we received an incomplete letter from planning saying that we had a lot of record problems and the floodplain issues were bad. On 9/1 of 23, we filed a property line application with a guy by the name of Dunson, who owns the property across the river west of us, to remove that 4 acres of floodplain and lot line adjust it from this property to his property, since it adjoined his. They're both going to the center line. And on 9/1/23, we also filed property line adjustments, lot of record verifications, and modifications showing this change of taking the Dunson property and moving it across. On 9/27/23, the property line adjustments and the lot of record verifications were approved. On 1/18/24, the recorded deed to Dunson was submitted into the record. So we fully negotiated out what the conveyance would be. We provided it to Dunson. He got a deed, we recorded it, and we had to submit that to planning. On 2/27/24, the public hearing before Hearings Officer Frank took place. And on 4/26/24, Hearings Officer Frank recommended approval. That's how we got here. So hopefully I've simplified what's in front of you. The primary issues before Hearings Officer Frank were new legal issues which have arisen since the incident application was submitted in May of 2022. There was a question about application compliance with modification law, which again, I'm not going to address unless you tell me I should. It's already in the record and decided by Hearings Officer Frank. The second issue was the application compliance with statewide planning goal 3, which as we know this morning is agricultural lands. The third was application compliance with statewide planning goal 5, which is resources, open space, things like that. And the fourth issue was application compliance with statewide planning goal 14, which is urbanization. We addressed those in the submittals to Hearings Officer Frank, which are in the record, and I'm going to go over them lightly here. The application compliance with modification law, I am not going to address at this time because I think we met it and I think we've satisfied it. And if you want to go back and read it the way I submitted it into the hearings officer, you may do so. I want to go to goal compliance in the time that I have available, because I think that's critical to this application as it's evolved and as relevant other case law has evolved, as in what we just spent the last 3 hours doing. Application compliance with statewide planning goal 3 was addressed in 2 levels. The first being, do we comply with goal 3? And then if we don't comply with goal 3, can we get an exception to goal 3? So it's in 2 layers. So we start with, can we comply with goal 3? ORS, the interesting thing about goal 3 is that there is language relating to it in the statutes, in the rules, in the planning goals, and extensively in case law. And it all applies. So if it seems complicated, you're right, it is. But I'm going to try to simplify it for you. The first standard in determining what is agricultural land is the goal 3 standard, which is OAR 660-015-0000-3. And it says the goal is to preserve and maintain agricultural lands. It says agricultural lands shall be preserved and maintained for specific uses. And then it goes on to talk about the agricultural policy that's expressed in the ORS. But you'll notice this says, if it's an agricultural land, we're going to handle it in this way. So it kind of begs the question of what's an agricultural land. So we have to go deeper. The statewide planning goal defines agricultural land in Eastern Oregon as follows. In Eastern Oregon is land of predominantly class 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 soils, and other lands which are suitable for farm use, taking into consideration, and here come the factors that we've been fighting about all morning: soil fertility, suitability for grazing, climatic conditions, existing and future availability of water for farm irrigation purposes, existing land use patterns, technological and energy inputs required, or accepted farm practices. Lands in other classes which are necessary to permit farm practices to be undertaken on adjacent or nearby lands shall be included as agricultural lands. So it's always dangerous to simplify law. But if we, in my mind, the way we simplify it is, okay, if it's got those class 1 through 6 soils, you're going to be ag land. If you have other lands which are suitable for that use, considering those factors, that's the suitability factors. And then you've got what I call the patchwork cases, the lands and other classes which are necessary to permit farm practices, the little bits and pieces that you include. The administrative rule definition of agricultural land is found at 660-033-0020. And it includes 197.015 in it. It actually reaches out and grabs it and brings it in. They couldn't make it more complicated if they tried. But under 1A, agricultural land is defined as lands classified as 1 through 6, right? Which we just talked about. B is lands in other soil classes that are suitable with those factors. And C is land that is necessary to permit farm practices, which is the patchwork thing that's what I call it. And then the second part is lands in capability classes other than 1 through 6 and that are adjacent or intermingled. That's also patchwork. You bring it in because it's close to it and you need it for that purpose. So that's my super simple way of thinking about the definition of ag land under all these different rules. The soil classification method that we used here is the gold standard. You heard from Brian Raby this morning. He's the same guy who did ours. And Exhibit 3 in the record is the site-specific soil survey. In summary, 65.8% of the soils tested class 7 and 8. So under the predominantly test, which is assumed to be like 50%, we're 16% above that. So in terms of soil classification,
That is the 65.8% is to the property that we're now looking at, not the original.
it's, yeah, good question.
Well,
It's almost, let me tell you what he did. When he looked at what was tax lot 100 and 101. But when he got to that edge of that rim rock, which I'm not kidding you, it goes straight down almost down to the Deschutes River, and it's rocks. He stood at that precipice and he said, I'm not going down there. I'm not testing that. And we said, no, nobody's going to say that's farmland. It's rocks and it's like this, and we're fine. So he didn't look at that. Most of that, or a good portion of that, has since been carved away and sold to Dunson. So if you're looking for, gosh, are we hiding the ball? Is there really more farmland and we weren't disclosing it? No, that's not it. That's that cliff. So if he'd included the cliff, it could have been even more, would have been even more. So it's not quite exact, but it's real close. Okay. Good question, by the way. Good thinking.
I was just trying to.
No, you're right. And I should have phrased it. So Exhibit 3 is the soil classification, and it shows we're at 65.8%. Then we go to the other lands analysis, which is that second group that we talked about. And this is where it gets interesting. This is the part that Luba kicked back in the 710 acres case. They looked at a series of factors. They looked at soil fertility, suitability for grazing, climatic conditions, existing and future availability of water, existing land use patterns, and there are even subsets within that. And so technological and energy inputs required and accepted farming practices are all to be considered as part of this other lands analysis. And all of that is included in my submittals to the hearings officer that you can read in detail. And if you want me to go into it in more detail here, I can, but I'd prefer to spend my time on other things. But I will generally tell you how it went. Soil fertility, we already talked about, 65.8%, bad. And Raby went on and looked at it because he's an expert in this area. There's 2 scientists that work there at CEC that do this. And they concluded that the revenue from most locally adapted crops are not expected to cover the cost of inputs at management for this kind of property. So then we went to suitability for grazing. In suitability for grazing, again, CEC dug deep, and Brian grew up in La Pine, so he knows this stuff. And he evaluated the factor on page 5 through 6 of Exhibit 3. And what he did was he took a look at the forage production potential at 9.12 pounds of dry matter needed to feed a cow and a calf pair for a month, which is what we called the AUM analysis. And the subject property, they said, quote, does not represent a sufficient number of AUM for a commercially viable livestock operation. That scientific analysis was one way of coming to that conclusion, but we're lucky to have a second way. And that is Mark and Kathy Ferguson actually in 2012 tried to do something on this property. They put some pivots, they put 2 small pivots out. They used the best property they could find in the middle. They watered, they watched it closely, and they gave up after a month. They said that it was, and that's Exhibit 25 in the record. They said even the best area of it proved too uneven and too rocky, and Mr. Cochran released them from the deal, but they tried. They set up pivots and everything.
And was that irrigation district water, or was what was it?
It was irrigation district water. This is Swally.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the Swally rights are still on that property?
They are not.
And when were those divested?
They've come off in pieces. I think Ron told me he found a little piece that everybody had missed when they did the analysis for this irrigation year. They found the last little bit and they transferred that off then. But most of it had gone off after this experiment in 2012. So They positioned two small pivots to water 28 of the 62 acres because that was the only area that even had a chance, and it didn't work at all. So we have not only scientific evidence showing that it didn't work for grazing, but we have actual anecdotal evidence that shows that it didn't work for grazing. So let me go to climatic conditions. And I don't know how many of you are gardeners, but if you are, you know that it doesn't get much worse than where we are. We're at Bend is at 3623 elevation. Average snowfall is 33 inches a year. The last spring frost averages on June 14th. This year, I think it was close to that. And the first fall frost averages on September 12th. That means we have 89 days of grow season here, which is awful. This is considered to be a short growing season and precludes successful farming of most commercial crops. The CEC site-specific soils analysis, Exhibit 3 again, summarized the conditions on page 6. And they said, as noted in the Ferguson affidavit, irrigation isn't productive due to the uneven and rocky nature of the site. They concluded the site would not support a commercial livestock operation. So the next category we go to in this other lands analysis is existing and future availability of water for farm irrigation purposes. As Mr. Chang's question noted, do we have water there? Yes, we do. Swally is there, but keep in mind, Swally is shrinking and shrinking fast. Like a lot of irrigation districts that are being taken up by urbanization, a lot of Swally's lines are under the Bend River Mall. It's very difficult right now to be an irrigation district as the city of Bend expands. But what that means is you have less and less water available to push water out to the outlying areas that might still be rural. In this case, Swally was notified. They did not object. We consulted with them as well. They said, fine, we know this is gone.
I support everything and most of what you're saying, but trying to say Swally is shrinking, you got less water to push water out. That's the whole reason why they have been piping their system. So,
right.
I
that and the hydro. Yeah.
Yeah. I have no concerns about water being the ability to deliver water. This is the most senior, this district holds the most senior rights. The less people who, the less land in the irrigation district, the more water is available to the other. So
where it's actually productive use.
Yeah. And I mean that I'm not arguing with your, this isn't really farmable land, but
okay.
Just want to emphasize that on that kind of I think the way that you're addressing water availability is problematic.
Okay. So water is available, but both science and experience have shown us that it's not the best use of the water. The water is better off going someplace else. Existing land use patterns is the next factor. And what we did here was something that was a little novel. Deschutes County tracks land use patterns and provides reports for 1 mile around a subject property. And that packet is normally used for different purposes, but it contains lots of really valuable information and is pretty easily generated by the planning department. So we requested one of those packets, and it gave us a lot of really helpful information in this case, which is submitted into the record as Exhibit 37. It contains the following information, and I'll tell you why it's relevant. It lists all EFU zoned parcels, both as a list and by owner, and also in a map. What we learned from that is that there are 3 other parcels zoned EFU on the same side of the Deschutes River Ravine as the subject property. The 2 to the north, tax lots 102 and 103, are not in farm deferral, are both less than 20 acres, keeping in mind 23 acres is the minimum size in EFU TRB, and are not farmed. The tract to the south, tax lot 502, was traded by Deschutes County to the Oregon State Parks and Recreation Department for recreational purposes, and it is part of a contiguous tract bordering the Deschutes River Ravine, and it's not farmed or cultivated in any way and isn't planned to be in the future. None of the parcels west of the ravine are on farm deferral for 1,600 feet or approximately 1/3 mile. So on the east side of the ravine, there's nothing being farmed. On the west side of the ravine, you've got to go about 1/3 of a mile as the crow flies to find one 17-acre parcel of farmland. It is reasonable to conclude that no tracts within a mile of subject property on the east side of the Deschutes River Ravine are zoned DFU and actually farmed. Now, soils is the next thing that you see, and that's on page 3 of the Exhibit 37 report. And it shows, and keep in mind, this isn't a soil specific analysis. This is a very general NRCS kind of a flyover sort of analysis. But basically what we find when we look at that is that on the east side of the ravine, where we are, there are only class 7 soils. But there's a little bit of 38B, which could be class 6 if it were good. But basically what we read was, it makes sense that nobody's farming on the east side because there looks like there's not very much farm soil. On the west side, there are 13 soil classifications mapped, indicating a very different soil set than what we have on the east side of the ravine. And there is that one farm deferral parcel that's a third of a mile away. The properties in the tax deferral map on page 4 show who's in tax deferral, and the only one who is that parcel a third of a mile on the west. The EFU zoned parcel by acreage are interesting. It's where you find out that there's almost nobody with 23 acres except for this parcel, and the nearest tax deferred tract is 17 acres. So this is not what we think of as classic farm area. It also includes year built, if you want to look at development patterns, last conditional use permit, last administrative determination, and an aerial photo from 1985. There's nothing surprising in any of that documentation. It all shows the same thing. This land is being converted to rural residential as part of no soils and close to the Bend UGB. The county 1 mile packet, we can summarize it in this way. We can say there's no commercial farming conducted on the east side of the ravine within a mile radius of the subject property. The soils on the east side of the ravine are not predominantly class 6 or better, so agricultural use is not expected to be viable in the future. The tax deferral maps show the nearest commercial agricultural land use is approximately a third of a mile away, and that's across a ravine that has no bridge in the area. The tract sizes have already been divided below EFU minimums to make farming impracticable. And most EFU parcels near the subject property have developed with conditional uses, not traditional agricultural uses. So the transition has, for the most part, already occurred.
Can I ask? So
Sure.
I'm tracking that EFU land near this property is not being used for agriculture. What about all that MUA 10 land? Is there any agriculture activity happening on, this
We found none.
huge area? So then why is that zoned multiple use agriculture, and why are you seeking a multiple use agriculture designation?
If you look at the purpose of MUA 10, and I'm set up to speak to a little later, but I can do it now. The purpose of it is to provide an orderly and efficient transition from rural to urban uses. That's what it is. So it's intended to, okay, this was farm once, but it's not going to be farm anymore. The city's coming in. So what we need to do is we need to look at smaller parcels, and we need to be thinking ideally, I know you had questions about this earlier, but if you do clusters or PUDs, that's even better, because then your lots are much closer together and you're not all sprawled out like the subdivision to the south of us, where they're all on these big 10-acre parcels. That's going to be a lot harder to divide when the city comes in. In this case, if you're clustered and you're together, you've already got streets, you've got infrastructure, Avion water is in, and then you can take the open space around it and develop that similarly.
Is the cluster opportunity not available on rural residential zone lands?
I'm not doing cluster here. I'm doing a PUD.
Okay.
But they're very similar. I mean, we'll be looking at that 1-to-5 ratio here. But in this case, the cluster is limited to 10 or less, and this is a PUD. What we're asking for in the subsequent application that we're not supposed to talk about is 14.
Okay.
All right. So the next issue in this list of things we have to go through with ag land is technological and energy inputs required. The CES survey exhibit 3 on pages 6 to 7 concludes there is nothing that has been revealed during the course of this investigation that would suggest there is any technological or energy related reason to retain the subject property in an agricultural classification. Next up, accepted farming practices. Next factor, again, Exhibit 37, pages 18 to 21, do an analysis of common farming practices. And they conclude that since the site is surrounded by parcels that are not managed for farm use, and there doesn't appear to be any recent history of farm use, the rezoning of this parcel is not likely to represent any significant increase in the potential for conflicts with accepted agricultural practices. I thought was a reasonable conclusion. That's the end of the other lands analysis. Now we have some additional factors the OER requires us to look at. We'll do those too. All right. This is the land that is necessary to permit farm practices to be undertaken on adjacent or nearby agricultural lands. And this may feel familiar since we've already discussed it this morning. However, in this case, you have to take a look at what is meant by adjacent or nearby agricultural lands. We don't have any. Nothing's close. The Deschutes County packet shows that clearly. And because it's not have anything that's adjacent or nearby, we don't have that same concern as you had in the previous application. The second standard is land and capability classes other than 1 through 6 that is adjacent or intermingled with lands in the capability classes within a farm unit shall be inventoried as agricultural land, which is the patchwork thing we talked about. Again, in this case, I don't have any farmland in the area. I'm not mixing one thing with another. It's all bad. So the idea of having to look on being adjacent to something that's good farmland, so maybe we need to consider that, we aren't able to find that factor here. Next we go to, and that concludes the ag land definition. We were able to find nothing in the ORSs, the OARs, the statewide planning goals, or the case law that led us to believe that this could properly be categorized as agricultural land. And the hearings officer came to that same conclusion. So as a result, there's no need for an exception to goal 3 because goal 3 would only need to be accepted if we're doing something to ag land that would otherwise not be allowed. It's not the case here. Application compliance with statewide planning goal 5 is the next issue. That analysis is laid out in great detail in my submittals to the hearings officer. The bottom line is you've got a couple of cases hanging out there that have changed the rules regarding to statewide planning goal 5. And those are the LBNW case that you're probably familiar with, and the CD5 case, which you're also probably familiar with. But basically what they say is we've got to take a look at what the uses are that we're asking to have included here and verify that those aren't going to conflict with resource uses, which in this case would be the Deschutes River or the mining pit, the pink pit that's across the ravine. In the submittal that I provided to the hearings officer, there is a full analysis of what's allowed in MUA 10 and what's allowed in EFU and a comparison of them and their impacts. And it shows that there's really nothing that we're going to be doing in the EFU that we could be doing in EFU that would be turned upside down by doing MUA 10. There are much fewer uses allowed in MUA 10. So we didn't see a problem with that, especially considering there's no real farmland in the area. Statewide planning goal 14 is also an issue. And that's because urbanization is a question. The urbanization issue and the urban issue is discussed in Schaefer. And the Schaefer test is a rural versus urban uses test that came to us in 1989. It's 35 years old and it's still good law. And it's included in the hearings officer's decision as well as in my submittals. But basically, here's what Schaefer does. Schaefer says, if you want to figure out if something's rural or urban, what you have to do is you have to go through a series of factors. And what they suggested is you look at those factors, and if they cut one way, it's rural, and cut another way, it's urban. You kind of tally it up. The factors are things like parcel size. In this case, the MUA 10 rezoning would result in 10-acre minimum lot-based standard, and a 10-acre minimum lot size is not urban. And even if we went down to the 5-acre, allowing for the UAR, 5 acres is still not an urban lot size. The second factor under the Schaefer test is intensity of use. And again, they talk about how dense it's going to be. And we're looking here at open space of 65%, and that's not urban. They talk about urban facilities as a factor, and the kinds of things they look at are domestic wells versus urban systems and septic systems. In this case, we're going to have Avion Water, which is already allocated, so it's not going to include new water allocations for them, and septic systems are not urban facilities. Proximity to UGB is the last one, the last factor that Schaefer asks us to look at. And Schaefer says that if you have close proximity to UGB, that's not rural, that's urban. In this case, where we are is we've got 2,000 foot proximity to the UGB, which does not allow current urban uses. In summary, this application, though on its face applying the same rules as the one that we just went through this morning, the facts in this case are very different. And what we're looking to do is to take land that is currently not usable for any purpose and give it its highest and best use, which in this case, we've managed to carve out some flat spots where we can put 14 homes in groups without being disruptive. We would be able to have the 65% open space. We'll have nothing close to the rim or the river. You'll see everything's pulled back. And we think that we have an application that deserves approval. Any questions?
Yeah, I could do this math, but do you know off the top of your head, 65% open space on a 65-acre property, how many acres that is?
It's in the revised tentative plan, which is going to be, and you're right, I don't know it off the top of my head. Oh, you saw it. Okay, you're looking at it.
You just calculated it.
I have a $15 calculator.
I estimated 40 and she said 42.
These are good. All right.
As I was looking at this map, one of the things that occurred to me that I haven't asked about before, but which I don't know how relevant it is to the discussion of this rezone, but the Deschutes River Trail runs along the edge of this property, connecting Tumalo State Park to Riley Ranch.
I'm very familiar with it. Yes.
If I'm correct. I mean, does that need to be considered in any way in this application?
We already did. The Cochrans brought this project to me in 2016. And yeah, that's 8 years. And the first thing we looked at is a title report. And the first thing that popped up was this 57 easement that was granted to Parks for this trail, but it wasn't defined as to its location or its uses or anything. And so what I suggested to the Cochrans was there was no point filing this application until that title issue was resolved. So we negotiated for a couple of years with Parks, and they agreed that to a specific easement. They went out and they surveyed it, and we put together an instrument, and it's been accepted by them. So what we had before was there was a trail there, but nobody knew where it was or what the rights were or how wide it was or anything. We've cleaned that up. So now you've got a good solid trail that runs right along. It's not accessible from this property because of that rim, but we've got a good solid trail that goes from the Parks to the south to Tumalo State Park to the north.
And which, when you said was this easement was kind of clarified with Parks, what Parks entity holds that easement?
The Oregon State Parks and Recreation Department. And I believe that's in the record. Let's see if I can find it for you.
So we're not talking about that at all as part of this rezone, because that is an established easement that
it's Exhibit 6 if you want to
already
look at
has that already has a trail in it, and there's no questions about the continuation of that in the future.
No, it's a permanent dedication. It's Exhibit 6 in your record.
Yeah. One of my other questions was about, I think it's I can never keep track of all the numbers, but the goal 13, I believe it's the goal 13 test, or when we're talking about whether this is an urban use or not.
Oh, goal 14?
Goal 14.
Okay.
I mean, this is immediately adjacent to the urban area reserve.
It is.
And I know, you just kind of laid out the way that we need to think about the distance from the relationship to the urban growth boundary. But, in asking the question, is this an urban use or not? Do we not need to think at all about the adjacency to the urban area reserve? Because in the future, this urban area reserve supposedly is going to be, built out urban city event.
Your planning staff has put into, and you by ratifying it, has put into the record these provisions allowing for denser development when you're close to an urban area reserve or a UGB.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason for that is to provide that orderly and efficient transition that state law talks about. And so the idea is you want it to be what it is, but you want to be mindful of what's coming. And that's why MUA 10 is, in my opinion, the perfect zoning for this site, because they've got UAR to the south. You know with the city's process, that's going to become UGB, and that it's more likely than not that UAR will extend its way north because it tends to go out in bands, right, on all sides.
Mm-hmm.
The idea here, I think, is that urban growth is considered, but it's not allowed. And that's exactly what this is. So by putting, and again, the PUD is not before us, but the rezone is, and because the rezone allows the PUD, I think it's reasonable to talk about it. That's why we file it all together.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea is we would do a PUD on this site once it's zoned MUA 10, so that the homes actually extend from the subdivision to the south. They extend that same road, comes straight up, comes out in a T, and goes out to Destiny Court. But it keeps all the houses together. So you have all that open space, all that area there. And also we're keeping it away from the houses to the south and the north. So the design was pretty carefully considered for that reason. In terms of the urban versus rural uses, the Schaefer test says you don't cross into goal 14 territory unless you can show you're doing something urban. We're not doing something urban. We're doing something that complies with MUA 10, which by your comprehensive plan and the state's ratification of that plan says that MUA 10 is not urban. That question's been asked and answered.
The PUD you're discussing, and can I also just say that I know that we're not supposed to be talking about the next application yet, but I actually really appreciate it that as you're approaching these applications, you're kind of trying to provide insights on what is to come, because I mean, all of this planning, it's called planning, right? So like, why do we call it planning? Because we're trying to anticipate what's to come. So on this map, there's a subdivision across OB Riley from Destiny Court.
Yes.
Is that the kind of level of density that you would?
No.
Might occur.
Those are smaller and closer together and more dense.
Okay.
And if you want to look at what we've proposed, there is a revised tentative plan in the record. If you want me to find it for you, I can. If you want to look at it. I mean, my reason for including it is because I think people who are looking at approving this application want to see what we're going to do. They don't want some aspirational idea of, well, we could do this and we could do that. That doesn't give them any security. I filed this application. It's sitting across the street. So you know what it is we're talking about doing with this, and you don't have to go through a parade of horribles in your head and imagine how bad it could be, because I'm telling you what we're going to do.
And I'm also trying to just imagine how it fits into
right. Let me see if
the growth of the overall area. With Tumalo to the north, with the city of Bend to the south. I mean, it's a complicated area, and
it's
we
very
could-
important.
We could
area.
speculate in all kinds of ways about what's going to happen here in the next few decades.
Agreed. If you take a look at Exhibit 34, I believe that's the most recent. Yeah, it is. That's the tentative plan of affected tracks with lot line changes proposed, including existing structure. So you can see where the houses are around us, what they propose to do. The original tentative plan was back on Exhibit 5. But we had to change that when we sold the 4 acres and moved things around. So if you want to see what it looks like, it's Exhibit 34.
Thank you.
Obviously, it can't be a criterion for this decision, but sometimes it helps to have guidance.
Thank you.
I realize we've probably gone through 30 minutes, have we not?
Then so.
Yes.
Well, we have, but I've had lots of questions.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm the one asking questions at this point.
I know. I just wanted to be aware.
Any more questions?
I think we're good at the moment.
Okay.
If you've said everything you need, right? Pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, I'm relying on you to read in the record the material that you want to hear more depth on, because there's no way that we can do this in 30 minutes.
Right.
You can't do 6 inches in 30 minutes. Okay.
You can, yes, you definitely can. All right. So do we have any agencies that are here to testify on it? This hearing? Are there any agencies online? No, no agencies online. Okay. All right. So it looks like the only blue form in the room is Carol Macbeth. Carol, would you like to come up and you do have 3 minutes? Stephen, you want to start the new 3-minute clock, please?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Carol Macbeth, and I'm a staff attorney for Central Oregon Land Watch. I'd like to show you these photographs, which Anthony and I sort of spoke about. I wasn't able to be high-tech enough to get these into you. I'll just hold these up at a somewhat of a distance so you can see what I'm saying. You have 2 attorneys before you with very, very different ideas of this case. This is taken from Google Maps from Destiny Court. This is the property that we're discussing.
We can just shoot. We can show.
Oh, share screen.
Just saying, I'm about to sit. I don't know. I just wanted you to know that this is what we're talking about. There are 25 head of cattle grazing on irrigated grass. There's a pond, there are fences, there's a stable, and this is just the southern pasture. The bottom picture is of the northern pasture, which is twice as large. With 25 cattle on the southern pasture, you have 50 on the northern pasture. And if one group of people said that they couldn't farm it, that's going back to Eden, where it was remanded because all that was being discussed is one property and saying that you can't graze the cattle here. These people weren't able to graze cattle here, but they didn't. What about importing feed? What about a riding school? What about horses, goats, donkeys, sheep, ducks? There's a duck pond. How about chickens? How about eggs? How about honey? Any one of those is a farm use. The farm use definition, the agricultural land use, is sweeping. For one thing, the land is covered right now. There's 28.94 acres of irrigation. All 28.94 acres are irrigated in this photograph. They have been irrigated since 2009, which we have in the record. And this is what's possible. And the thing is, it's not exactly that we're all in the dark. This type of situation where someone tries to take the water off and say, look at this, you can farm it. That has happened before. So there are now legal criteria to guide you, saying you must consider it as irrigated. You must consider it with fencing and having all the weeds removed. You must consider all the different ways that it could be used. This is rural land. And the way we know that is when the urban growth boundary is set, it says inside is urban, outside is rural. This is rural land. It's not in the UGB. So philosophically, people may say, oh, well, you know, it's kind of like urban reserve. It's kind of like being in the UGB. It's not, though. It's rural land. And until it's brought in UGB, until it's brought in, given a different designation as urbanizable, it's not urbanizable. that the land has to be somewhere left as rural land, and I think this is an excellent one to illustrate that what we think might be, or what the Board of Commissioners thinks might be just as well, that would be leapfrogging the system. The system is to move the UGB out. There are very strict rules about where UGB expansions will go, and those have to be followed. Just because philosophically this landowner thinks this would be a good place for development, I mean it is. And when it comes to goal 14, it is quite complex, just as goal 3 is. But the whole point is that you have to show, one has to show either you have to take an exception to goal 14, which says none of this is happening on farm land outside the UGB, or if you don't take an exception, you have to show that it's rural. You have to show that it's, you know, it's not urban, but it's rural. That comes from the Curry County case. This is all in our written testimony, but the Supreme Court of Oregon explained all that. So that case we've summarized very well, I think, I hope, for our purposes in our testimony. What they're saying is a use could maybe not be an urban use, in which case you wouldn't need goal 14. But the whole analysis is about a use. Here, the applicant's trying to change to a zone.
Carol, I'm looking at a letter from you on February 27th of 24. Is this the letter you're referring to, or do you have a new letter?
I just was sending it. When I was
No, this is from February, though. I'm looking at a letter that.
But that's not.
No, it was from you. It was in February, and I just wondered if there was a new letter. You had sent this one.
Letter I just sent in the meeting. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, because it's in what you're saying is in that letter.
Well, it's it's in both, it must be in both letters, but I think what's most important here is to understand that, which we did not raise before, that this is a zone, the MUA 10 zone. You can't have a zone that's rural or urban. Only a use is urban or rural. That was something that the Supreme Court created in their case, Curry County. So that the whole process is not possible. Moreover, MUA 10 has is not just 10-acre minimum. It's also, you can have a planned unit subdivision or a cluster subdivision. But your comprehensive plan requires that a new rural residential parcel has to be 10-acre minimum. It has to be. It's a set fixed number. But the MUA 10 doesn't provide you with that set fixed number. It provides you with a 10-acre minimum that can be changed to a cluster. But that's not the same thing, and especially not given the Curry County decision from the Supreme Court. The density is a fixed 10-acre minimum density, 1 house per 10 acres. It's not 8 houses per 80 acres. It's not 7 houses per 70 acres. It's 1 house per 10 acres, which would mean if you had 70 acres, you would have to have them in that pattern. That's what a minimum lot size is. That's what's your requirement in your plan, and the MUA 10 doesn't satisfy that. And in closing, I'll just say that this is similar to Eden in that farm use is so broad and agricultural use is so broad. This land has already been used for it. And one thing that doesn't come up in Eden, because it wasn't raised in Eden or it wasn't preserved, that is going to be very important here, is that your code actually doesn't consider profitability. So whether someone can make a living farming or not is not in play as it is in Eden. Your code says whether for profit or not. So that your predecessors, when they enacted the code, they wanted it to be very broad. So even if, it isn't possible to make a big profit, then it doesn't matter under your own code, which is stricter than state law, but that's what it says. So there's a very different perception of this case from the 2 lawyers that you've just heard from. This property cannot qualify for evading an exception to Goal 14. That is, it does require an exception to both Goal 3 and Goal 14. It is agricultural land, and it is not. They are unable to show that it would remain rural, and so it needs to have a goal exception to Goal 14. And I believe I said this in a much clearer fashion in our written comments that Anthony has.
Okay, thank you so much. Any questions? Any more questions? Okay, is there anyone online that, yes?
Hi.
Okay, Doreen. Doreen, you do have 3 minutes. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning, commissioners.
Good morning.
Hi. I speak up on just about every one of these because developers, I don't feel should be dictating where urban expansion happens. That should be a community decision, not a developer decision. And anytime you put more traffic in, you end up widening roads, which takes more farmland. And it is urban sprawl. And it's also not fair to residents who end up crammed in there next to waking up to a swather should there be farming nearby. I love that Carol Macbeth brought in the pictures of Google because I just took a bunch of screenshots right before she came up and was going to send them to you. There's farmland throughout this area. And what I don't understand is how they're saying there's no exception to farm, or there's no way to farm it. However, there's a way to build houses there. And I think it's the same thing. You blow up the rocks, you get them out just like all of us did with our fields, and then it becomes farmable. On the other hand, if you end up with horses or cattle with founder and soft hooves from being in fields, you put them on a rocky plain like that, and it dries up their feet and heals them up. And, of course, you do vet care. I'm not saying avoid that, but there are farm uses, and they're quantifiable farm uses. And just because they've watered rocks doesn't mean it's not farmable. You move your rocks just like the rest of us did in our fields. That's how you farm in Central Oregon. And I do think those screenshots and the visual of cattle and farmland on this property and around this property directly contradicts what the lawyer was telling you. And I find that to be worthy of scrutiny. And also, so we're talking a whole bunch of these arguments are being brought in favor of what might happen in 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years. It's not what's happening today. And every time you make one of these exceptions, that you go ahead and allow development around it. And just like out here on the east side, you guys are deciding to develop the east side, and it's inappropriate, and you shouldn't do it all over Central Oregon. The county and developers should not have say over how we grow. That's a community decision. Please advocate for our community. Please advocate for our future and our farms. Small farms in Oregon bring in billions of dollars a year. It seems like nothing, but it's a huge funding cycle. And again, it's a health thing. When we have smaller farms, then big ag can't just feed us hormone food. It's really important to keep small farms and viability. And irrigation rights. Losing irrigation rights so they can develop is unjustifiable. I thought I had another point here, but I think I'm kind of out of time. It does become just really untenable with farms, and you guys need to be protecting our farms better. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doreen. Thank you for your testimony today. Is there anyone else online? No. Okay. Anthony, do we give the applicant 10 minutes now? Ms. Dixon, would you like some time? 10 minutes? Thank you.
All right. Well, yes, I read Carol's letter on February 27th. She submitted it right before the hearing. I read it after the hearing, but I still was able to respond to it in my remarks. So if what she submitted today is similar to what she submitted on February 27th, my submittals to the hearings officer, both the open record submittal and the final argument, should address all of her issues. But if there's new stuff in there, I'd like some time to read it and respond to it. So I guess I'd ask that the record be left open for a 777 to at least give me the ability to do that. Also, if the photo that was displayed here this morning is not included in that submittal, I would appreciate it if that image would also be submitted, since it was reviewed and looked at by all of you and considered as part of your process. I'm sorry?
Oh, we can't talk and
All of the photographs are in my submission today, dated July 24th.
Okay, great. Thanks, Carol. So I would hope that the photos, it shows what date they were taken so that we can know. We know for a fact that they tried to put cows on the property in 2012. And if it's from that, that's that answers that question. There is a basic factual dispute here that I think needs to be resolved, and that is whether there's irrigation water pertinent to this property. According to Swally Irrigation District and according to my client, there is none. So if Carol wants to continue to assert that there's 29.4 acres of irrigation water on the property, I think I'd like to see some proof of that, because it's running counter to everything I'm hearing. I haven't been out there and walked it, but the last time I was out there, it wasn't being irrigated. So I'd like proof of that if that allegation is going to be made. The question of goal 14, I can discuss that in a little more detail now. And this comes from what she submitted in her February 27th submittal. At that point, she was talking about the fact that this couldn't be, that this had to be urban, because she thought there were 1.75 acre lots. At that point, they were, before we lost the 4 acres. So now they're 1.7 acre lots. And that she believed that because of that, it had to be urban. And because it was urban, it had to comply with goal 14. And because it couldn't comply with goal 14, you had to take an exception. And because they couldn't take an exception, the application fails. That's sort of the domino analysis. So you have to go back and say, is it or isn't it urban? And that the cases that deal with that issue, and not to get too lawyery on you, but the cases that deal with that issue are pretty well proven out. The Schaefer test, which is Schaefer versus Jackson County, 17 Oregon Luba 922 from 1989. It is the legal standard to differentiate between rural and urban uses for purposes of understanding the applicability of goal 14. And that Schaefer test is those factors that I read to you at the end of my submittal to you, and it's part of my 30 minutes, that being parcel size, intensity of use, urban facilities, proximity to UGB. That's what they ask you to look for. But Ms. Macbeth is correct when she says Curry is also a relevant standard. Curry follows Schaefer. The two of them mesh together. And I have included that analysis in my submittals to the hearings officer. I'm happy to excerpt them and reiterate them based upon what I read that she submitted today. But they both deal with what's called the Weatherell test, which is a test that looked at applying the agricultural lands analysis to other properties. And what they say in those cases is, and I'll quote here, they say there must be some connection between the subject property and the adjacent or nearby farm practices, such that the subject property must remain as agricultural land in order to permit such practices on other lands to be undertaken. So the idea of connectivity, both as it relates to urban versus rural uses and the potential conflict there, and also in terms of the agricultural land issue, is critical. And I know it's complicated and I know it's difficult, but that's the job you guys have. So it's really important to me that we not get caught up in the minutia of this, because there are a number of cases that are related. We do have the OARs, we do have the ORSs, we do have the goals, and we do have all this case law, and it's difficult to keep it straight. I will do my best in my submittals to do that for you. The last thing I wanted to talk about a little bit is the big picture issue, which, and this, Carol and I, this is not our first rodeo. And the idea is, and I don't want to put words in her mouth. Carol's job is to try to stand up for, retaining rural land and retaining farmland and not letting it be taken up by urbanization. I don't disagree with her. However, if you have land that is just wasting away, it's not being used for any purpose. It's not achieving its highest and best use, which is the ultimate goal of this whole land use scheme that we're involved in and have been for 50 years. So if you've got a parcel of land that's not being used for anything, it's just wasteland. They've tried farming it, they've tried doing different things with it, nothing works. So you have to figure out a way to do something with it. And as the UGB encroaches, it makes more sense to do that than ever before because the value of the land increases. What we have now is a situation that the property is not profitably farmable, not for grazing. You couldn't even put barns on it or equipment on it because you have to drive over 2 miles to get to the nearest farm parcel. You've got to go all the way up O.B. Riley, Johnson Road, over the bridge, come down the other side. And that is in my exhibits. It's documented there and you can see it. But there's nothing close by. So even if you were to say, well, we could put the barn here and put the farm on the land next door, not an option. Well, we could repair equipment here and take it to the farms in the area, not an option. We don't even have a bridge. You have to go all the way up to Johnson Road to get across and go back down. So even though it's 1/3 of a mile away, it's over 2 miles in terms of actual travel. And those 2 miles are dense. I want you to think about what's going on in that area right now. With the roundabout that's gone in, with the Costco going in, there's a lot going in up there at the north end of O.B. Riley Road. So my point to you is this. I get that we should save farmland where we can. The ag land should be preserved. I was raised on it. I get it. The point is, this isn't ag land. This isn't farmland. We need to find a use for this land so that it's not wasted. And what we're proposing to do is rezone it MUA 10 so that that can happen. And that concludes my remarks.
Okay, thank you, Carol.
Thank you.
Liz, what do we think, Anthony? I do have a question. In her letter in February, which I'm looking at, it does say the 28.94 acres of water rights and that burden of proof was May 2022. So if you could. Yeah.
I can't prove a negative. It's not there.
Okay.
There's no
You're
water
saying
on
it's
the-
not there.
Right.
Okay. If you just want to repeat that in your, yeah.
I can, sure.
I mean, I would ask all the parties involved to provide us with whatever evidence is available, whether it be in the records of Swally Irrigation District, whether it be what's actually on the ground out there, so that we can better evaluate this discrepancy. I mean, because that would be a pretty significant discrepancy. I'd be interested in hearing that, but procedurally, I'm not sure if we're allowed to go back
Right, I
and
don't
forth
think we
like
can
that.
go back now. So you'll just have to send it in with your Okay, fine.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Anthony.
Hello, commissioners. Again, for the record, Anthony Regini. I'm going to share screen to again sort of go over what next steps could look like for the board. You heard a request for an open record period from the applicant. For the board's consideration, for the prior hearing, staff did get in contact with DLCD and request their opinion regarding ADUs and their eligibility on lands that did not take exception to any of the statewide planning goals. As you recall, for the prior hearing, the open record period was 14, 7, and 7. So for that reason, staff is requesting an open record period of 14, 7, and 7 to give DLCD an opportunity to submit guidance into the record regarding the impact, if any, of ADUs on the analysis of traffic, water use, those types of issues. And so staff is requesting a 14, 7, 7.
Just because these kind of happen to be parallel topics and DLCD may be.
Yeah, this plan amendment zone change is in a similar situation as the prior one in that in between the sort of when the application was submitted and today, the board adopted a new regulation which allows ADUs. And so it's unclear to staff to what extent that new use should be analyzed. It's possible that we'll get an answer from DLCD that it's
Maybe substantive.
that it's not substantive, in which case the analysis stands on its own. But until we get a response from DLCD, it's unclear to staff what effect the new ADU use has on the analysis of impacts.
Okay, so 1477
Yes.
sounds like an appropriate response to make sure that we're adequately informed where we can go.
Yes. And then what I'm going to do as well is I'm going to, of course, much like Hallie did, I'm going to update the PowerPoint. Even am I still screen sharing? Thought I turned that off. Well, I'll proceed with this and we'll make the verbal adjustments. So the new evidence and testimony will run to Wednesday, August 7th at 4 p.m. The rebuttal period will run to Wednesday, August 14th at 4 p.m. And then final legal argument, which is available only to the applicant, will run to Wednesday, August 21st, very similar to the prior hearing. With respect to the open record period, I will note that similar to what you heard from Hallie, the anything that's submitted electronically, please get it in before 4 p.m. It must be received by the county servers by 4 p.m. in order for it to be included in the record. All submittals electronic can be sent to me. Again, my email address is anthony.raguine, RAGUINE @deschutes.org. Please remember that staff is not responsible for retrieving anything from a cloud device or a link, which means you'll have to submit anything you want the board to consider as part of your materials. As Hallie mentioned, we also accept thumb drives if you want to submit that way as well. So again, new evidence and testimony to August 7th, rebuttal to August 14th, and then final legal argument for the applicant to August 21st.
Great. Thank you, Anthony. Thank you, Ms. Dixon. Thank you. Okay, so we've got a another special situation. So we do have one more item on our agenda now. Item number 9. I was gonna say. Oh,
Your stack's not growing that much.
no, it's over on this side.
Been 25 minutes. Not too bad.
Good morning, Commissioners. Lee Randall, Facilities Director.
It's afternoon.
Good afternoon. Sorry, I'm 10 minutes off there. Good afternoon.
I'm Eric Nielsen, Capital Improvement Manager with Deschutes County Facilities. So today we're requesting a motion to approve order number 2024-028, which is to adopt findings of fact to exempt from competitive bidding and authorize the use of design build services contracting courthouse expansion project, PV solar technology system at the Deschutes County Fair and Expo Center. So a little background, Oregon state law requires that public entities spend 1.5% of the total contract price of a public improvement contract for new construction projects of $5 million or greater on green energy technology or so for the courthouse expansion project, we're proposing a photovoltaic PV solar technology system to comply with that 1.5% requirement. And due to site limitations at the courthouse and on the building itself, the PV system is.
Could you speak closer to the microphone? We've really had an issue today. They're very sensitive.
Yeah, so due to site limitations at the courthouse and on the building itself, the PV system is proposed to be put at the Deschutes County Fair and Expo Center. And in order to deliver that project, we're proposing to use design build services to deliver that project, which is an alternative method of contracting based on the finding of facts attached to the order. So the finding of facts establishes the basis for the use of the design build method of contracting as an alternative method due to current market conditions, which include labor shortages and long lead items, as well as the specialized expertise needed for this type of project. And additionally, the project has a fixed budget, which is based on 1.5% of the courthouse expansion project cost, totaling about $658,500. And so with that sort of a fixed budget, the project would benefit from a single point of contact to design, control costs, and manage and deliver the construction of the project.
Eric, did you say 68,500?
No, it's
658,000.
658,500.
That's our 1%, 1.5%.
Yeah, based 1.5% of the $43.9 million project cost.
And how much of that is for construction and how much of that is for the design and all that?
So all of that, the 658,500 would go all towards the design build contract. So that would be all inclusive: design, permitting, construction.
Okay, thank you.
So in 2023, the facilities department hired Mayfield Renewables to provide a feasibility study for the PV system, and that's what will serve as the basis of design for the system. And that feasibility study recommended that the middle and south sister conference building is where the PV system would be located, and construction would be anticipated to start in spring of 2025. So with board approval of this order, the project team can issue an RFP for design build services for the courthouse expansion project PV solar technology system at the Deschutes County Fair and Expo Center. And at this time, I'll open it up to questions.
I have a couple questions about the coordination of this required PV from the courthouse expansion with other plans for doing PV renewable energy at the Fair and Expo. We got those feasibility study funds from the Community Renewable Energy Project program. And can you talk a little bit about kind of the relationship between what was analyzed there and the use of these $658,000?
In some ways, so we've had both teams talking to each other, but in some ways, they're somewhat independent for a couple of reasons. One is timing, and in moving forward with this ahead of getting to the final construction documents for the other project. The other is the requirements of the grant versus the requirements of the green energy program through the state. So for the grant, there are additional resiliency requirements that would require it to be able to function independent of the grid. Whereas for this project, the goal and the idea is to more closely be functioning with the everyday regular power requirements of the fairgrounds. And that's kind of part of the intent of the ORS, is that we find ways to offset regular power usage at a particular facility. We've tried to look closely so that we're not duplicating efforts, and that we're not wasting effort on one that could have been combined with the other. We think that as both projects are currently envisioned, that they'll complement one another, given that this particular project is on the North and South Sisters buildings, which have regular power requirements that we'll be able to offset, versus the other project, which is really intended to provide some offset of power usage during normal operations, but be configured to really be most effective in the event of a major outage or needing to support emergency operations centered at the fairgrounds.
Okay. And I mean, at the high level, would it be accurate to say there's lots of opportunity to develop PV at the Fair and Expo, and both of these projects can easily fit within the opportunity?
I think that's fair characterization.
Okay.
Would these be simple grid tie systems then? So they're just panels on the roof, use your power, or if you don't use it all, it'll go back to the grid probably.
All that, Eric.
Yeah, so this is just tied right into the grid. There's no batteries proposed because the panels won't provide enough power to power the whole building.
Yeah.
So it'd be about 44% of the regular usage.
So this is design bid instead of design bid and build. So that, terminology. So just kind of a half a step away from that process, because really we have a fixed amount and we'll do a recruiting process or a request process at the beginning anyways. I mean, there'd be multiple bidders, hopefully.
Yep. This allows us to design an RFP that's qualifications based and to be able to select with the panel reviewing those proposals, the team that scores the highest in that process to deliver the most value for the county. Is very similar to the CMGC process in terms of how the selection is done. There's just slightly different sections of the ORS and OAR that apply to design build versus CMGC.
Well, and since we know the amount to invest here, I can see that's kind of the concept, because if people could design very different, wildly different systems, there could be a big range of costs, but we already know what we're going to invest in this generally. So would Fairgrounds have the opportunity to add to this contract? You know, like if it's just a $10 or $20 or $50,000 more to get the next level of something.
We could look at that. I think as we get into design, there'd be an opportunity once we understand from that design build contractor the exact proposed system. The Mayfield Renewables study provided a really good basis for the RFP so that we don't have wildly different proposals coming in as part of that request.
Right.
So we have to spend at least at a minimum $658,500. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Which is, it's wonderful to think we're going to, reduce and, have these panels. But problem is, this project, the $43 million project is more than the money we have in the bank. So generally a portion of this is going to be thought of as debt service. So it's really going to cost us more over time, but that's just the big picture. So state law says you're going to do this. And now since we borrowed for the project, not the whole project, but some of it.
And it doesn't matter that we got the state funding. That doesn't have anything to do with the formula. It's the fact that we're building something over 5 million, and this is another cost that the state has put on to that project.
We did look in the requirement in our view is independent of the funding source, appears to be.
Yeah, that's what the law says.
This 1.5% requirement, it applies to all public buildings, not, it would apply if the state was building a new building. Well, one of the things I wanted to ask was the work we did at Kingswood. I mean, all our new facilities at Kingswood, since those were existing buildings, we didn't have a 1.5% requirement.
I would have to look specifically. The cost of those remodels, they were separated out, and so there were a few different reasons why this didn't apply in that case. But I would have to go back and look at how we evaluated that for that particular project.
Didn't we spend 4.65 on them? And I thought we had into them 13 million.
Right. So the purchase cost would be independent from this requirement. Yep.
Okay. All right. Is there a motion?
And the 658,000 was built into our 43 million estimate. I mean, you guys knew about that well in advance and incorporated that into the total package.
Yeah, it's included in the master budget. So with the total GMP that we got adjusted with the CMGC contract, this 1.5% flexed with that to give us the 658,000.
Thank you.
So I'll move approval of order number 2024-028, adopting findings of fact to exempt from competitive bidding and authorize the use of design build services of contracting for the courthouse expansion project PV solar technology system to be installed at the Deschutes County Fair and Expo Center.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Mr. Chang?
Yes.
The chair votes yes. So meeting will now be adjourned until 1. Do we need to do anything?
Right,
else now?
recess. Lunch.
Okay, so opening up our Deschutes County Board of County Commissioners meeting on the afternoon of July 24th, 24. We are now at item number 10 with
Thank you.
our mapping.
Feedback. Phew, there we go. Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. Will Groves, your planning manager, back for the afternoon. We have before you a update on the Senate Bill 80 draft wildfire hazard mapping and rules discussion. Provided a memo on that. I have with me, of course, our county forester, Kevin Moriarty, and Kyle Collins was anticipated to join us. I think he's been waylaid, so he may join us in mid-process. Of course, the purpose today is to update you on the statewide efforts to regulate defensible space, fire hardening, the mapping efforts, the rulemaking that goes in association with that. And so Kevin's going to provide you some background on that, and I'm going to connect here via Zoom and be ready to show you some maps. And we're really here to answer questions. As we note in the memo, there's no action required from you at this point. This is just to let you know that comment periods for citizens are open, and we'll go into at the end kind of what board opportunities there are both now and coming up.
It's kind of local community education on this statewide topic also.
Exactly.
Yeah, good afternoon. Kevin Moriarty, County Forester. I'm just going to go through essentially through the memo that we presented and some of the key pieces to that. One of the primary components of Senate Bill 762 was creation of a comprehensive statewide hazard map to guide new wildfire regulations for development. The purposes of the map are to educate Oregon residents about their property level wildfire exposure, to assist in prioritizing fire adaptation and mitigation resources to locations with the greatest exposure, and to identify where defensible space and fire hardening standards and codes will apply. The original map was made on June 30th, 2022. However, based on a significant concern from citizens and interest groups, the Oregon Department of Forestry, ODF, withdrew the initial map to provide for public outreach and refinement. Senate Bill 80 in the 2023 Oregon legislative session amended sections of Senate Bill 762. The bill changed the wildfire risk map to the wildfire hazard map, going from 5 classifications to 3, now high, moderate, and low. Senate Bill 80 also forbid insurance companies from using the map to set insurance rates for homeowners. Based on the comments from Oregon State University and ODF staff, one of the primary alterations of the map is a more thorough consideration of irrigated agriculture in the hazard analysis. ODF and OSU stated that lands irrigated in 1 year of the past 5 years would receive weighting considerations on the overall classification formula. A copy of the updated map was provided to county planning departments throughout Oregon in April 2024. The preview was intended for planning departments to identify anomalies within the draft map results. Anomalies were not categorically or statutorily defined, and was left to the planning departments to scrutinize the map. ODF and OSU also requested spatial data for any development which has occurred since 2018 to help further refine the wildland-urban interface boundary. The request must be based on property-specific information using aerial imagery, property photographs, or other relevant material. Staff's June 28, 2024 response to this request is included as attachment 1 to this memorandum. ODF and OSU staff are reviewing proposed revisions from the county planning departments as well as public comments before releasing the final version of the map to the public on October 1, 2024. And at this time, we can actually show the map if you'd like.
Up on it. You can go in here.
There he is.
There's it's a
We can see you.
yeah. There is.
We have the map up on Oregon Explorer. You can actually see the classifications and toggle around to different areas, within Deschutes County. It also has a polygon for the word wildland urban interface boundaries as well. Okay.
Is there a particular part of the map?
No, I
That's-
guess we could, if there's any questions so far, we could lead to them, but we could kind of just go around the Deschutes County if you would like.
So is this is the live website currently, or?
Yes, this is a
Yeah.
live website on Oregon Explorer.
So I've got up for reference, I'm kind of Northwest Bend heading into the Tumalo area. And what you can see in there, the internet's a little laggy here, is that you've got classifications of low, moderate, and high hazard in green, periwinkle, and orange respectively. And then you can see, in addition to that, there are areas that are the wildland urban interface. So those are areas that are sort of lightly hatched / shaded. And so, of course, under the scheme that's been proposed, the property would be subject to defensible space as well as hardening standards in some circumstances when they are in both of those. So you can see the property, for example, that's mapped orange and was within this boundary would be subject to that. You can see some interesting effects that have happened. So one of the things that occurred, of course, is that new development, particularly in our West Side Transect Zone, has occurred since they received our data. And you can see that there's in this area in the mouse that I'm highlighting, you can see that those lots didn't exist at the initial time of analysis. So one of the things that we've communicated to ODF is, trying to figure out how we work together over time to ensure that new lots are appropriately mapped and how that works. So that's an example of something that's interesting in this section of the map. I think something that came up additionally in our comments is how Deschutes River Woods is mapped and the lands around it. If you wanted to speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, there were a few communities on the western part of our county, at least in the communities that were mapped as moderate. They seem to be heavily influenced by the adjacent Forest Service treatments that occurred in those areas. We do have concerns about that being mapped as moderate, as when you think of the initial purposes of the map, those areas might not align with priorities that we have within my department and other stakeholders.
So is that the periwinkle? So the whole area is mapped that, and you're saying that might not align with our local kind of on the ground comfort level?
Yeah, correct. There's
I'm
area.
going to use periwinkle more often. I usually don't say that
I
word.
don't know if that's the actual name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Purple blue.
Deschutes River Woods would be a really good
It's a
example.
really nice color.
There's a lot of priority to do work in Deschutes River Woods. There's variable compliant landowners within that area. And we do have big concerns about.
Well, and it rains ponderosa needles all year long, basically, too. It just keeps coming.
There's egress challenges. And one of the things that I hope people understand about these maps, people have been viewing being included in high hazard as punitive. Like, oh, you're going to regulate me. You're going to require me to do defensible space. Those requirements in and of themselves are helping people prevent their home from burning to the ground. But more importantly, the state is going to be using these hazard classifications to target some of the substantial technical assistance and funding, cost share that they are going to make available to high hazard areas. So, I mean, if you really want to protect your home from fire, being included in the high hazard area is a positive from the perspective of it making you more likely to be able to get assistance from the state to do work.
One other thing that we have noticed, especially from some of the last iterations of the map, would be the irrigated land and how that has changed some classifications. There's areas, I think just north of Bend and east of Bend, where you can see a little bit more moderate classification. in those areas. But it has created a little bit of a checkerboard pattern because it might not be a comprehensive list of what, what lands are potentially irrigated.
So did you have to like dial in and tell them that your land was irrigated? Because they've added some out by me off of Highway 126, but there's still other ones that I know of that are still high on this map for Sisters.
I can answer that question, Commissioners. For the record, Kyle Collins, Associate Planner. No, it was not based on any type of self-reporting, although public comment was obviously attributed into some of this as ODF and OSU were making the map. But there's a state registry associated with how irrigation is applied on the lands, and then OSU, to the best of their ability, tried to compile that information and apply it in the map.
It's a huge hay ranch and the sprinklers are going, and I'm like going, oh, no, it didn't get here. And it definitely on Google Earth, it should show up.
I think another thing that's probably important to point out, and again, I don't want to speak for OSU. I didn't create this map. But in general, the irrigation, while it did attribute other weighting factors for irrigated lands, it wasn't the only factor that was applied. And so if there were on the ground conditions associated with topography or other types of vegetation, those didn't necessarily outweigh the fact that there might have been irrigated portions of a particular property. And so it's difficult to say what that might mean for any individual slice of land, but there are a variety of different factors that all get aggregated together that ultimately spit out a hazard classification.
Well, when you're raising hay, it's got to be like level. There are not boulders in it. It's, there's a whole system if you're irrigating. So yeah, it just seems like, okay, well, they missed that one. They added some here because I have the comparison map from before that the Redmond side of Sisters was all high, and yet a lot of those were irrigated. So they added a few, but they missed some.
Well, according to this memo, almost 1,000 parcels have now had their risk rating dropped because of irrigation. So it's more than a few.
So we took the time to try and highlight some of those concerns in the map with our memo. It was very difficult. The task was to look at an individual tax lot as an anomaly, and we felt that was just an untenable task. So we presented more in themes that we thought might be anomalies to the map.
Excuse me.
Bless you. Well, so this is a legislative effort. The kind of second iteration. It's statewide, so this is for everybody. It's a good reference point to just generally think about, oh, this is the conditions around where I live or work. But yeah, I mean, for each property, kind of digitizing the whole state of Oregon, which is, we've got all these GIS layers, for Deschutes County. Now this is a way to be able to see the whole state, which is really an interesting tool. Building to the fire hardening standards has been discussed for many years. As I say, my experience with having a house built about a half a dozen years ago was the choices that were made kind of standard by the builder were those choices to get to that R327 standard. I don't know that there's anything that we currently would be out of specification on. Obviously, older properties, manufactured homes, different situations could be driving some future development requirements or defensible space requirements. So I'm saying all this just so if somebody's following out there, this is what's going on here.
Well, the good news is, and I know we're not talking about insurance today, but the state legislature now is working on the Oregon Fair Plan, which I'd asked them to do last year, and they are doing it now, and they're going to raise the limits, I believe, up to $1 million. So currently it had been at 600,000, and there are a lot of people that are not, their insurance companies are counseling them. It's really a widespread issue out there in the real world. So we definitely need to be able to offer different alternatives for them. And then there are those people that don't have a mortgage and are taking the risk if they can't get insurance of not having their homes insured. And if something really bad happens, that's a really frightening thing.
I can just continue on and some of the with some of the process. So ODF and OSU staff are reviewing proposed revisions from the county planning departments, as well as the public comments, which is the public comment period is open right now, before releasing the final version made to the public 2024. Once the state wildfire hazard map is finalized, properties included both in a designated WUI boundary and classified as a high hazard will be subject to an additional developmental regulations. Senate Bill 80 requires that at a minimum, local governments ensure that properties meet both these classifications and will be subject to home hardening building codes as described in section R327 of the Oregon Residential Specialty Code and defensible space standards as determined by the Oregon State Fire Marshal. At present, the State Fire Marshal has yet to adopt final statewide defensible space requirements. And then also in your memorandum packet, you have the attachment 2, which are all the individual maps. And then you have attachment 3, which disaggregates the high hazard areas statistically by urban growth boundaries, county zoning, and ownership. For the public comment period, an updated wildfire hazard map was released to the public on July 18th, 2024. This map release will initiate a month-long public comment period for the general public to review and provide comments to the ODF on the map. And then for the rulemaking, the Board of Forestry approved a public hearing process for a proposed rule package to implement the wildfire hazard maps during their July 5th, 2024 meeting. See the notice of proposed rulemaking for draft rule language. The department consulted with the Rulemaking Advisory Committee representing a wide variety of stakeholder interests while drafting the proposed rules. These rules were used by the Oregon State University to address irrigated agriculture, such as mitigating factor to assess wildfire hazard in the statewide wildfire map, which includes assigning 1 of 3 hazard zones to individual properties. The rules also update definitions, notice requirements, appeal options, and make other technical edits under draft rules. Any appeals of the wildfire hazard maps must be filed with ODF within 60 days of the release of the final maps. Comments can be made at a virtual public meeting below, and there's 3 dates that have been set for a virtual public meeting. That's July 31st at 10 a.m. It's a Zoom meeting.
Right before we have the fair start. Perfect timing.
July 31st at 2 p.m., also a Zoom meeting, and then August 1st at 6 p.m., also a Zoom meeting. Comments can also be sent to maprules@odf.oregon.gov until 5 p.m. on August 15th, 2024. There are no specific decisions for the board to make regarding the statewide wildfire hazard map at this time. Members of the public may provide comments and ask questions concerning the draft map by contacting ODF staff through their wildfire hazard map website. Questions or comments concerning the forthcoming defensible space and home hardening building standards can be directed to the Oregon Office of the State Fire Marshal and the Oregon Building Codes Division within the Department of Consumer and Business Services. Senate Bill 80 states that the county commissioners will have 1 additional meeting with ODF arranged and scheduled by the Association of Oregon Counties to review the latest map iteration and discuss any outstanding concerns. A date for this meeting has not been finalized by AOC and ODF at this time.
We'll have our district meeting, the 8 districts of Association of Oregon Counties. We'll have our district meeting in about 6 weeks or 2 months from now, or whatever it is. So that's when we'll be together with Klamath and Lake, Jefferson, Crook, and Harney counties. So that I'm sure that'll be a topic at that point. Yeah.
Yeah, Kevin, there may be people who are not happy about the way that their property has been classified. And I think one of the most important things we can do during this board discussion of this item is clarify for folks how they how they'll be, how they'll be aware of that, and B, how they can contest that if they choose to do so. Let's just review some of that for a moment. People who are in the high hazard area, in the high hazard areas and the wildland urban interface are going to receive notification to that effect.
Correct.
Then they will be able to review these draft maps, and they will have an opportunity to submit, they will need to keep their challenge, application to specific criteria, but they will have an opportunity to submit a challenge to this draft classification before the maps are finalized.
It's my understanding that there's a public comment period, but I don't think that you will be receiving notification that you are in high hazard classification and within the WUI. You just have the opportunity to comment.
No, I can speak to that. So it's a little bit confusing, the way that this has all been set up. So this draft version of the map is not necessarily the final map that we are going to see come October 1. On October 1, properties that are subject to new regulations. So again, those are properties that are both mapped as high hazard and within the WUI will receive some type of notification, a formal notification from the Oregon Department of Forestry. Typically, it's going to be a mailed notification. However, obviously, it's all publicly available on the map. And then once that notification is received, it sets off a 60-day window, assuming that the new rulemaking is passed as proposed. That 60-day window is the timeline for you to file a formal appeal with the Oregon Department of Forestry if you have some competing evidence that shows you should be mapped otherwise in terms of your hazard classification or in terms of the WUI classification. So this is like a preliminary release of what that final version of the map is going to look like in another 2 months, roughly.
So the map that's released on October 1st, it wouldn't be appropriate to actually call that a final map either. I mean, it's
more like the final draft.
Draft. Okay, so that's a final draft, and then there'll be a 60-day period for people to appeal.
That's correct. And then once that 60-day period has elapsed, and all the appeals have been resolved in one way or the other, that final version of the map is the actual trigger point at which new rules and regulations come online.
Al, I have a question about this. I know you're our local expert in this. If I can see these appeal processes lasting, you have 60 days to file your appeal, and then it goes through a kind of an adjudication process, a final decision by forestry, and that's appealable into the courts. I imagine some of these could go out for, the better part of a year potentially, especially if there's a large number of them. Is it your understanding that the final maps on October 1st, if they're uncontested, so if let's say on October 2nd, someone comes in for a building permit, is it our understanding that they would need to comply with R327 and the defensible space standards? And if they had filed an appeal, that they would have to wait for that appeal to change the classification of their map to be relieved from those standards? Or does the map not actually go final until all appeals are resolved? Or is that an unknown question?
That's a little bit of an unknown question. My assumption at this point in time is that the actual rules that come along with the map, so again, we're talking fire hardening and defensible space, those will not actually come into effect until the map itself, there is a true final version. All appeals have been resolved, and then the map itself is published. And we would expect, ODF has kind of changed the dates on this a few times, but they expect that to happen before the end of this calendar year. So sometime in 2025, essentially, is when we would expect these rules to actually come online.
Okay, so before the end of 2024, they're going to actually be final, maybe, unless they have to postpone it again.
Correct. And to speak to one of Will's points in terms of the actual appeals process, that's all handled via Oregon Department of Forestry. There's a very kind of detailed list of how each of those, how you file an appeal, and then there's a specific timeline to resolve those appeals, but is intended to be fairly expedited. So I can't speak to if there were lawsuits or other things that might extend those, but generally these things are intended to, once you file an appeal, you should get a response relatively quickly. It's something on the order of like a month or less.
Well, it is interesting looking at the difference in the maps. The one has a lot of water sites, lakes and things on it. And then the one that they just did, they eliminated all that. So it's honestly, it's kind of nice to see the water on the map. But apparently that was taking too much time to pick that up. Even though somebody has like a giant lake.
That may be an artifact of us locally. So we received the data and we produced maps for you. And it may be that in the version 1 of the map we produced a year ago, we included one.
You could do that.
Version 2, we didn't. So the state map, of course, is this live interactive site, and you can turn on and off a variety of data layers. So I think that's an artifact of our local production of the maps.
Well, the hay ranch I keep talking about was actually evacuation. It was a site. They had a whole fire system set up on it. So it must not have been a dangerous looking place. If that's where they set up for the fire, maybe in 12 or 14 or something. But it's fascinating that now it's high.
Well, the good news is that people will have an opportunity to appeal if they don't like the draft classification. So
I was actually told that they did go, they mapped all of Sisters, maybe, I don't know, 10 years ago or something, that they actually had done this type of analysis in Sisters. Did you guys ever see anything like that? No?
Not that I'm aware. I know a few years back there was a mapping more of forest land classifications throughout the county, and that had some effect on presumably fire mitigation and how that might be. But this is a more detailed version of a similar type of analysis. So it doesn't just take into account things like vegetation. It's taking into account climatological models and fire history, as well as topography, other things that weren't necessarily pulled into that previous analysis. Another thing that I want to point out, because I think there has been a fair amount of confusion, and I know I've heard this many times from colleagues at OSU and ODF, is I think when people see the classification of their individual properties, they're under the assumption that by taking certain actions, let's say defensible space treatments on your property, that will actually change the hazard classification for your property itself. And that's not the way that this map functions. It really is intended to show, if there was nothing ever built there, if nobody lived on this property, what is the fire risk for that individual property? That is intended to be what it shows. So I think there's a little bit of confusion where people think if I cut down every tree on my property, I should go to low risk. And that's not the case.
Well, the lack of that parcel by parcel data is the reason why, they went from calling these risk maps, which would demand parcel by parcel data, to hazard maps, which are more kind of landscape level.
So we've got a long history of defensible space, best practices and standards, Project Wildfire. We've been touting this for 30 years here in Deschutes County. So I guess, the observation I'm thinking for us as residents of the area is that, these best practices and standards are now going to be requirements by the Oregon State Department of Forestry. So requirements, of this wildland urban interface with a high risk hazard. So I think that's probably the most tangible thing for everybody. It's not a education and ask anymore. It's going to be a requirement. A lot of people, do it, but if we have that situation where, 5 property owners clean it up real nice and then one never touched their property, and it's a pretty thick, dense area, and it can be dangerous if a fire goes through because it'll burn so much more aggressively.
That was actually Congressman Benz's comment when we were driving down Finley Butte. There were some real fire traps right on that road. And he goes, well, why aren't they part of the cleanup? So what are we ever going to do about that?
Well,
Because then it makes it. Well, it makes it so dangerous for their neighbors. But if they're in the city of LaPine, will the city of LaPine do anything to them?
Oh, I don't know that this. Yeah, I don't know.
The city of Sisters was talking about enacting these requirements for defensible space and fire resilient building materials, regardless of how the state classified the hazard level for properties. So to some extent, it's a city by city decision.
Well, we definitely appreciate your time today. You know, this, of course, is primarily an outreach to you and the public to let you and the public know that we are in a public comment period. Again, a month-long period that started on the 18th for the maps. And there's as in the memo and attached to the packet. And if anybody online wants to contact me about it, I can get them the information about the rulemaking. The rulemaking has some real handy stuff in it. It expanded the time for appeal to 2 months from a shorter period. So there's some, I think there's some good changes happening in that rule. And it also explains how we went from 5 to 3 hazard categories. So definitely available for outreach, anyone on the team here. And to the extent the board has questions, please feel free to direct them to us.
So are we going to do a press release then on those dates, Kyle, that you were just saying, the 31st and the 1st?
In terms of the rulemaking outreach for ODF, we hadn't at this point. This was, I think, intended to be sort of the public outreach year. Obviously, there are links within all of the meeting materials. If anybody's listening at home and they want to comment on those rules, they're welcome to. We're playing a little bit of a liaison role here. I mean, we have very little control over how these rules are adopted. Obviously, we're happy to answer any questions that the public might have or direct them to any of these comment sites through the Oregon Department of Forestry if they want. And if the board wants, we could also release some type of press announcement that states, go here if you'd like to submit comments on either the rules themselves or this version of the draft map, which has its own separate comment section associated with the Department of Forestry.
Yeah, Chair, we can definitely look into this. I know there's some limitations about how we use our kind of our media platforms to either, amplify or to reflect back other organizations' work. And so we'll follow up with our information officer to see if it's appropriate for us to make this through a Deschutes County channel, make people know that there are opportunities available. That obviously would be a great point of coordination. And if possible, we'll do that.
Okay. I just know people are talking about their insurance. It's and the fires are another huge concern. So it just kind of all goes together, doesn't it?
I think, as long as it's allowable within our media policy, I think it would be appropriate for us to kind of basically extend the state's outreach because I'm sure there's a whole lot of people who are not aware that this mapping process is happening. Of course, and what the implications of it are. But I would also hope that we could provide a balanced perspective on that. Again, these maps are important because they are going to direct regulation to certain properties. They're going to direct financial and technical assistance to certain properties. And all of that is to improve the likelihood that those homes are going to survive a wildfire.
It was fascinating. I think it was last weekend in Riverside, California. I just saw a news clip with a bunch of, they look like really big mansions. And the people there were actually, and this is what usually the water gets shut off in California. They were actually saved homes with garden hoses. And yet I saw one home that had burned to the ground. These were big homes. And it had a pool in the backyard, but apparently nobody was there at that home, to save it. So I know I used to have a pool pump. It would shoot out 9,000 gallons in an hour. And when Montecito burned down, remember, it was like 6 o'clock at night and the fire department could not get there and those homes burned. I told people, you really have to be able to, if you really think it's that important to save, you've got to be incredibly prepared. And, we see it. We see people that were ignoring the leave notices and things, but they've got to know that their place is cleaned up. Are you just going to make it that much worse?
Yeah, that's the messaging we try to provide is, to make that home savable if you are not at your residence, and firefighters are making decisions on whether they can save your home or not. If you have adequate defensible space, home hardening standards, things like that, it makes it a lot easier in firefighters to.
And you don't have 2 cords of wood stacked against your house. No, really, don't you see it all the time? And I'm just like, no one is going to be able to save that home. People have to make wiser decisions where, where you store your firewood and things. I believe it's supposed to be like, I don't know, quite a ways away or in a garage or something. So, yeah.
And Chair, I was smiling because I was at a conference in Boise, and the person who was in charge of communicating these fire standards had the fire department visit their home, and she had a bunch of wood stacked up against the side of the house.
Oh, she did. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's lots of things people can do to keep themselves informed. And, one of the big hopes here is that this defensible space outreach that, is done through the Department of Forestry and through our fire professionals will cause people to take protective actions, even beyond the regulatory obligations to keep their homes safe.
I was just reading something and it said that your signage should be in numbers and at least 4 inches big. Has that changed at all, Will? People when I was going in town, people really, their houses were not well marked. And I think that's just another part of what people need to do. If you've got an emergency and you need the fire department there, you better have good signage.
I know we have that as a standard, and we were talking about in the RV as a rental dwelling context, as well as the ADUs, making sure that the emergency service providers knew there were potentially two residences on the property and more people in structures to try to save.
Definitely. Whoa.
If part of our goal here is to do community education, I think one last important thing to cover is people need to understand that we do this work not just to protect our own homes, but because it's a responsibility to our neighbors. Many of the worst, most destructive wildfire events that we've witnessed in the last few years, the thing that was most likely to light your house on fire was your neighbor's house. So the more you can do to make everyone on your block's house more fire resilient and less likely to burn, the safer it makes all of us. So that is, when people ask me, well, why is it appropriate for the state government to impose these regulations on us? I can take care of myself. One of the things I say to them is, this is not just about you being responsible for yourself. The state takes an interest in this from a regulatory perspective to protect your neighbors as well. That does get into one of the things that I think is actually problematic about these risk maps. These hazard maps. The things that are considered weather, climate, topography, vegetation. But if houses are fuel, if they are flammable, because they haven't been built with the most wildfire resilient building materials, then why doesn't a hazard evaluation consider all of the potential fuel that we need to be thinking about when we think about burn probability, when we think about burn intensity? So from that perspective, particularly within urban areas, I am concerned that these hazard maps underestimate hazard.
Yeah, it's, we do have a lot of high density housing locally, in the city of Bend and other areas. And that first 5 feet, you might be sharing, or the first 10 feet at least, you might be sharing with your neighbor. And that's why it's really important to manage that vegetation, because it not only affects your home, but the adjacent home as well.
And don't forget bark, and how bark, if it ignites, it can blow a couple miles. And, Director Garceau and I were having a talk about it, because she seems to have a lot of fires down where she lives. The neighbors are always doing something inappropriate, but she has, rock around her house, and that really does help. That helps with your hardening outside.
We've received a lot of requests in our grant funding opportunities to remove bark and to replace with gravel, and that there does seem to be quite an effort locally to be changing that mindset.
Yeah, we were meeting with someone and they had just put in all this bark and they didn't understand that they shouldn't have. And they were, because it is really, it's pretty, but it's definitely a flammability factor that our community can't afford. So that's good. So do those get approved then?
Yeah, we had a few communities last year that removed bark, replaced with gravel, and some just have removed bark entirely with other landscaping.
I know people used to do chipping and I'm like, oh, please don't do chipping because it can just add to the higher flammability of a fire.
Yeah, chipping, as long as you're removing the material off site, I think we could recommend it, but putting it back onto the land, and especially near homes, would not be recommended.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, commissioners.
You're going to seem so far away today.
But these are just the planning commission edits.
Okay.
So I apologize in my this last night. This is like kind of a red line version of the edits from the.
Okay, thank you.
So these were the edits that then resulted in the March draft that we are holding. These are not edits that the Planning Commission has proposed since. Okay.
That is
Thank you.
correct. Yeah. So just for anyone watching, for the record, Nicole Mardell, Senior Planner, Deschutes County Community Development. So I just handed out to the board it's in our hearing record, but it's attachment A of our original hearing packet, which is the Planning Commission recommendations. So these were integrated into the March 15th, 2024 draft of the comprehensive plan, but it just provides a nice red line just for reference. So these are from their process before the board. So these are from, I believe, March 15th of this year. So no new edits since that time. And with that, any other questions on that topic? Perfect. So we will jump in here. This is a continuation of the board's deliberation process for the Deschutes County 2040 Comprehensive Plan update. On Monday, we went through Chapter 3, Farm and Forest Resources, and today we'll go through Chapter 5, Natural Resources. Of course, we have provided the board with a parking lot of issues that we, in coordination with legal counsel, felt would be more fitting for discussion during the action planning process. I would say for this chapter, there's quite a few more in that parking lot compared to Chapter 3. So just wanted to point that out to the board. Of course, we're planning to include that parking lot as an attachment to the comprehensive plan to ensure that we'll get to those topics during the action planning implementation phase. So today, similar to Monday, I'm looking for the board's feedback on revisions to the draft document for Chapter 5. So the board on Monday gave direction to go through sort of page by page. I as staff can, give as we go through each kind of section, I can give an overview of some of the comments that we received in the record. But otherwise, I'll look to commissioners for items that you want to discuss in terms of revisions. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chair Adair.
Thank you so much. Okay. Nicole, are the parking lot, are those the key issues for consideration? Is that before the natural resources steps up, or is it behind? It's behind it, correct?
Correct. The parking lot is attachment B to the packet, and those are items that we recommend you table. So we would recommend waiting to discuss those until more of an action planning process.
Attachment A is what it says. Oh, that's what mine says.
Oh, I apologize. I'm referring to attachment B in your packet. Are you referring to this, the Planning Commission revisions?
Yes. Well, it says, my little book says attachment A,
Okay,
And it
yes,
says parking lot attachment A on this that we have in our packet.
that's the one that you have. Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yep. That's
Okay,
correct.
so do we need to go over that, or we'll just start at the first of natural resources like we did last time?
Yeah, I'd recommend going page by page. The parking lot is intended to give you guidance on items we recommend you table. So just in case you were thinking
Okay.
you wanted to bring up an item, we'd recommend if it falls into one of those categories to table that for now.
Okay, fine. So let's start with page 5.2 then.
Okay, so similar to chapter 3, the general format of this section, it provides kind of a brief overview on all of our natural resources. So on page 5.2, it discusses some of the opportunities, challenges, considerations, provides a bit of context for protected wildlife resources and our scenic views and open space program. We didn't necessarily receive any specific comments on this page, but overall we had some general comments about incorporating references to predation in the narrative as it relates to wildlife and declines, and generally a desire to protect open and scenic views from development.
This is one of because I drive on country roads all the time, and what really breaks my heart is seeing all the animals that I see almost on a daily basis that have been hit by a car. And we say, including but not limited to loss of habitat, predation, and disease. Well, I know we had over 1,100 animals a year were killed by cars in Deschutes County at least, and some of them are hit and then they die in the woods. So they aren't in that count, but I think it's really kind of significant. Is it any way just to add a couple words? Automobile collisions or something? People need to really drive carefully. It's kind of like my idea about having the flashing sign out when the elk are out, the herds of elk are out on Highway 20, because they're not there all the time. But when they are there, you can kill them, but they can destroy your car and people can die. And actually, Ian Reed was passing my idea on to the Forest Service meeting he went to the other day about, just getting a temporary sign up. But oh my gosh, I just see so many of them, so many dead deer that have been hit and killed. And some days it's like usually every week I have to stop or slow down because of deer on the road, by the road or crossing the road. I mean, it's constant.
One way we could address that would be in the last sentence of this section. When they're talking about mule deer, these declines in population are due to a variety of factors, including but not limited to loss of habitat, predation, and disease. We could also add vehicle collisions to that sentence.
That's right where I put it. Thanks.
Sounds like consensus for that item, that addition. Any other items commissioners would like to discuss on this page?
It's maybe a reference. So the 2010 green print for Deschutes County. I know that's right when I got started as a commissioner and people came to us, hey, we got this great idea. Let's go analyze all this. And there's value to that, but it's not a work product for Deschutes County proper. I don't think it was community effort. So just a reference to what it is. And, instead of, this thing.
Great point. I believe that was a Trust for Public Land project. Yep. So we can add that reference. Okay, moving on to page 5.3. So this begins kind of quite a variety of comments about water. So this is kind of one section, and then there's quite a few more content later in the chapter, but I'll just mention some of the highlights from public comment now. So generally there was a desire from a few different public comments to include more detail on water, adding a new surface water section, amending quite a few of our water sections to include more up-to-date information. There also was a desire to include a reference to the Oregon Water Resources programs for groundwater allocation, the rulemaking that they're currently undertaking. And generally a desire to discuss, encouraging conservation of water, financial incentives for property owners and for upgrades to irrigation equipment. So those are all the ones that I think kind of related to this general background section. And then I'll share a few more as we get deeper into the chapters on water.
Yeah, I mean, I've been also, well, kind of similar to the requests to add more detail. This section titled Water Resources, the meat of this one large paragraph, it contains some relevant information about groundwater. It contains some relevant information about irrigation districts, but it inappropriately connects the two things. I think that these should be two separate paragraphs, and then after talking about groundwater level declines, to then say, to address these issues, irrigation districts are engaged in ongoing efforts to pipe canals and modernize irrigation systems is inaccurate. Irrigation districts are doing canal piping and modernizing irrigation systems to conserve surface water. So if the first half of the paragraph is all about groundwater level declines, and the second half is about what irrigation districts are doing to conserve surface water, we don't want to conflate those two things. So we need to separate that paragraph into two parts. I think there could be a more complete discussion of the groundwater issue, and then I also think there could be a more complete discussion of the surface water issue.
But I support the concept of pointing out that, canal piping will affect groundwater recharge. So, I mean, yeah, I support separating two paragraphs into two paragraphs.
And then the first paragraph, the 21 report found that groundwater levels are declining by as much as 50 feet. Could we get a period of time attributable to that statement? I know I saw something, there was 50 feet, then there was 44 feet with another study, but it was a certain number of years.
It references 30 feet in a couple pages also.
Yeah.
It varies across space. I mean, that 50, I've heard that 50 feet cited a number of times. That is, in reference to one of the monitoring wells in the area of the city of Bend.
Right.
But, in the Lower Bridge Valley, where that was so much on our minds earlier today, the declines are more like 15 feet. And in the Redmond, in a lot of other areas, the declines are more like 30 feet. So it's, so in this case, since it says by as much as 50 feet, I think is a reasonable way to describe that. It
footnote it and put where the 50 feet came from might be really nice. If we could footnote it and say, okay, this number came from Bend, the well number such and such. I don't know. Can we do footnote?
Yeah, absolutely. We can add some additional context from that report.
Okay, thank you.
And then, the original intent of, this phrase, to address these issues, irrigation districts are doing this, and this, to accomplish that intent, to say, what can we do about groundwater level declines? I think it would be appropriate to add something that says, like, what would help with groundwater level declines? And, from my perspective, we can just, we could make a very generic statement about conservation measures by groundwater users could help us slow the decline of groundwater levels in the basin.
Conservation by all water users.
Well, I mean, if we're talking about groundwater, by all groundwater users. Because then there's this whole other section about conservation by surface water users already.
I support conservation.
Yeah, that's conservation.
And then the next section just again provides context on wildlife resources, which continues on to the next page. But essentially just notes kind of the importance of migration routes, notes that ODF&W and U.S. Fish and Wildlife provide, information to the county, that we're not technically the subject matter expert.
Before we move on, could I, okay, so I think a lot of that is helpful for making this groundwater section complete. And then we have this sort of like hanging section, to address these issues, irrigation districts are doing these things. I think we need to, before we jump right to irrigation districts are doing, are addressing issues in this way, we need to explain what the issues are. Because the way the paragraph was constructed before, people thought that, the problem was groundwater and the irrigation districts were fixing it. So I think we need to say something like, surface water resources, which are needed for both irrigation and in-stream flow, have also been impacted by declines in precipitation and snowpack, as well as by appropriation of surface water.
So there's a sentence here that was provided by the builders and farmers folks. It said groundwater levels are directly related to recharge rates, which are directly impacted by rainfall and recharge from other sources such as flood irrigation and leaky ditches and canals. Impediments to recharge include such things as increased irrigation efficiency, large-scale piping projects, and increased juniper populations. So there's more content we could be working with here also.
If you want to add more stuff to the groundwater section, I'm open to that. I was talking about the need to preface, to the need to actually have a complete discussion about surface water, because we jump right in to say, irrigation districts are doing this to address needs, but we didn't say what the need was. We have constraints on surface water, both because of declines of precipitation and snowpack, and because of surface water use. And it would also be appropriate in my mind to identify who needs surface water or who's dependent on surface water, which is irrigation and stream flow.
Well, there's going to be a balance here between introducing the topics and then trying to write a, full water analysis in a chapter of our comprehensive plan. So
we're talking about one sentence.
Are we going to get it? Do you have enough to create something, or do you want us to provide some more?
On this specific point, I just want to repeat back to make sure I'm fully understanding. So in the prior to the section that says to address these issues, we should add the context. And so my understanding would be adding to the the relationship with the decline. It says a warming trend, decreased snowpack, etc. And then the addition of over appropriation of surface water.
Yeah, but I mean so if we put a break between, warming trend in the basin, decreased snowpack, and to address these issues, that break separates. We were talking about groundwater above, we're talking about surface water below. So, I mean, I think a complete sentence before to address these issues that just introduces our surface water situation, who's using it or who's dependent on it, why it's declining or why it's constrained. I think that's needed before we jump into, and this is what the irrigation districts are doing about it, which they are doing some really important things. And it would be better to understand that in the context of the need.
Yeah, if there's support from other commissioners, we can, as staff draft something, and then you'd see it in a final draft of the document before voting to adopt.
That sounds like a good idea.
I support that.
And I mean, this may get to some of what Commissioner DeBone was just talking about in the groundwater area, but in that paragraph above, decline considered excessively declined
attributed to or toward shift in toward drier conditions, warming trend in the basin, decreased snowpack. I think it would be appropriate for us to mention all of the factors that the Oregon Water Resources Department identified in their 2021 report and before, that are contributing to groundwater level declines. So that, there is all this climatic stuff. They also identified groundwater pumping. They also did identify, and I know this was a very sensitive subject to the irrigation districts, but they did identify that, canal piping is contributing to some very localized declines in groundwater levels. And it's maybe to address, irrigation districts' concerns, we can just say this is not the biggest factor. It's the biggest factors are climatic, the medium factor is groundwater pumping, and the small factor is canal piping at the localized level.
We could talk about how big the junipers have gotten in the last 10 years too, because I drive through thousands of them.
If it would be amenable to the commissioners, we did have a public comment that introduced a report by GSI Water Solutions, which did include kind of a breakdown of some percentages. So I could reference that report and include those percentages from that report if you think that'd be helpful.
I think that's a credible analysis to reference in this.
Great. And then wanted to ask as well about, it sounds like there's agreement on incorporating, I can't remember in that report if there is a reference to the juniper role in water, but it sounds like there is a desire to include some additional text about that as well.
That would be great.
I support that.
As long as it's taken in context. I mean, my impression is that the real contribution to rolling in terms of rolling back juniper is going to be found in the Crooked River watershed, which is not in Deschutes County.
Actually, I did hear about it in my neighborhood where they took some junipers out. So it wasn't documented by a scientist, but they saw a significant difference.
So just providing this other sentence that was in the proposed edits from the builders and farmers, just talks about, however, studies show that drought and groundwater levels are cyclical and vary over the years. For example, in the 1930s and the 70s were drier than the current conditions. As I say, studies show is not a real strong reference there, but I do support the concept of cyclical possibly in there somewhere. So as I say, I mean, if
right,
just use the word in there possibly, or part of that sentence.
Well, what did they say? The last time we had over 90 days here, it was in 1905 or something. Did anybody see that on the news this morning? Days over 90. So now we're above that by like 2 days or something. Anyway, it is cyclical, and that was from 1905.
Well, then you could, what we've got already, you could just say, make that, you could talk about that in a way that is timely. So attributed toward a shift in overall drier conditions since the late 1990s, a warming trend in the basin, and decreased snowpack. You could just say current trends, current conditions, including these things.
And that's fine. As I say, we'll look at some final words as it comes around, but maybe it could be as simple as that.
Yeah, I mean, if you're concerned about us adding too many words, too many sentences, just kind of using what's already in here and kind of helping people understand it's a point in time that accomplishes the goal of helping people understand that it might be a cyclical phenomena.
I'm hearing consensus in the sentence that starts with, this decline, and talks about the reasoning to note kind of based on current trends and conditions.
I'm glad you're in charge of this.
In charge.
Happy to take notes. Any other comments on this section or on page 5.3?
My one final comment on this section, we've got this nice sentence at the end of that water resources section. Deschutes County plays a coordination role along with OWRD, irrigation districts, water users, owners of private wells. I would, to address these water resource issues, I mean, to really describe who's addressing these water resource issues, you know, I would include Soil and Water Conservation District, the Deschutes County Soil and Water Conservation District, and nonprofits, because there are a lot of nonprofits who are playing critical roles in addressing these water resource issues.
Those aren't people that are utilizing water, though. They're just, policy discussions or advocates.
Well, we have discussed water users. This list is not restricted to water users. It is about who is helping to address these water resource issues, and the Soil and Water Conservation District,
I'm so sorry.
local nonprofit organizations are doing a whole lot to help us address these water resource issues and accomplish the improved efficiency that is going to solve for our water scarcity needs in the future.
So the statement of this sentence is Deschutes County plays a coordination role. And then it's just listing off everybody.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the Soil and Water Conservation District and various nonprofits are entities that we are coordinating with.
That's fine. We can add some more content there.
Well, at the reference to Soil and Water Conservation District and nonprofits.
Thank you, Nicole.
Well, I mean, or advocacy groups, or I mean, is it just is nonprofit the right term? Yeah, when we have
Nonprofit is not really the right term.
I mean,
yeah, it sounds like.
Who are you calling an advocacy group? Who are you calling another kind of nonprofit?
Well, I mean, that's kind of my point. Yeah. So a nonprofit is a very generic term. Do we want to name specific efforts or? Yeah.
If you'd like to, we could name specific efforts, or we could just leave it, saying and local nonprofits doesn't mean all local nonprofits are doing something about this. Just means that some of them are.
Well, yeah, nonprofits is too generic for me. I don't have an answer for that right now,
though. Would it be amenable to say, I've heard advocacy groups around. We could note, water related organizations. I mean, I think of organizations that you interact with, and I would say Upper Deschutes Watershed Council. I'm trying to think of how to describe them. I think I wouldn't necessarily call them an advocacy group.
Yeah, I mean, they implement watershed restoration projects with voluntary landowners. That's the Watershed Council. The Deschutes River Conservancy is critically important in establishing water banks and other typically market-based voluntary transfer opportunities, either temporary or long-term, to move water from places where they're needed to from places where there's
excess or available water to places where it's needed. These canal piping projects, they would not be getting done without the Deschutes River Conservancy working with irrigation districts to get them done. Farmers Conservation Alliance. Without the Farmers Conservation Alliance, the irrigation districts wouldn't be getting these canal piping projects done. So if you really want to list out nonprofits, we could probably come up with 10 or 15.
I do not.
Okay.
So, let's keep it simple here. Some inclusive statement that there's other players out there, but
Potentially
yeah.
stakeholders might be another.
Yeah, there you
That's
go.
a good one.
See, there we go.
Community organizations.
Stakeholders is just adequate. Thank you.
Right.
So we good with this one?
Believe so, yes. So 5.3 introduces it, but the majority of the content is on page 5.4. So this is an overview of the county's wildlife protection program that's currently in place. So quite a bit of this content comes from our existing comprehensive plan. It just provides a general overview on some of the larger habitats that are protected in Deschutes County. So digs into mule deer. I wanted to note the Planning Commission did add a section. They felt it was important to reflect the process that the county went through from 2021 to 2023 to explore an update to the inventory, although noting that ultimately the decision was made not to adopt. But it also provides some context on sensitive birds and antelope and elk.
Yeah, I don't think I have any edits on this page.
Yeah. It's like a good job.
Saving my concerns for the water stuff.
All right. Next page, similar to the previous page, this talks about our scenic views and open space program. Again, quite a bit of this content comes from our existing comprehensive plan, although we did kind of compress it just for brevity. And then toward the end of the paragraph, end of the page, rather, on the left-hand side, you'll see there's a bit more discussion about water resources and outlines the role of regulatory agencies. And then it also provides a bit of context on the statewide planning goals that relate to natural resources. And again, this is kind of, digging into a bit more of the context detail. The water paragraph that you read previously, that was kind of the very 10,000 foot view. So this is digging into a section that gives just a bit more detail, which is why it's chopped up a little bit in that way.
There's the just wording at the last sentence of the scenic views and open space, the first paragraph, I guess. Because these areas are undeveloped, they also provide additional benefits such as water recharge, buffers from habitat. Could that be buffers for habitat? So that was just another proposal, and safety zones. So buffers from or for habitat is just the way a sentence works. Yeah.
The very first sentence, Deschutes County has a rich abundance of open space. Somehow saying, to remind you, 80% of our county is publicly owned. Just for those people that are not aware.
Yeah, we can include a reference there.
Continuing to look at that question, that sentence about scenic views and open space and the benefits, I would say that safety zones from natural hazards such as flooding, we could add wildfire to that list, flooding and wildfire. And one of the other benefits of open space is carbon storage.
Is there support for going buffers for habitat instead of from habitat?
4 is fine.
I mean, I don't even know if you need the word buffers because open spaces often are habitat
Yeah, there you
themselves.
go. Maybe just habitat then. Just habitat. That's good.
Oh, we got rid of 2 words?
Yeah.
We're going the right way.
And then I also heard a desire for reference to the amount of publicly owned open space in that opening sentence. And then the addition of and wildfire at the end of that first paragraph. And then also a note about carbon storage being an additional benefit of open space.
So, yeah, wildfire, but maybe not carbon storage. I mean, because that takes your mind to places like, well, you know, wildfire, trees, carbon storage, is that a conflict? I'm just thinking if I was to read that sentence, flooding and wildfire, maybe things that kind of hang together there. Carbon storage is.
I would put carbon storage before. You know, you could say water recharge, habitat, carbon storage, safety zones from natural hazards such as flooding and wildfire.
I'd like to stay away from carbon storage.
Well, I'm glad we got rid of 2 words. And then we're adding flooding and wildfire is fine.
Any additional comments on this scenic views and open space section or the water resources regulatory agencies and statewide planning goal piece?
Just pointing out that Oregon administrative rule defines open space designations as parks, forests, wildlife preserves, nature sanctuaries, and golf courses. Just funny that they mention it. There's
Yeah, like how did that get in there?
yeah. Well, that's state.
Golf course is like a park.
So I was looking through paperwork for the was it the 1996 Upper Deschutes Wild and Scenic River State Waterway Comprehensive Plan. It was handed to us by you got it right here. Here we go. During our discussions of the bridge over the Deschutes River, and from Doug White. And so he gave us the first few pages of it. And it was just interesting because it jumped right out at me. So introduction. So this document was signed by, 25 jurisdictions, commissioner at the time, Nancy Pope Challengen. But it says, this comprehensive management plan for the Upper Deschutes Wild and Scenic River and State Scenic Waterway Corridor establishes a programmatic management direction for the river corridor for the next decade. It's been developed to implement the direction of the Wild and Scenic Rivers Acts of 1968. So it's just interesting, as they're signing this document, they're thinking, okay, this is what we can see for the next 10 years. And now we're almost 30 years later, and this has just been referenced as, gospel. So it's just interesting to think that, if they were signing it at that point in time, what they're thinking the near horizon, this is what we think is going to happen there. But, I'm just saying it's an interesting push and pull on that poor bridge discussion.
Yes.
Sounds like we're comfortable to move on to page 5, 6. So this is when we start getting into quite a bit more detail in terms of water. So I noted previously, we heard from a couple folks during the oral portion of the hearing and in public comments, a desire to kind of rework some of the language in this section. There was concern specifically about, under water use, the discussion about the recharge rate and some of that information. I will note we did pull that originally from the 2010 plan, but we could utilize that GSI Water Solutions report to update that information. So that's, I would say, a recommendation by staff that we could update these sections to include that new information.
So
I would support that. It's
Yeah, I mean, the way that this is currently written, pulled from the prior plan is problematic. I mean, it talks about the aquifer having a recharge rate, but then current water usage is both surface water and groundwater lumped together. So, you know, when we're talking about the aquifer recharge rate, we're only talking about groundwater. So that kind of pulling from that GSI Water Solutions report probably would give us a better kind of like a more clear and accurate picture of what is going on. That GSI Water Solutions report really is very focused on groundwater, though. So we also do need to include some detailed discussion of surface water somewhere else in here. Kind of going back to the, you know, echoing what I was saying from before on page 5.3 or whatever that was.
Yeah, commissioners, we're happy to take a shot at revising some of that language. I will note we had reached out to the Oregon Water Resources Department during this process to try to get the most up-to-date information and some of the irrigation districts. And it was difficult to provide, you know, information that could fit into the context of a document like the comprehensive plan. So we did have some challenges in getting information from this process. So the information that we may be able to get for surface water may be slightly more generic or zoomed out, that might not be as detailed as the groundwater discussion, but we'll continue to coordinate with the irrigation districts and the Water Resources Department to try to get some information.
Well, so I really like this paragraph. I think for the casual reader or somebody who's just new to Central Oregon and they get to read through this document, if they stumble upon it, most interesting document you could find, but it really lays it out, you know, 3 million acre feet, 720,000 acre feet, 40 to 50,000 acre feet go towards municipal and non-agricultural uses. It just puts things in perspective, you know, so I really don't want to lose that. I mean, and we can add more, but it really, you know, because I just had a call recently. Somebody said, you know, we've got to stop water use and we've got to conserve a lot more because we're running out of water. It's like, well, it's allocation and it's appropriation, but I don't know that we're running out of water. And when I read this, I'm like, oh, okay, this puts it in perspective.
Yeah,
I do question, it said Bend uses 5 times more water in the summer. Now, according to the home numbers that I remembered, you use like 450 gallons a day at your home in the winter. But if you're irrigating a half an acre of landscaping, you might use 1,500 a day in the summer. So that's only 3 times more. So I was just wondering, is that really an accurate number?
I'm happy to verify.
Yeah. I like the numbers because, you know, but I would
just as a
just to verify.
And if that is carryover from 10 or 12 years ago, the per household water use efficiency in the city of Bend has improved dramatically in 10 years. I mean, that's part of the reason why I want to, you know, maintain what this paragraph does, but make it more accurate with current information, and make it more complete. You know, that GSI Water Solutions report doesn't talk about acre feet. It talks about cubic feet per second of annual recharge, but then it doesn't talk about 40 to 50,000 acre feet. It talks about 2% of the annual groundwater recharge is used, you know, for housing and development within our communities, right? So they're talking about the domestic needs. So they're still covering the same stuff, but they're using more current information and you know, addressing that in a different way. And, you know, saying 2% makes it sound even smaller in some ways than 40 to 50,000 acre feet out of 720. So I'm all for trying to present a clear picture, But I think we should be using the most current information. Because
Well, I
these
agree.
720,000 acre feet may actually not be accurate anymore.
Yeah, no, most current information.
So where do we list how much water is going to be let out of like Wickiup for the spotted frog? Because that number is increasing. Do we cite that anywhere in here?
There's a discussion of reservoirs in this chapter, which we haven't gotten to yet, but we'll
Okay,
talk
just
about that.
didn't want that to be ignored.
And that also gets to my, the concern I keep articulating, that we haven't really done a very thorough job of explaining surface water in here.
Okay.
Any other comments on page 5-7?
So question, it talks about the decline in snowpack, which has already been observed. See figure below. I'm not sure what figure it's referring to, because a little bit later in the paragraph, it says April snowpack is expected to decline between 11 and 18% by the middle of the century, which I think this graphic is representing. So just either we're missing a graphic or something isn't connected there.
I believe it's referencing that image of the kind of here on page 5-6 where it notes the 2023 versus 2070.
But then if it's, which has already been observed, is referring to the past to today, same situation we were in yesterday. If it's like, that's a photo of today and the future instead of the past and today.
Yeah, I believe that. Yeah, that's a great point. I think that that's a bit of a confusing section. So I think their footnote, they're noting a study where that decrease in snowpack has already been observed. And then the graphic, to your point, is more in the future. So yeah, we can chop that.
Well, I mean, I think it talks about April snowpack is so a little bit later, it says April snowpack expected to decline between 11 and 18%. So I think that's what that graphic is representing.
Yep. So we can pull the reference to the graphic out of that earlier sentence and put it where you're referring to.
And then, yeah, if it's just the reference one, which is fine. Yeah. So just see reference below is probably the only thing we need to remove, or see figure below. That was the problem. Figure when it says, look at the figure.
Nicole, I'm going to have to leave in like 10 minutes. I actually had to pick up my husband at the hospital. So anyway, the doctor just called me. And so I'm thinking like, maybe I just want to let you know. So we'll continue on and then I can look at what you decide on the end of other pages.
I'm sorry, you need to leave in about 10 minutes?
Yeah, in 10 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, Eric Kropp did have the letter for the board to review to Governor Kotek regarding the Gales property. Would you like for him to come down now and to address that and then to continue deliberations to another day? Or do you want to bring?
That would be great if we can do that.
I also have another option for the board. So as you know, as I mentioned, this is the largest chapter that you'll review on Monday. We will be reviewing chapter 7, natural hazards, which I think we're still allocating about 2 hours for that. Given the pace that we had on Monday, I think we could possibly bring back the rest of chapter 5 on Monday as well, if you'd like to continue to participate in the discussion.
If you think that's okay. I just feel badly, but I started feeling really guilty because the doctor just called me and I'm like, I'm thinking I was sending Max over to get him. I'm thinking like, oh no, I think I better go over because I hate it when they call you and because Bob doesn't tell me the truth. So I do need to talk to the doctor because he is a doc. My husband was a doctor. So, it's a whole doctor thing.
A doctor.
I look to the board. If you'd like to continue on today, we could, or we could.
We could switch gears.
Thank you.
I just, because the Monday agenda was looking lighter and because I won't have nearly as much input on the natural hazards section. I think that is less problematic basically than this one. I was not necessarily planning to attend in person. But this water resource discussion, I really would like to engage in person. And I had allocated this afternoon, but
what about Friday morning or something? Just schedule another follow-up meeting this week. Today's Wednesday.
Friday morning. I'm supposed to be in Salem for LGAC.
Well, I'm just throwing out ideas. Tomorrow afternoon.
I'm going to head out at midday on Thursday and get to some place where I could participate by Zoom on Monday afternoon, but will not be all the way back here.
We also have a fourth meeting scheduled on August 5th, if that would work for the commissioners.
Yeah.
I think that chapter will be pretty light as well.
Okay, and Brenda, I'm sorry.
The question was, what is Monday's board agenda looking like? So you have your comp plan update deliberations, and then you have, you'll be talking about the 45 acres.
Oh, good.
Discussion and possible action on the use of that. And then,
Great.
And then a few other smaller items.
So that's good because we were anticipating it could have been a lot larger
Yeah.
with the fair on Wednesday. So the board does have more time Wednesday afternoon if you choose to, if you prefer to meet then, your call, of course.
Oh, Wednesday, the 31st.
I'm sorry, Monday, the 29th. You'll have more time on Monday, next Monday, the 29th, if you wish. As you were mentioning, that's another comprehensive plan deliberation day. We were just initially anticipating that could be a larger day since the board's not meeting on the 31st.
But it sounds like it's an okay schedule.
Which is why I plan not to be here, because it sounded like it was going to not be very significant.
Well, if we have the meeting upstairs, being on Zoom, you're not as removed from the conversation, which is good.
But yeah, we don't need to.
I'll join by Zoom.
Oh, okay. I'm
But
sorry.
I won't be all the way back by that time.
So would you want to proceed on that other chapter of the comp plan and then get back to this on the 5th?
Yeah, we could do that.
I would prefer that.
Yep, that's good.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
we'll return with this chapter 5 on August 5th alongside the review of chapter 11. And then I'll see you on Monday, the 29th to discuss the natural hazards section, chapter 7. So thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you. So Eric, you have the letters for us?
Oh, great. Peter's here too for this topic.
I got one.
Thanks.
Please, you have one.
Good afternoon. For the record, Eric Kropp, Deputy County Administrator. Just handed out a updated draft letter based on the board's input from Monday's work session. The changes or additions are bolded, and I'm happy to walk the board through the changes. First change is to add the address of the site and also the acreage and tax lot number. And the next change is down in the bullet points. It clarifies that Oasis Village is working to add an additional 10 tiny homes. The next change is on page 2, the first bullet point on page 2 at the top. The original version said $250,000 went to expand safe parking. Commissioner Dare said that she thought it was $200,000, and that's correct.
Correct. Oh, good.
The 250 was what the ask was, but the board approved $200,000. There's also an addition to clarify that the safe parking program expansion was in Redmond. And then the next change is probably the most substantial changes. It talks about possible asks of the governor, a little bit more specific. Just points out that a legislative fix is one option, but acknowledges that that does not meet the immediate need. And then there's language about requesting the Department of Land Conservation and Development to propose emergency rules. And I pulled that language from the letter that the board authorized County Administrator Nick Lilac to send to the governor last year. So those are the proposed changes, and happy to answer any questions or make additional changes.
I love the line that says, we are also open for options that we have not contemplated. So, I mean, it just shows I mean, we are really in a critical spot with the number of fires all over the state and in our county. And, we have a crisis. So I appreciate that.
Sure. That's the catch-all line.
Yeah. Well, it's great. And, there might be something there that they can do that we didn't know. So I appreciate that.
And I think one specific thing we could do would be to ask the governor's office to cover the costs of preparing the application and submitting the application for the rezone. That is that is another option that I at least have contemplated.
Also, I forgot to mention, I did call Craig Gales yesterday, left a message of a voicemail for him asking what type of rezoning he was requesting, and I have not heard back from him.
And that does affect the first couple sentences of this letter. Even though the Gales are taking steps toward a rezone application to allow for safe parking, we are seeking a more comprehensive and immediate solution that provides opportunity for safe parking, managed camping, and tiny homes, shelter pods. If they are moving forward with a rezone application to rural residential, that would allow safe parking, managed camping, and tiny homes and shelter pods already. So, maybe we could rewrite that sentence. So even though they are taking steps towards a rezone application to allow for all those things, we are seeking a more immediate solution, or we're seeking to, for a more immediate solution, or to expedite that process.
What about something about the last sentence, just the wrap up statement saying, look forward to your leadership for the people of the state of Oregon on this challenging topic, or something like that, instead of thank you for your continued partnership. So, this is a statewide issue, different levels in different places, but it's the culture of the state of Oregon. Who are we? What are we doing for people that need housing, that need help, maybe falling out, but being welcomed back into a housing and a work environment. So as I say, something about just leadership for the people of the state of Oregon.
Okay, I can add something about that.
Thank you for your continued leadership for the people of the state of Oregon and your partnership in assisting local governments finding solutions.
And that's fine.
Okay.
Okay. And I'm happy to sign it. Thank you so much.
Do we need a motion?
Yes, please.
Okay, someone make a motion?
So I would move approval of this letter, of board signature to this letter to Governor Kotek with amendments as outlined today.
Second.
Any further discussion? Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner Bond?
Yes.
The chair votes yes.
All right.
Thank you, Eric. I appreciate it. Are we okay to adjourn the meeting now? Or do you need to carry on at all? Anybody?
Yeah, just to make clear that there's no executive session, even though it was on our agenda.
Yes, no executive session today. Do you need to read that statement? No.
I do.
Okay, yes,
Yeah.
that was postponed. All right, thank you.